Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, joined today by my co-host, Allison Leach Hyde, and welcome to the Transporter Room. We're absolutely thrilled to introduce the extraordinary Dave Blass. Dave is a highly acclaimed production designer known for his incredible work on shows like Star Trek Picard, The Boys, and Justified. He's a true visionary, shaping the visual worlds of some of the most iconic productions in television film. His keen eye for detail and ability to bring stories to life through design have made him a sought-after talent in the industry. We're especially excited to dive into his creative process, his experiences bringing complex narratives to the screen, and what goes into designing the unforgettable environments we've seen on our favorite shows. His seamless blend of artistry and technical expertise have made him a cherished icon in both the design and entertainment communities. Now let's beam in Dave. Hey Dave, how you doing?
Thank you so much for having me. Excited to be here.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking the time to join us. I know everybody's got a busy schedule right now, and so I'm glad we were able to make this happen.
Oh, okay. Excited to be here. Just getting done with some murders. Can't tell you. Yes, it's my life is more complicated than most people's. I go from designing starships to dealing with true crime and murders, and that's and superheroes, and
Okay.
It's a lot of drama to deal with.
A lot of drama. People, it's like I'm one of those people that you really don't want to look at my Google search of things because it just has so much weird stuff. I mean, I remember getting retweeted by the Church of Satan because my spells that I used in Constantine were accurate satanic spells, and I'm like, well, I have that going for me. I mean, if I'm going to do satanic spells, I might as well do them right.
Oh, exactly. Got to put your research in.
Oh, that's too funny.
That's so fun.
Oh my God. Oh man. Well, even though I'm a Star Trek we're Star Trek podcast. Before we really get into that, we always like to dive into your background and like what you did before Star Trek, and and could you share when it was you realized this was your career path for you doing your production design?
I had that really annoying story where I was 7 years old and I watched Star Trek and said, geez, I want to go do that. And everyone's like, okay, well, that's not a realistic goal. I'm like, well, no, of course it's not realistic. It's fantasy, it's spaceships, more of a sci-fi goal. And I grew up in a small town in Massachusetts, and you just didn't go to Hollywood and work on Star Trek. So it was not, but to be honest, it wasn't until I saw Star Wars that the idea of that as a career came in, because on Star Trek, the show was already on, and in my formative years, it was just on reruns. So you saw the show, but it was just that. It was a show. But it wasn't until Star Wars came out and they started having the making of specials. And it's like, here's how they make the starships do it. And you're like, wait, people do that? You can do that for a living? There's actually like groups of people who go to work every day and that's what they get to do? I want to do that. So that was the overall goal. And, it's at the time I was too ignorant to realize that only less than a handful of people had ever done what I was attempting to do, go to Hollywood and be the production designer of Star Trek. So luckily I was too naive at the time to give up on the goal. And I just said, hey, let's do it. And then cut to, just a few years later, there I am designing a starship on Star Trek. So it worked out. I mean, when people say, don't dream, don't go for you. I'm like, just go for it. It'll work out. And that's really been my career path is there's a lot of zigzagging in life, and you go from doing, I did crappy reality TV shows. I did The Biggest Loser. I did Beauty and the Geek. So it's like, I've done this and then that and then that, and then you end up in doing Star Trek. But again, you just have to stay true to yourself and stay true to your goals, and always keep your eye on the future.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And on to that, since you have been from reality TV to westerns to full on sci-fi, and of course superheroes, but what's it like I am from Santa Fe, New Mexico. I know you've worked here in Santa Fe. What is it like using a, 'cause now I'm getting a little bit nitty gritty because that's what I want to know about.
Mhm.
Is what is it like taking a place? Santa Fe, New Mexico is a small city. We're not a big city, but you're filming here and you have to use it to represent other cities. I know you didn't just film in Santa Fe, you also filmed in Las Vegas, but I'm watching and I'm recognizing streets. I'm like, that's not Denver, that's downtown Santa Fe. And downtown Santa Fe has a height restriction of like 3 floors. So,
Oh yeah.
how do you take the real world that you're in and build the fantasy world and have it represent something else?
And that's it's a great question because that's so often what we do. And whether it's you're doing that for Star Trek and you're trying to shoot something for, oh, we're supposed to be in the future, but we're wandering around. We have Los Angeles. What do we shoot? Same thing for shooting Longmire, which takes place in Wyoming.
Mhm.
We're in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So it's a matter of studying what the place in the world looks like that you're trying to replicate, and then finding the things that work and the things that don't work. And it's pretty common, and it's actually more common in Hollywood to not shoot where you're trying to do. For years, I did a TV show called Justified, which takes place in the hollers of Kentucky. We shot that in Los Angeles. I did a show called Cold Case, which takes place in Philadelphia, also shot in Los Angeles. And one of the fun things there is in Philadelphia, they don't have red painted curbs, like where you'd pull up
Mhm.
and you can't park there because it's painted red. So everywhere we would go shooting Cold Case, we had these things called curb condoms, which were basically just little things that were stuck over the red part of the curb to cover
Mhm.
that really quickly and easily. They were little flexible pieces. So it's just fine doing the research, and the same thing with Star Trek when we shot specifically season two. We had to shoot a lot of stuff for the future, the year 2400 in Star Trek, and it's like, okay, what buildings look futuristic? What things can we shot, and then also what buildings that look futuristic haven't been shot for all these other shows, and then what buildings have we seen in Star Trek. So we had a whole list of buildings that had been seen in other Star Trek shows. So we kind of knew, okay, that's a Star Trek building. This is a Star Trek building. For Justified, we were like, okay, these are the types of buildings that we want to do and we want to avoid things to avoid, and then the same thing. It's like in New Mexico, in Santa Fe, you have a lot of coyote fences.
Oh yeah.
And that is
Mhm.
specifically something to New Mexico that's not. So whenever we would go and shoot an area, we would have to cover up the coyote fencing and the different the latias and the different architectural things that were specific to as
Very
much.
specific to New Mexico.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and then it's just one of those things you just have to go through. And how much does it matter that there's this one thing that's not accurate, and you just do the best you can. But inevitably, now more so, there's the blogs and the online posts, and as soon as you get it wrong, there's 22 people pointing it out and going, oh, did you see the thing in the background that's this, and it's like, okay, well, it's just the way it is. But you do the best you can, and within your budget constraints. And luckily, I'm in Atlanta right now, and I just finished doing a show that takes place in South Carolina, so it
Mhm.
was much easier to replicate, and also present day. So
Mhm.
that was good for
Yeah.
me. But you get into things like westerns and stuff, and it's always challenging. Westerns are always interesting because if you watch like an old west, it always has that really old patina to all the wood and everything. Where the reality of the situation would be that most of those buildings and those places are brand new because the old west wasn't an extended period of time. It wasn't for decades and you're sitting there going, like you look at Tombstone, Arizona, and Wyatt Earp and everything. That town was brand new when the Earps landed. So all the wood and all the paint and everything would be brand new and very vibrant. But if you show that, the audience won't really accept it because they're like, no, that was like so old ago, and it doesn't make sense. But
Mhm.
it's actually accurate.
Yeah, we have that with if we do like ancient Greece, they painted everything, but if we don't show it as white columns everywhere, they're like, that's not right. That's
Mm-hmm.
period
Yep.
inaccurate. Like, no, it's not. They painted everything.
That's right.
So
Yep.
no, that's so much fun. It's got to be a blast to be a scout, a set scout, or
Hmm.
shooting scout, just to go in and go, well, I think, the caldera outside of Los Alamos is perfect for Longmire's cabin to be in, and then go and shoot there because I mean it's a beautiful area.
It's an amazing, and Longmire was one of those really amazing shows where we would take the time to really embrace the scenery, and we would, because
Mm-hmm.
from Santa Fe to the Caldera, it's a good, I forget, like hour and a half drive at least.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, especially if you're taking a lot of stuff with you. Yeah,
yeah.
it'd be
So
about an hour or so.
yeah, it was, but for film production in the middle of the day to just go out there to shoot something, that was, it's a bit of a hike to do that type of thing. So, and the same thing for the going to, when we say shooting in Las Vegas, not Las Vegas, Nevada, and Las Vegas,
Yeah.
New Mexico, which is a completely different creature. So,
Okay.
It is. It is a tiny town. I thought it was a great representation of Wyoming.
yeah,
I'm from North Dakota, so this is all very similar or very familiar terrain for me. So I'm like, I can see how that one could work.
Mm-hmm.
So that's so cool.
I have a kind of a follow up to. Well, actually, I have two. A follow up to hers and another question in a second. Why do y'all decide to, if it's taking place in Wyoming, why do you decide to film in places like New Mexico and Santa Fe? Budget or
tax credits.
Yep.
So, there, you got to ask. So it's like the movie the Brutalist that was just out up for Academy Awards takes place in Pennsylvania. They shot it in Budapest. You look at all these other shows. It's like, why would you go shoot here? Why would you go shoot there? It's like, well, nowadays, especially right now, it's tax incentives and things of that nature. When you're talking about something like back in the day, Cold Case, well, that's because it was a TV show, and TV shows were shot at that time in Los Angeles. That's where you did it. Now it's really run and gun wherever you want to do it, and less about where it should take place and where it might take place.
Okay.
I remember years ago meeting with the team that was doing the Motley Crue movie for Netflix, and
Yeah.
I had just come back from New Orleans. I was doing Preacher there, and they were like, and I was a big fan of the Motley Crue, knew the thing, knew all the locations, and this. And I'm like, it's such a love story to the Sunset Strip, and this, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, yeah, we're shooting in New Orleans. I'm like, but why? And they did, and it's just like, and unfortunately they did a TV series called The Continental, a John Wick TV series, and it was cheaper to go shoot in Budapest and rebuild New York than it was to shoot in New York.
Wow.
So that's the world we're shooting in. There's a viral clip going on right now where Rob Lowe is talking about how they fly contestants for his game show over to Ireland because it's cheaper to fly 100 contestants every week over to Ireland than it is to shoot it in Hollywood. So Hollywood's having some challenges.
Wow. That is that. The fact that it's cheaper to fly international than record at a studio in LA or Burbank is.
Wow. Yep. Well, you look at what was it, the Netflix show Wednesday, the Addams Family show takes place in Vermont. Where do they shoot it? Romania.
Yep.
It's a thing. So, but it's even worse now because they have the new Avengers TV series, the new not series, the new films coming out, the two big Avengers films, and the last dozen Marvel shows were all shot in Atlanta, and Marvel is now pulled out of Atlanta and they're moving everything to the UK. So cheaper, it's and again, you're sitting there going, but you built the studios, you have the sound stages, you have everything in set. Just why would and it's cheaper to do it in the UK.
That really, I'm sorry, that boggles my mind. But
well, that's why other than Picard, all the other Star Treks are all done in Toronto.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Well.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's actually good. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there.
We had a filming boom when our governor 15, 20 years ago really put through on having those tax incentives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, so I shot in we did the first season of Preacher in Albuquerque, and then I did Longmire in Santa Fe.
All right.
Yeah, In Plain Sight was done in Albuquerque too. Like a
Oh
bunch
yeah,
of them were just
Breaking
because
Bad, of course.
yeah.
Yeah, and Breaking Bad was actually initially took place in Palmdale, California. That's where it was supposed to take place, and then they got the tax breaks from New Mexico, and they said, "Okay, we're going to New Mexico," and they rewrote the story. So I mean, that took place. In the story, they changed it to work for New Mexico, but initially it was California. But
oh wow,
yeah, there it is.
There it is. So when I was doing my research, I don't know if you know this or not, but there's actually a Star Trek connection within. It's a small one, but to Harry's Law, that series Harry's Law.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did the art director for the season premiere of episode 1 of season 2, and John Billingsley was in an 8th episode that season.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, that was a very good friend of mine, Charlie Lagola, that I've worked with over the years. He designed that show. He was actually designing Justified, and he wanted to go do Harry's Law. So he left Justified, gave it to me, and then I took over that show. And then he went to go do Harry's Law, and to thank him for that. Thank him for leaving and giving me a job. I went in and helped him out getting Harry's Law up and going.
Cool.
Yeah, but it was amazing. One day I'm sitting there working away, and all of a sudden somebody comes in and she says, "Hey, do you mind if I sit down? I'm really tired." I go, "Sure, Kathy Bates," and just plops down in my office, and she's like, "Ooh," and then she starts talking. I'm like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god," and just so incredibly sweet. But it wasn't on my playlist for that day to have Kathy walk into the office. And that's another wonderful story, because that show, Harry's Law, was written for a man. And when then she wanted to do the role, and they didn't even change, and that's why it's Harry's Law. I believe it was Harrietta or whatever, but they didn't even change they didn't change it, because and that was what was great about her, is that she didn't need them to do anything. She went and played the role as the role, and it didn't need to be rewritten. Because she had so much gravitas, and it was probably something that doesn't get talked about enough, that you can do something like that and have someone walk in and just play it as a woman and as a strong character.
Oh yeah, and I've watched some of her. I haven't watched all of it, but now she's Matlock.
Yes,
yeah.
She got to do it again.
She's got to do it again, and it's a great series.
She's an incredible. She's a very, and it doesn't work when you say it this way, but she's an incredibly underrated talent, and I think it's one of those things that people really need to look at, the quality of work that this woman has done over her career, and how she has really bumped against a lot of things when she did that, and she, it's like going back years. It's like the strong women role. It's like, no, she just creates it walking into the room. She brings that with her, and it's like, you're just not going to mess with the woman. And but yeah, she is just a phenomenal. But literally, it's like having your aunt walk into your room. I'm like, oh my god, that's Kathy Bates.
Well, that's got to happen a bunch in your line of work, where just suddenly this person who you have admired for so long is just suddenly in front of you as an actual person, not as like the archetype that you have in your mind. Other than Kathy Bates, do you have another?
Oh yeah, tons of times. First time, as we're in the Star Trek world, I'm in the observation lounge fixing some video playback, I'm on the phone talking to the guys who are programming it. I'm looking at the screen. I'm in there by myself, and I'm looking at the screen, and I turn around, and it's Ro Laren, and I'm like, and it's not even just because and I always tell people, I said there's a difference between meeting Michael Dorn and meeting Worf. Yes. It's like when Ro Laren walks in, and when Michelle Forbes walks into the room in full outfit, I was like, It's because you just don't. I hadn't seen her and never met her to the thing, but she walks in full outfit, and fortunately I had a chance to meet Michael Dorn prior to shooting, but then to walk on the set and have him in his full outfit as Worf is a completely different situation. But yeah, I mean, I early in my career, I did a movie with Malcolm McDowell, and we were in the basement boiler room of this abandoned insane asylum. And I was he was like, this was right after the movie Seven, and I was putting the finishing touches on his lair, his mad scientist, kind of the serial killer lair type of thing. And it literally was in the basement boiler room of this place. So wasn't a high traffic area. So I'm just down there doing my thing, and I turn around, and he's like, "Oh, this is great! Oh, now I get it!" And he's like, starts, and I'm like, and he's just like, "Oh, looking around, this is so great! I can totally see who I am now. This is so helpful. This is," and he's like, "What's your name, David? Yeah, thank you so much, David. This is great." And I'm like, of course, Malcolm McDowell, but it was Malcolm McDowell and Robert Patrick, so that was a fun little movie. But yeah, inevitably you have all those moments over the years and things, but and especially with Star Trek, because it was one of those things where every episode had someone special. As you turn the corner and there's Moriarty, and it's guest actors like that, and Tim Russ, and it's like, so it was like, oh, okay, cool. But it was just so many of these times when you first meet someone or you first bump into them, and then but it's special.
Okay, I had a request to ask you some about the show The Boys.
Yes. So yeah, The Boys. I had just finished doing 2 seasons of a show called Preacher, which was produced and we had directed by many episodes directed by Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg. So I did the first 2 seasons of that, and then they were going to go do this new series called The Boys, and they asked me if I wanted to jump from Preacher to go do that, and I said sure. So then that was up in Toronto. So we had just they had one more season in New Orleans that they were doing for Preacher, and then they were going to Australia, and they weren't going to be taking Americans to Australia. So it's like, okay, I'll bail and go do The Boys. So that was going up and do that, which was fun-ish because the show at the time, no one had ever heard of The Boys. No one had heard of Homelander or any of this stuff. So it was completely new, and which wasn't great for the first season because we're trying to do billboards and it's like the whole idea was that the superheroes and everyone are integrated into society like Marvel superheroes today. But if they were real, they'd be doing Coke ads and things like that. And not one advertiser would allow us to do an ad with them because they're like, we've never heard of this. What is this? And we're like, they're like the superheroes, but they're kind of jerks. And people are like, yeah, no, Seth Rogen, this could go so wrong, and we don't want to be involved in this. And and that was like right around the Sausage Party, where it's like, and Seth's humor can go both ways. So, but it was like, but the bigger thing was no one had heard of the show, and they didn't want to take a risk on it. So I think we got like a local beer company, like a microbrew company, and finally at the last minute we got Red Bull or something like that, but we couldn't get anyone. So it's really, we want to do all these Calvin, put the deep in Calvin Klein ads or something like that. But that was really challenging to do. And then of course the show comes out, becomes hugely popular, and then everyone in there wants to be involved, and everyone wants their stuff on that show. So as it always works out.
Well, my Mr. Producer has said it was one of the best made shows in his opinion, and to thank you and the team.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, that was good fun.
I also saw, and I think I'm jumping on someone else's question here, but oh well. I saw that you were, you did photography as well.
I do, because I travel a lot, and you spend every 6 months you're in a new Airbnb, and you can't bring a lot of your toys and your stuff. So it's photography has become one of my kind of traveling companions, and I'm focusing a lot. I do a lot of street. It kind of really depends on what city I'm in. New Orleans was a big street photography area. Done a lot of travel stuff, but lately I've been focusing on live music photography. So
Okay.
anyone who's on Instagram can check out my stuff there.
I'll definitely will have to get some pictures from you.
Yeah.
Any cool bands recently that you have gotten to see and take some pictures of?
Last what 2 weeks ago was Metallica,
Oh,
and so I've done like some private concerts with Roger Daltrey from the
Mhm.
Who, uh,
Cool.
so
that's
Johnny
cool.
Depp, Alice Cooper, a lot of different folks like that. So a lot of hair band stuff because they're fun to shoot. Bands like Kiss and stuff like
Yes,
that.
that
Slash.
is cool. They are so much fun.
Yep.
That's cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
especially if you're doing photography. It's like if someone's standing there just playing country music, and I love country music,
Mhm.
uh, that's fun, but it's not as dynamic to shoot as
Oh
rock.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean Def Leppard puts on one hell of a show.
Yep.
So getting to shoot bands like that would be so
Yeah,
much fun.
I've shot Def Leppard. Yeah, so a lot of big fun bands, the big hair band festival, Journey, and yeah.
Love Journey too. I got to see them together actually. They were
Yep,
co-headlining a couple years ago and they came through Albuquerque because no one comes to Santa Fe. We're too small.
they do.
Oh, well, definitely. We'll have to get you to send us some of your pictures, or I'll find them online so we can put them in here and let people see your artwork. Because that's what we found out about David Livingston. I didn't realize he was a big photographer as well. So
Mm.
that's awesome. Um, all right, so now we're gonna finally get into what brought us really all together: Star Trek. And I just want. How did you find out that you'd been picked to work in Picard, and how did that feel?
Well, they don't pay. I mean, it's a long and involved interview process. I had initially met with them to do season 3 of Discovery, coming off of the boys, and I did not get that. And then so I was on the radar of things, and then I went and I was just finishing up working on Ghost Rider for Marvel that didn't end up happening,
Hmm.
but we were shooting at the same stages as Star Trek Picard season 1. So we had some stages and they needed some favors, so I let them use our stages, and so I'll put on their radar. And then Terry Metalis um, was a former Emerson alumni, and I was also an Emerson alumni. So that really helped out because in the interview we knew a lot of the same people, a lot of the same professors and such. So that really we had that connection. And again, it was that thing of bringing the passion to it. Is that I'm like, yeah, and it was, I don't want to say an easy pitch, but it's that thing of going, guys, you don't want the nerds on your back. It's like it's like you want to be focusing on the script and the story and the things. You don't want to have to worry about what the star date and whether that matches up or the registration number on the ship. If it's like this. You want someone who's it's going to handle all that, and make sure it's correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you don't need someone who's going to spend the next 6 months trying to research it. I already know it, so it's like we can and which was good and bad because then I end up being the jerk in the room who stands up and go, okay, well, if Rios is in orbit above Vulcan, he can't be back at Earth in 45 minutes and like, as your story. And then they're like, Dave, you need to shut up now. Yeah,
Don't bring reality into our sci-fi, you know.
exactly.
So, well, this is kind of like in between. So, what is it like going from like a western to a sci-fi, like in your mind, like doing that leap? Because they are very different aesthetically.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an easy leap, or is that just something you do every day? So it's nothing.
It's more. It's not a hard leap for me. It's a hard leap for the producers to
Mhm.
see that you can do this, and it's that thing. So in that instance, luckily, I was just coming off the boys, which had a lot more gloss, and if you look at the main conference room of the boys, it does have a very spaceship aesthetic to it, so you can see how you could translate it. And it's more the term of the high concept.
Mhm.
I don't think I would have if I hadn't done The Boys, I wouldn't have got Star Trek. They
Okay.
would have gone with someone who but it was in a different thing. It's easy to sit there and say, "Oh, you did Justified, which is a modern day Western." I
Mhm.
can see that then you would be good to do Longmire, which is a modern day Western,
Yeah.
which then you would be good to do Preacher, which is a modern day Western. So you
Yeah.
go bum, 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 and then you can do that. And then from there, I had worked with, as I said, with Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, and they're like, "Well, we like working with you. You can do The Boys because you're good." So
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
that helped there. So.
I noticed Liz, she did Godless, right? Or no. Yeah. Was it Godless, or it was another Western that shot
Oh,
here in
Liz,
Santa Fe?
American
American, I
Primeval.
mean, yeah,
American Primeval, which is fabulous.
yeah.
So I thought it was interesting that both of you had been on such recent Westerns
Mm-hmm.
and then moved over to Star Trek. That's really cool. How did you guys end up working together?
Yep.
I actually, she, they did American Primeval after Star Trek, so she went from there. And in fact, a whole bunch of the Picard team went to go do that, and I was going up to Toronto because I had hoped to move over to Section 31 or Starfleet Academy, and kind of they wanted people to be in Toronto at that time, so I moved to go do that while they went to go do the Western. But again, it's really they look at your body of work, and it's a lot of the design aspects of what we do. If you get the same person doing westerns, then they don't want the westerns to look the same.
Mhm.
And it's that thing. There's that catch-22. It's like, if you're the western guy, well, how do we make our movie? How do they make American Primeval not look like Horizon or something? So,
Mm-hmm.
and vice versa. It's but interestingly, Horizon, the Kevin Costner movie, was shot by the same cinematographer who did Longmire. So it's like you see certain things that you like and certain things that so you pick up different things. And
Mhm.
you know, so another cinematographer probably worked on Longmire that one did Tulsa King. So you can do a variety of different things, but but then now there's the problem, which is then you get on you start doing these big, huge shows, and then you get up into and meeting it for a smaller, more nuanced show, and they're like, "Oh, we can't work with this guy. He's too expensive. He's going to do all these big, huge things and blow up." I'm like, "I can do it smaller too." And then,
I
like,
can
"Yeah,
do
no,
it.
you're very expensive. You do big things. It's like, this isn't the Starship Enterprise. We can't spend $1 billion on
Yeah.
it." Well, I didn't have $1 billion to do the Starship Enterprise
No,
either.
you did not. I interviewed Liz, and we talked about her role on Enterprise and everything, and I asked her kind of how she got it, and she said basically staying in your ear the whole time till y'all go.
Yeah.
And that, which still shocks me, is that people quit Star Trek to go to other series.
Yeah,
And
yeah. No, we had two people quit right in the time when Liz came on board, and that really opened the thing. And you sit there and go, yeah. And there were people, and one of the guys, a very talented guy, and he's like, so I'm leaving. I'm like, why? And he goes, well, you haven't told me how when my last day was here. I'm like, well, I brought you on because we needed someone new. We needed more help, and we still need more help. I don't know how long we'll need more help. He goes, well, this is a long-term gig, and I'm like, okay, you could have come to me first, and whatever. And it's like, so, but that, luckily that worked out great for Liz. And then she stepped up, and another person, similar type of thing. So we had multiple people leave, and then Liz kind of, I gave her an opportunity. And I tell people, they're like, well, why did you pick her? I'm like, well, because she was sitting there and she'd be binge watching, Deep Space Nine, and
yep.
her first set was this. And again, how do you know that someone can do the job? It's like, well, her first set was a stupid bar in downtown LA, which really has no relevance to Star Trek. But she did all this research to put like the recall Chen graffiti on the thing, because she's like, oh, I'm tracking all this through all these different episodes of this, and and I'm like, okay, you get it. And then when she came on, and I gave her her first thing was the Helios.
Mm-hmm.
She started doing that, and I'm like, okay, she's taking the ball and running with it. And then when you do, and we had other people who weren't, you'd be like, okay, I'm pulling trigger. For all of season 2, I had asked to find, what we call the space crater, the materials that were on the ceiling, on the floor, and it's just this square paneling with little holes in it that they used in Next Generation for ceiling panels or wall panels or just lighting through. And I've been asking for it, and everyone's like, yeah, you can't find it anymore. This one prop house used to rent it, but they don't have it. I go, right, but they didn't make it. Where did they get it? What is it? And no one would find it. And then she came in and she found it in like 3 hours.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and she's like, yeah, it's they're freezer pallets. They just put it for stacking meat and stuff in freezers. You put it in there, and this. I'm like, okay, well, how expensive are they? And she's like, I don't know. They're like $30 a piece. I go, buy them all. We bought several pallets full, and ended up using them on everything. But that was the thing. It's like you got to think outside the box and come up with different things, because there's a mentality in Hollywood right now where everything has got to be 3D printed and this and that. And really, if you look at especially the old Star Trek, it was all, take something and reconfigure it as something else, paint it silver, and it looks cool, and then change it into something else in the next episode. So that is that type of mentality that you have to have in looking at a space or an object and say, how can I make this into Star Trek?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So did you, of all the sets that you worked on Enterprise, Picard and all this, did you have a favorite one? Or are they all like your own children?
Yeah. No, I always tell people, they're going to say, oh, is it the bridge of the thing? I go, no. I said, for me, my favorite set was the transporter room. Mm-hmm. And people say, why? That's kind of, I'm like, because when you walked in there, it looked like a transporter room. And when the cast walked in there, we had this whole discussion with the construction team and safety people, because if you look at it, there's like the steps going up to the pad, and there's like a half step and the thing off to the side, and they're like, yeah, this is a trip hazard. You can't do this. I go, this is the way the transporters are. This is what they look like. This is what they are. And they were all, and they're like, well, Patrick's going to trip, and this is going to be a thing. So we did it, and when the crew went up there, there was no dialogue, there was no explanation needed. Everyone walked to where they would go to. Mm-hmm. Everyone, the guy working the controls knew how to work the controls. Everything looked like the way it should look, but it was an upgraded thing. But everyone fully understood the design and all the nuance of it, and there was no discussion needed. And it's like, there wasn't like, look at this amazing transporter room. It's like, no, it looks like an elevator. It's like it's a transporter room. It should look like a transporter room. And for me, that was really my design theory, is let's make Star Trek look like Star Trek. Mm-hmm. And and granted, the famous, I miss the carpet line was
that was a good line,
which is hilarious. Well, see, it's hilarious on multiple levels, because the key thing is we shot season 2 and season 3 back to back. Mm-hmm. So we had already recorded that I miss the carpet line before any Starship stuff had been seen at all. So the season 2, oh my God, the bridge is too shiny. We missed the carpet and everything. We all missed the carpet, but that was a choice that was made to show people that you can go back to the initial aesthetic. But there really wasn't a world in which I was putting carpet on the bridge of the new Starship, because it just, it isn't the 1990s anymore, and that design aesthetic has sadly gone away. So it's been, the Marvel and Discovery aesthetic has taken over for that.
Well, speaking of that beautiful bridge set, when Fan Nights came out, did you guys get help with that, or did they reach out to you hey, how do we build this? Was it the same set?
When what?
Fan Nights at Universal came out this year.
Yeah, we. Yeah, that's an excellent question. I don't have anything to say on that.
Okay, cool. Never mind.
They didn't reach out to us. They used the set. They used the set that we had. They remodeled it to a certain extent, and then I'm just glad that fans were allowed to see a version of our set.
That is, as a fan who does not live there, I wish I could have made it out, because I would love to have been able to walk onto as close to that bridge set as possible.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, for fans who I think I would liken it to the Vegas experience.
Yeah.
So fans who didn't get a chance to do the Vegas experience, this is similar, and I believe having seen the success of it, that they will probably move it to Universal and down in Florida and give it another whirl and keep it going because fans did seem to love it.
Oh yeah, everybody that I saw online was just head over heels about it. I mean, I agree with Allison. I would have loved to have been able to fly out to LA and go out there, but it just wasn't in the bills this time for me.
Yeah, well, and unfortunately, the Vegas experience, I think a lot of people forget this, is that was going away because Michael Jackson was going to be in residence at the hotel. And that was the reason that they're like, okay, Star Trek cool, Michael Jackson cooler. We're going to get Michael Jackson for an extended run. And how awesome is that going to be?
Yeah.
And then they pulled the plug on Star Trek, set up for Michael, and then Michael passed away, sadly.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that close like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's it'd be nice if they move out to Universal. We'll see. Maybe I'll make it out to Florida. We'll know.
Well, I think that they're starting to realize, and again, this is something that is important, is that and I think Ticonderoga, as I'm heading up there this weekend, has shown is that if you build it, people will come, and that there is a paradigm shift in entertainment right now to experiences versus the theaters and movie theaters. People don't want to go and see something made in a movie. They want to experience something and the tactile feeling of something. That's why live music is so important and expensive because people now realize that back in the day, artists would put out an album and then they would go to tour in support of the album. But really, it was the album sales that made them the money. Now people just put out an album so that they can motivate a tour because they're making $200 on a ticket for a tour. A lot of times, the artists even give the album away if you buy a ticket. So making the $15 you're going to make on an album is nothing compared to the $200 you're going to make on a concert ticket.
Correct.
And then, of course, merch.
Merch.
Yes.
Yep.
All the merch you can sell. Yeah. Okay. Unification. That was phenomenal. How did that come together?
That was a great collaboration with the folks at the Roddenberry Archives and Otoy. And I had been working with the Otoy people that I had known them for years. And they asked me to join the Roddenberry Archives when we were doing Picard. So I helped out with things, and they did their Apple Vision Pro setup of all the bridges where you can put on the headset and go on a tour of all the things. So they had, and then as we were finishing up with Picard, they started showing me the stuff that they were doing, and they came up with this short film where they basically went to Veridian 3 and rescued the saucer section of the Enterprise, and how they were kind of going through and tying all these little bits and pieces together. And then, Jules from Otoy called me and said, "Hey, we'd love your help with this film that we're doing. It's called Unification." And, and it was a continuation. And I think the other films really get lost, and it's kind of, you have to go see them all put together to really experience the journey. And it's really about putting together all of these little bits and pieces of Star Trek past and telling the stories of these characters that have been missed and skipped over. So Unification was it was a test of this technology that Otoy was developing to do this digital makeup. And it's a really fascinating thing because when this was not something that was done in post-production, it was done in real time. So when we're on the set, you're looking at the monitor, you're looking at Captain Kirk, and Sam Witwer did this amazing portrayal. And what I tell people about that film, and people are like, "Oh, it's just like an AI deepfake." I'm like, No, because if you watch most AI, it doesn't look right because
Mhm.
the performer or the AI doesn't understand the new. They understand what Captain Kirk looks like, or what Princess Leia looks like, but they don't understand the nuance of the movement and what
Mhm.
makes someone. It's like it's someone wearing a mask or someone playing a thing, and that's what there's something uncanny about it that you're looking at it going, okay, yeah, it looks like her, but there's something weird about it. And what Sam discovered was it was the mannerisms and the facial tics and the way that
Mhm.
Shatner would do perform something and what his face would do. And Sam would study it, and then he would look into the monitor and as if he was looking in a mirror, and he would realize that he had to do this, move his face and do this with it, you know, squinch his face, and if he did that, it would the digital makeup would do what he needed to do. So it wasn't about him making the movement with his face to match what Shatner was doing. He would have to do something different to get the digital makeup to do exactly what he wanted. So he studied it and really worked with the mannerisms and the performance of it. So which is why it really works well. I mean, there's one shot where he's young Kirk and he turns around, then he turns back around, and it's that classic, Shatner spin around. And Sam just nails that moment and the look and so again, it was a combination of that, and but just getting to do that and to work with Robin Curtis. This is a whole
Mhm.
scene that was shot that didn't end up in the show, where
Mm.
it was a flash to Spock and Saavik getting married, and it was great because I didn't officiate the wedding, but I was the resident Star Trek nerd on set when they were doing it. So I'm like, okay, well, this you have to do this with your fingers, and then you get, and and I was showing them all these videos of the Vulcan weddings and
Mhm.
how this is done and the courtships and the things, and I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of officiating the wedding. But it was just doing that. But again, you're looking at the monitor, and there is Spock and Saavik getting married.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing to
I,
see that happen and to be
I
there.
definitely squealed. I
I,
was very excited when Robin Curtis came on the
mhm.
screen for that. I'm
Yeah.
like, I love her. Yes, more Robin. So I enjoyed that a lot.
I think the one thing that gets talked about and not talked about enough is the fact that there was no dialogue.
Mhm.
Sam could have done we did tests with Sam doing the dialogue. It worked perfectly. In fact, you can see some stuff online where he does do that. It was the thing of going. We wanted to play it through the facial thing because we wanted people, because as soon as you start doing dialogue, people are listening and doing it. But if there is no dialogue, you're looking at the face,
Mhm.
and the whole thing is we're like, no, we're not going to try and hide the face. We want you to look at the face. Look at the
Mhm.
face. Look how good this looks. And
Well,
that was the thing, is that we just really sunk into that and made that work. And then Michael Cimino's his music is just
yes.
phenomenal. It's just perfect.
Well, as someone who works in technology, like I can't even fathom how the system was able to make all of those changes in real time. I mean
Yeah.
that's
It's an amazing technology that, fortunately or unfortunately, is going to change our world, because in a very short amount of time, you will be able to sit there and do this podcast as Captain Kirk, and people, yeah, and you will not be able to tell that you are not Captain Kirk, and
God.
and it will be that thing where it will be a filter on Zoom where you scan yourself in your business suit looking best, and then that becomes your avatar that is then
Mhm.
done forever. So you're going to be sitting there in your boxer shorts for doing your Zoom call in a conference meeting, and no one's going to be able to tell the difference. Or even
And it won't
worse,
matter if you stand up.
and well, but what would be worse is that it will do your voice and will do everything, and your assistant will be able to attend meetings in your place as you, and no one will be able to tell the difference. And I say that knowing the technology and that it's already here. And I remember years ago working with the production center Alex McDowell, and he had just done Minority Report,
Mhm.
and all of the technology, or most of the technology in Minority Report, was either already in the works or had been, was already functional. I mean, I went to the lab where they were doing G-Speak, which is with the gauntlets and the things, and you could manipulate all the things in real time with your hands and everything. Totally worked. And that was, so many years ago. Now it's like it's commonplace, and you just look at all the things that we have now that you're like, especially as I said with AI.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's famously a video out that has Will Smith eating spaghetti that was done a couple years ago, and it was really, I mean, it was not less than a year ago that we're all sitting there looking at the AI and the hands, and I couldn't do hands, and it was like there was like the funky. Like the hot dog fingers, and it was like, why does that AI have 9 fingers? And we all talked about it. No one's talking about that now, because it was like, oh, that was 6 months or a year ago, and now you can't tell that it's not, the video isn't real. That was a photo that they couldn't get right. Now they're doing full video that you cannot tell isn't real.
Yeah.
So it's going to be unique.
It will be interesting to see how all aspects of technology deal with AI and its actual reality as we come into it. But speaking of actual reality, am I right in that I read that you're going to be at STLV this year?
I am. I think they put it. Someone called. They're like, "Oh, you're going to Vegas?" I go, "I am." They're like, "Well, it was on the website." I go, "I guess I am." So yes, we're doing a unification panel at
oh, good.
So that
Awesome.
will be fun with all the should be with a lot of the creators of the shows, similar to what was done at the Otoy event that they just had. So so that should be exciting.
Awesome.
Oh, it's good. As far as I know, I'm planning on going. So hopefully we'll get to stop by and meet you in person.
That would be amazing.
Awesome. All right. Well, I have one last question, and it's my standard issue question that I ask to everybody when we're done is, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Time travel. Again, I mean, not that we could take slingshot around the sun. No, I think probably, obviously transporter would be great. Food replicator would be great. Save humanity thing. But I think the transporter would be exciting, just in terms of maximizing our use of time and being able to do things. But that's just kind of the cool technology. I probably, the smart answer is all the medical technology, being able to, the biobeds and all the things that would solve all of humanity's ills would be wonderful. I think that would be incredibly cool.
Yes, it would be. All right. Well, Dave, thank you so much for your time today and to just talk with us and let us pick your brain and hear all of your stories.
Thank you guys for having me, and I look forward to hopefully seeing so many fans at Ticonderoga and then this summer at Star Trek Las Vegas.
Thank you. You have a good day. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, joined today by my co host, Allison Leach Hyde, and welcome to the Transporter Room. We're absolutely thrilled to introduce the extraordinary Garrett Wang. Garrett is best known for his unforgettable role as Ensign Harry Kim on Star Trek Voyager. With a vibrant career in acting, he captivated audiences throughout his 7 seasons on the USS Voyager. Beyond his iconic role, Garrett has continued to be a beloved figure in the Star Trek community, frequently engaging with fans at conventions and through his podcast, The Delta Flyers. We're especially excited to dive into his experiences on Star Trek Voyager, his insights into the character of Harry Kim, and his ongoing contributions to the Star Trek universe. His charismatic presence and dedication to the fandom have made him a cherished icon among fans worldwide. Now let's beam in Garrett.
I almost want to do like one of those Wayne's was like that to help beam me in here.
Thanks for joining us today and just giving your time. I know we've been
Hey,
struggling to get this,
Yeah.
but we got it. It happened.
it happened. We've been scheduling, rescheduling, trying to make this work, and now I'm here. Happy to be here with both of
I'm
you.
excited that I got to jump in on this. So thank you for having me
Oh.
too. I'm looking forward to this a lot.
I want to say you're wearing a very nice shirt right there. That's the Delta
Thank
Flyers,
you.
one of our shirts, one of our early
I have
shirts.
mine
Looks
on too
beautiful.
today.
Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
you've got yours too. You Chris is wearing a more recent one.
Mhm.
That's the DS9 one.
Yes.
And then the other shirt is literally from our very first
Ah.
rollout of shirts. So, and I love that design personally. It's so classic looking.
Yes. One of my favorites. Definitely have worn it a bunch
Yes.
in the last number of years
Yes.
since the
Nice.
podcast started.
Yeah.
So
Well,
thank you.
Garrett, it was fun to get to hang out with you this last weekend up at SoonerCon, and even with the
Yes.
craziness of one working elevator in that hotel. Oh my God.
So there, Chris is talking about there's 3 main elevators. Okay. So when I checked in on Thursday before the con began, elevators 1 and 3 were working. The center one too was broken. Now, when the con began, I was told by somebody that worked for the con that elevator has been broken since last year's con. So they haven't even fixed that over the course of 12 months. Yeah, they've just let that go. Yes. And then all of a sudden, elevator 1 broke and only 3 was working. And that was such a nightmare that hotel staff, with a bit of empathy, said, we're going to walk everyone over to the secret staff elevator. This is how they deliver room service and whatnot, and housekeeping goes up and down. So we use that for the majority of the
It was
time.
fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
Fun time.
And I'd be standing up there, and one of the housekeepers, she'd be like, she'd see us like, let's go, let's come on down there. And so, but anyway,
Yeah. But other than that, it was still a fun time. Got to meet Chris in person, which is good. We went to dinner at a Japanese restaurant, along with another friend of mine in town. And that was a nice place. So nice. We had such a tasty meal. They actually are flying in, what do they say? They're flying in like 8 chefs from, what was it? I don't know. Several, more than one.
it was a
More
lot.
than one chef
Yeah.
from Japan. They're going to come into Oklahoma City and do this whole tasting thing. So here I am thinking they're going to charge like LA prices for this. This is going to be $100 and $200 a head, whatever. I was like, so how much is this going to be for us to join in this event and try the food? And the wait person said, I think she said $16. And I said, what? I go, 60. That's like an appetizer in Los Angeles, if that, right? I was shocked. So I almost feel like I may just go back to Oklahoma City just for that one event and fly right back, just because it
sounds worth it. I have to say,
sounds amazing.
And
I would do that.
remember this. It was all you can eat.
Yes, it wasn't. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't
$16.
say that correctly. It wasn't like you're gonna get a little sample of this, and after that you'll be so hungry you'll have to go over to get something else. It's literally you will be full after you leave this. So
Wow.
But I will admit, I bred my palate that night, and it was really good food. I'm not gonna lie. So it was. I'm glad. I gave in and said that, and agreed to go. So anyway, it was great food. So I'm glad we went. Um, so the way we kind of do this stuff on our channel is before we get to the trek, I always like to find out more about your background, obviously. Um, and so before discussing, Go Voyager, what would tell us about your journey to becoming an actor and actually getting out to
Yeah.
LA?
So born in California and then moved to Indiana, Bermuda, Memphis, Tennessee. And it was in Memphis when I graduated from high school that I got accepted to UCLA and headed to California. Now, my whole plan was to be pre-med and major in biology, and then go to med school and then specialize in anesthesiologist. So I was going to be the doctor that knocked you out, not the one that operated on you. So I'm the one that provides you with what you need to not feel the surgery. So that's what I was going to do. But then I don't know. I think after freshman, maybe sophomore year, I was like, I don't want to do this any longer. So I started looking into other majors, and I did switch. In fact, I switched my major like 5 times. So from biology to history to political science to economics to finally East Asian studies is what I ended on. But I did make a trip over to the theater department just to see if there's any way I could take a couple classes there, because I just had the interest. And I walked into one class and the teacher said, well, this is TA 20. This is Theater Arts 20. This is beginning acting. We don't take anybody who's not a major. So basically, you have to be a theater major to enroll in this course. But if there's any, so she goes, this is fall quarter, and UCLA was on a quarter system. So fall, winter, spring. She said, if you come back spring quarter, all the freshmen have already taken TA 20, the required acting course for all theater majors. All the freshmen would have already taken it either the fall quarter or the winter quarter, and there only a few scragglers were left for the spring quarter. That's when I could open up the enrollment to non-majors. So I showed back up spring quarter. Same teacher was there, let me in, and the rest is history. Because after that, every other class that I went to in the theater department, you'd have to fill out a little one page little questionnaire, which was, what other classes have you taken and which teachers? So when I started writing down that the first class I took, Andrea Harmon, TA 20, then everyone assumed I was a theater major, so I didn't have to they all thought, oh, he's theater. But a friend of mine who was in the theater department said, don't switch your major to theater. I said, why? He said, because they're going to use you as slave labor. Everyone in the theater department has to take lighting 101. So what are you doing? Are you learning about lighting? Yes, you are, but you're basically doing the lighting for the main stage production of I Remember Mama or whatever it may be, right? So you're used as either set construction. So there was a lot of not happy theater majors saying that, hey, this is not cool. So a friend of mine said, if you can take all the classes you want to take without having to build sets and light sets, that's the way to go. So I was East Asian studies with a perceived minor in theater, and that's how I ended up getting into acting. Spent a long time arguing with my parents, when I told them I wasn't going to med school. That was not a really fun time for me, because Asian parents are very locked into one thing only: success that they know comes from like a STEM field, right? So a STEM occupation, not from the arts. So the arts is definitely not looked upon by immigrant parents as a viable option for a career that could actually provide food on the table and a roof overhead. So it was 5 years of just discussions / arguments, between my parents and I. So in that time, all I did was I just took more theater classes. I did plays, I acted in plays, and I just kept my training up with other teachers that were outside of UCLA. I found, some solid acting teachers, including Corey Allen. Corey Allen directed a lot of TNG episodes. Corey Allen was an actor himself. He played the main bad guy in Rebel Without a Cause way back when. And so he was one of my teachers outside of UCLA. And I found a couple other really, really good mentor teachers to learn from. So it was at the family reunion that a couple of very progressive aunties, their cousins, my aunties, convinced them that, hey, instead of fighting or opposing what he wants to do, here's a novel idea. Why don't you support him? We have known him to entertain us at every family reunion for the last 25 years. I mean, he's always funny. He's always doing this. He's doing his little accents and impersonations. Why don't you just support him? And so my mom and dad decided to support me finally. And so that's the day that I went out and made it my career. I found an agent, a talent agent, or I found my, all the things that a professional actor had to do back in the 90s. I did, and because I got the okay from my parents, and before that, talk with the progressive aunties. I was kind of on that cutting block of like almost being disowned. Like they were like, okay, if you continue with this crazy dream of acting, we're gonna disown you. Kind of conversations would ensue.
Damn.
Yeah. So yeah, and just one thing happened after another, and Voyager was my 32nd audition. I do feel that I coming into Hollywood, I didn't think like a lot of people who came from small town America, because every big fish in a little pond ended up in Los Angeles or New York, right? Because they thought, because they're told, you could be in Timbuktu, Iowa, and everyone in your class goes, "Gosh, you're so good looking. You should be in Hollywood." So the big fish in the tiny pond come out to this massive ocean called Hollywood, and they are a dime a dozen. And literally, you throw a rock in LA, you're going to hit some head cheerleader or captain of the football team, what the most popular of any small town in America. They all come to LA. And let's face it, not everyone gets a shot at achieving success. The people that don't make it, a lot of the guys, they're too embarrassed to go back home. They become perma waiters. You see a lot of silver hair fox kind of waiters in LA that have been around forever. A lot of the women, they end up marrying producers or doing something where they stay in LA. All right. But for me, unlike a lot of these people who come out for fame and fortune, those are the two things that drive the people to come to Los Angeles or New York back in the 90s. What drove me was really to basically book a role that was non-stereotypical, that would help stop racism against Asians, because in Memphis, Tennessee, it was an endless tirade of racial epithets. Every day of my life, someone called me a racial name for 8 years straight. So if you show up in Memphis, Tennessee at the age of 7 and you leave at 16, and these are formative years for anybody, any human being. These are the years that you become a human. You start realizing who you are. And if your daily existence is, you're not good enough, you're not like us, you're different, you're the other, you need to go back to where you came from. That works on your psyche. That works on your mental facilities, your faculties, and it's a detriment. It's not a positive thing. But the positive thing was that forced me to say, I don't care about fame or fortune. I care about changing the racial relations that exist in this country that are so fractured. And I find that the U.S. is, as for being as first world of a nation that it is, there's a lot of racism that goes on. I think it's more racist than any other country in the world in a way. And I know the difference now because, I being in Canada with after meeting Megan, I got to see how another country treats people that are not, the majority, right? So minorities don't get the same crap that they do in the US. In Canada, it's a little easier, I feel. So really not having that fame and fortune thing, and really just focusing on, portraying a non-stereotypical character. And I couldn't have portrayed a more non-stereotypical character, because let's face it, Star Trek in the 60s was the original show that kind of embraced everybody. Including
Exactly.
the aliens, right? Because
Yes.
black and white sci-fi before that, we are humans fighting aliens. But then Roddenberry was like, no. Spock, a Vulcan, an alien, will be part of the crew. And initially, the NBC
That's right.
censors were like, "Oh no, he looks like a devil.
Yeah.
We can't have that." They had all this flack against it. But what a smart move by Roddenberry to do that.
Mhm.
Yes. And so being on Voyager, being on Star Trek, I lucked out. Not only is sci-fi and Star Trek one of my genres that I'm into, it's also it checked off that little box of me finding a role that could possibly change things. And the best thing that could have happened after being on Voyager season 7. I remember calling my cousins, a couple of my cousins, male cousins, that were still living in Memphis, and I said, So just curious, and the oldest one is 10 years younger than me. I said, when you went through high school, when you were, sophomore, junior, senior in high school, how many times did you get picked on because of your race? Like, how many names were you called? And both of them said 0. Not once. And I feel like I kind of had something to do with that, right? Because I told the producers when I booked the role, they said, do you have any concerns, playing Harry Kim? I said, yeah, I'll tell you right now. I want Harry to be Starfleet first, Asian second. I don't want you guys to talk about anything overly specific Asian, don't make Harry go to the mess hall and all he does is order fried rice, or kimchi, whatever. Make it so that he's Starfleet first and then Asian second. And they were very, very, very accommodating with that, because season 1, oh my gosh, is it Emanations? It's not Emanations. It's the episode where we go down to the pleasure planet, Sakaris. Those are the people. Remember? Yeah, Sakar. So we go down to Sakar, and I'm the people with the little hoopy hoops. They've got like hula hoops in their hair. Yep. So Udana was the female character that Harry kind of befriends, and before I had to film that episode, Harry's initially he wears his Starfleet uniform, but later Janeway approves all this R&R time, and so everyone's wearing their normal clothes. So wardrobe called me up, or a producer called me up, says, you need to go to wardrobe. You need to meet with Bob Blackman. They want to get your approval on your non-Starfleet uniform, what you're going to wear in this scene, because it is their opinion that it might look too spot on, maybe hints of Asian to this garment. So I walk over. Yes, it folded over in front, sort of like an Asian garment, but there was so much detail involved. It looked beautiful, and it was just like, if I looked at it, I wouldn't think, well, that's straight from China, or that's so Oriental looking. It wasn't like that at all. It had a lot, but because of the way it was worn, they had concerns. That showed me that what I told them that I had concerns about, they actually heard me, which made me feel valued and a team member and the whole thing. But one of my questions was to them, I was like, one of the things they said to me when at the fitting was, after I said, no, I could totally wear this. This is not overtly Asian in nature, so I think this is perfect. I would definitely wear that. And that's when Bob said, yes, and by the way, this is a repurposed garment. We've already used it in Star Trek before. And I said, oh, really? So someone else wore it, like on Voyager? Like, no, on Next Generation. I said, oh, Worf, or was it was it Geordi? And I just started throwing names out. They're like, no, actually Patrick Stewart wore it. And I went,
oh.
And at that point, I looked at Bob Blackman. I was like, I will wear this as a diaper, as a turban, I'll wear it as a scarf. Anything you want me, as long as I knew that Patrick wore it. I thought, oh my God, I'm so honored, because even before he was on Next Generation, I followed Patrick Stewart in Excalibur. I followed Patrick Stewart in Dune when he was Gurney Halleck. Yes. I mean, there's other roles that Patrick Stewart did pre-Trek that I was already a fan of. So when he was on Trek, then I was like, oh, I'm even more of a fan. And then when I was told I got to wear his wardrobe, I was like, woo! So,
Dude, yes.
Oh,
you know what? Yeah. You know what I should have did as an Easter egg? I should have did a Picard tug of the actual, just like in one scene, just tugged, even though it's not a Starfleet uniform. I still should have tugged it, so people would have realized, oh my gosh, he did like a Picard tug. And if you did the research, oh, Picard wore this in a TNG episode. That'd have been a nice Easter egg. Yeah.
Dang it. That would have been a nice.
So if there's a time
egg.
machine, I'll go back and tell my former self, my 1995 self, hey, tug the uniform, tug the garment, tug it down, tug it. Yeah.
All right. So I have a question. So I too moved around a bunch as a kid, a lot. And I was wondering if, since you moved around a bunch as a child, if you think that's one of the reasons why you have such an affinity for moderating panels, like you're good at talking to people you don't really know, or is that just something you picked up, like just from acting?
Yeah. It's a combination of that. I do think it is the varied background, because I've been in so many different places and been around so many different types of people and different ethnic backgrounds, that I do feel an ability to sort of navigate and find the energy of whoever I'm hosting panel wise, right? I feel like, okay, this is the way to do it. Most specific, one of the hardest panels to moderate was John Cusack, and because he closes up, it's very difficult to get him to say anything. And I had the chance to moderate him, and I started using numerology to pull him out of it. So I nerded out to bring him out of his shell, right? So he did a movie about it was it was a horror movie about a hotel room, and it was just the number of the room in the title. So do you guys recall this? It was like,
but which number? No.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
So yes, I can't remember the number now, but whatever. Okay, Megan just whispered 1408. So what I did was, I was like, remember the horror movie? I said, the horror movie you did 1408, and he's like, yes, I recall. I was like, a good job. Because up until then, all of his panels were someone would ask some really layered question, and he would respond with yes, or something like that. Like not a good response. So I said, in the movie 1408, what's really interesting is if you use numerology and you break down that number 1408, put a plus sign between every number. 1 plus 4 is 5. 5 plus 0 is still 5. 5 plus 8 is 13. Now lower that down into one number. 1 plus 3 is 4. 4. The number 4 in China can be pronounced 4, but it can also be pronounced a different tone, which means death. Is what I said, right?
Yeah.
Which is perfect for the horror movie. It means that. And right when I said that, his eyes opened up a little wider, right? And I said, oh my God, I got him. And so then every question that was posed to him from any fan that was in the audience for that panel, after my nerding out, he opened up like a flower. Like he was answering. It was almost like a fire hose. It was just gushing out. I mean, he was responding to everybody. I got off. His manager was standing there, and she says, "What did you do? How did you do it? How?" Because I've been repping him. I've repped him for the last 10 years. He has spoken more in that panel than all 10 years worth of panels before this. She goes, can we take you to everyone that he does? I go, I'm sorry, I can't be his personal moderator, but if we're at the same convention, I'll moderate him again.
That is amazing.
Yes,
it is such a talent. And also, you got to moderate Stan Lee, and any one of us who love him would just be sitting here going like, how do I actually speak? So another thing that I find amazing is that you got to do that and have a full-blown conversation.
Most definitely. I think every human being, as guarded as some people are, everyone has a cheat code, or everyone has something that if you can push the right buttons on that human being, something changes. They open up, which is a beautiful thing to see, especially when everyone's used to seeing someone very closed down and guarded, and then just opening up and being very forthcoming about something, which is wonderful.
Wow. I've never heard this story, which is awesome. At least I've never heard. Doesn't mean there's other people, but
right. Some other people might have heard
it. That's cool. So Yuri asked, you kind of answered my next question, so I'm going to
ask my next question.
Sure.
So
go ahead.
You were, as you said, it was what, your 33rd, 35th, 32nd audition.
32nd audition.
But you had booked All American Girl with Margaret Cho before that. And as a kid from the 90s who fell in love with her before I probably should have, I was, 12. It's all right. Seen her live. She came to Island in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and she came a number of years ago and did stand up at the opera, and it was amazing. I got house seats because I was friends with the house manager. Anyway, it was amazing. She was so funny.
Oh, good. And she does a great show. She's a great comedian, stand-up comic. Yeah. And for that time, Asian and female, no one was doing it.
So groundbreaking and wonderful to watch. And I was wondering, since you kind of got thrown into the deep end of, you've done, smaller parts, and now you are going to be on this show that's most likely going to go 7 seasons. You haven't done anything. Did you was there any overlap? Could you ask her hey, what is this going to be like? I know I've booked this and then moving, or reached out to her later? Hey, any tips or tricks or advice?
No, I didn't really talk to her about that. It's interesting because when I booked that first job, because All American Girl was my first on-camera speaking role, but the role that you saw was not my original role. My original role was in the pilot episode. So the pilot episode, uh, Margaret Cho is basically, she's just kind of navigating, dealing with her parents and how traditional they are. And um, I played, I think it was handsome Korean man number 3, something like that. So that's all I had. I had an under 5 role. I was in the department store where she comes in, and we talk, and there's a little bit of flirting going on, and that's it. That's all there is to it. So then the producers called my agent and informed me that they wanted to offer me the guest star role in the first episode back from the pilot. And my agents were like, well, you've already established him as handsome Korean man number 3. How is this going to work? Because this character is a anesthesiologist, which is exactly what I was trying to be when I was bed. It was just, it's so kismet. It's crazy. So I was sitting there thinking, I don't know how they're going to do that. And so they said to my agent, they said, well, it's fine because we're just going to recast that role, handsome Korean, and then retape that. In film, they do that.
Never
but
do. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
do that. No, so that was huge. And I got to actually suggest who would play my role that I vacated. And so I called Tim Lunabos, a friend of mine who actually did a guest star on TNG. I don't know what type of alien he played, but he was on Next Generation. Tim Lunabos, Lounibos. So I called Tim. I was like, Tim, what are you doing, man? He's like, what? He's like, I think you should be on All American Girl. He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, call your agent, tell them to call the casting director because I'm suggesting you and you alone. And so he called. Everything worked out. He went and did it. I was taping All American Girl in Los Angeles. I flew my parents down to LA. They're in the studio audience watching. And before we start taping, hair and makeup are, they're primping me right there on set. And I turned to the studio audience, and I wasn't even sure where my parents were. I go, Mom, Dad. I said, look at me. I'm a doctor on TV. Like that's what I said. I'm finally a doctor on TV though. And the entire audience starts laughing because they understood, every medical school, it's like 80% Asian in the country. So that's what they expect. But it was a wonderful, wonderful moment to have my parents over there. And Margaret, it's so funny because later they interviewed her and she talked about how we were in a relationship during the filming of it, which is not true, or there was no romance that happened. And then someone from Entertainment Weekly called me and says, we need a quote from you, especially since you and Margaret were dating on the show. And I said, well, to be honest, I think that happened in an alternate universe. Yes. So I use a sci-fi term to answer this thing. And then when I said that, they printed that and she read that and she called and left me a 10-minute message apologizing profusely. She goes, oh my God, I am so embarrassed. Do you understand how stand-up comics, how we operate? Yeah. We embellish the truth and... Correct. We were not in a relationship, and I am so sorry if that actually affected your real relationship you were in, or if you. So she was very empathetic, and to listen to like a 10-minute message from Margaret sitting in there just like saying, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry."
That answering machine and I was that tape forever.
I should have kept it. I don't know why I did it. That was it honestly was the best thing. She was so manic about it. She was so embarrassed.
That is cool and lovely to hear like true personality of who she is who she is on stage. Because I know some comics have a stage persona. Yeah. But that's so great.
Oh my God. So we used to, while we were filming Voyager, I used to always walk up to Robbie McNeil and do bits from her stand-up show, right? I would do the one bit where she does a bit she makes fun of all those commercials about like, for $2 a day, you can feed this child in Borneo or whatever, they do those commercials. And so she was making fun of it in her bit. And she was like, my family was so poor that I had to sell my finger. Like she does that kind of really weird kind of, fringy kind of comedy. And so I was doing that bit a lot with McNeil. I had to sell my finger. Like so just randomly saying that on set was
threshold. He had lost so many body parts, so that had to have been
yeah, he did. Oh my God.
We are eating so well. I have no finger. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Robbie. Oh my God. Oh man. So I had a question, and you may or may not be able to talk about it a whole lot, but was, how the drama with the pilot and Genevieve Bujold.
Genevieve Bujold.
Yes.
Genevieve. Yes.
Ah,
Oof, that was tough. Yeah, those times were scary because we didn't know what was happening. All we knew is that she quit, right? And that was just, and I gotta, kudos to them that they went that route in the first place. It's not my first pick, right? Because anytime someone who English is not their first language starts to speak English, every now and then when they come across a word that's not familiar with them and their vocabulary, there's that pregnant pause before saying it. And so that kind of happened when she was on the bridge. She would say, so meet me at the turbo lift. So anything that was sci-fi, there was a little 0.3 milliseconds of a delay before she would say it, which is then not very conversational and natural, right? So that kind of pulled you out. And she was so the minute they yelled cut, she was gone. I mean, she hightailed it to her trailer. She didn't talk to anybody. So she filmed 2 days, one full day and a half day. And I stopped her at the end of the first full day from walking off the set. I just blocked her way. I go, hi. And she's like, oh, hello. And I said, so how's it going for you? And she just stopped for a second. And she was like, oh my God, someone actually cares. That's what she didn't say it. I knew that she got it. And then she said, well, if I'm going to be honest with you, I feel as if I cannot trust anyone. That's how she said it in her French Canadian accent. She goes, I feel as if I cannot trust anyone. And I said, what? What do you mean? Because, well, when I first auditioned for the role of Janeway, they tell me she is captain. So I tell them I want to be captain first, woman second. I don't want anything done to my hair. I don't want anything done extra makeup. I want to just focus on this being a woman captain. So this is her whole thing. She wanted to be hardcore and serious and professional. And she goes, the first day I come to set, now they are fussing with my hair. I tell them not to mess with my hair, but they're doing more hair things every day, and I don't like it. So she was not happy. She felt like what she was told was not what they actually did at the end, right? So she didn't feel good about that, and it was tough. And when she left, and I get it. She had young kids, so according to the filming schedule for a television show at the time in the 90s, filming 26 episodes a season, she would have left before her kids woke up, and she would have come home after they fell asleep. She wouldn't have even seen her kids for 7 years, literally. So she said no.
That's hard. And that, I know that's, Kate's kids have yet to watch Voyager. They refuse to watch it because of
that's because the other kids made fun of her, right? So when they went to school, all their other kids in their class would joke, that, you're Captain Janeway's sons, so, and it's like, you know what? That's mean.
That's
and
mean.
Kids are mean always. So that's why they haven't really watched it. And I do feel that if they did, they would have a little bit of an epiphany of how important the Janeway character has been to so many people in this world
as
that we
a
live
girl,
in.
like I was a young girl in the 90s, getting Voyager casting, Janeway as the captain, and as Genevieve wanted, she was seen as the captain first. And yes, she was female, but that's how Kate played her. And so it was definitely huge, for me and for every girl from, I want to say, who grew up with it and then found it in streaming, that we had a strong presence who we could go, oh yeah, I can do that. And we didn't just have it from Janeway. I mean, Cass was a very strong female character. Of course, 7 of 9 was a very strong female character. And then our favorite strong female character, of course, B'Elanna, because she was half Klingon and was going to, nothing was going to mess with her. Like, also, so many great strong female characters in that show. What was it like filming with all of those strong female ladies?
It was great, and Star Trek had a tradition of strong female characters. Same thing with Deep Space. Yeah, look at Deep Space Nine. Look at TNG. They all have strong female characters. But what sets Janeway apart from all of them is that she is the final word. She's the final word, and that is the most important thing for any young girl, young female watching that show. Because guess what? Subconsciously, that works magic on you. If you realize that you can be the top of the food chain, now the sky is the limit.
I was raised by a single mom, so that already was the top of the food chain, but seeing it on TV too, It was amazing.
On TV. Yes, was amazing, and I'm sure I get goosebumps thinking about just trying to imagine being in the shoes
Mhm.
if I was born a woman. How amazing that would be to channel surf and come across
Mhm.
the first female captain on Star Trek. I'd be so ecstatic. And I've in my times traveling around the world, I've come across so many women who've said, "Oh my goodness, that the show really changed everything for me. That show was so influential in my life." And so I'm so proud to be, a member of the show that changed a lot
It's
in
true.
this world that we
It
live in.
really did
Yeah.
for so many women in STEM too. Like such a flood.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and earlier when I was talking about how
Mhm.
this first world nation that we live in the U.S., I consider one of the most
Mhm.
racist of all first world nations, but it is also the most
Oh
gender inequality. There was more gender inequality in this first world
yeah.
nation than all the other first world nations, and I say that because Germany has already had a female leader, England has had a female leader, so
Mhm.
all these other first world nations have had female leaders, but
Yeah.
we're the only one that hasn't even
Very
allowed
true.
that to happen, and it's sad. My fingers are crossed that it will happen. It should happen within our lifetimes, but who
Yeah.
knows? There's so much bias against it, and a lot of people saying, "Yeah, we're so evolved and everything." No, there's a lot of people who are not evolved. There are a lot of people who they don't want to see any change. They never want to see a woman leading this country,
Very true.
unfortunately, right? So, yeah. Mhm. Okay.
Okay,
Anyway, let's not
let's
get
do a
that. Let's
lighter
not.
one.
Let's not go there. Let's talk about Trek. Oh,
Yes.
what was it like to being around all those female characters?
Mhm.
Amazing. It's just because
Yeah.
it's needed. There's
Mhm.
especially in the '90s, such a lack of strong female characters that Star Trek literally was on an island. It was like offering up all these amazing female
Mhm.
characters where everyone else was
Yeah.
still in the Stone Age. All their women were still cooking in the kitchen, and that's
I
it.
mean,
No,
very
nothing
true. I
beyond
mean,
that. So.
from
Yep.
starting with Next Gen through Deep Space Nine through Voyager. Oh, I mean, the strong female characters.
Mhm.
You know, yes, Crusher and Troy had to work really hard to get their strong female characters in there doing their work, but they did pave
Yeah.
the way for.
Oh,
And then,
yeah.
of course, I mean, we'll go back to the '60s, and we can all love on Nichelle for a really long time of what she did for
Oh yeah.
women and
Mhm.
people of color on
Mhm.
that show too. So great thing about Star
Mhm.
Trek. But let's go a little bit lighter. How about what was your favorite episode
Okay.
to either film or watch of Voyager?
To film the pilot episode, Caretaker, just because it was like we were on a grand adventure. We had so many different locations that we went to film at, so we weren't just. It wasn't a bottle show where we were stuck on the ship and the ship alone, right? So we actually went to all kinds of locations to film the pilot episode. So that was my favorite to film because it was so exciting, and also that was a time when I was getting to know all of my co-stars for the first time and realizing what their personalities were like, and again it
Mhm.
was it was, it's fond memories
Awesome.
of Caretaker. Hmm.
Awesome. Okay. So I have a quick question because we are starting to get a little bit on time here, but still want to get through some of these because they're good. Just quick, the Voyager doc. You got to talk about Zero G. I know that had to be so much fun.
Zero G was a blast.
Relax. To the end of the parabola, you'll hear me say feet down. Just try.
All right.
Your first parabola is a thing you will never forget.
All right.
I wish I could see the big smile that you
I'm
will have
gonna-
after this. Counting down, Garrett. This is it.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
So that's double gravity.
Yeah, feeling it.
Okay. Excellent.
Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. There's the ceiling. There's Neil. There's Sebastian. I'm alive.
Push off over there a bit. The feet down. Down you go.
Oh my
Perfect.
god.
Lay down. Ah, that's fine. So welcome to zero
You
gravity.
can't even describe the feeling. It's impossible until you actually experience it. You don't know.
Yeah, and people ask me, well, explain it to me or describe it to me. I can't. I can't. Except for when you were a kid and when the elevator was going down, you jumped up with your siblings and kind of get an extra 0.02 seconds of air. That's probably the closest. But again, that's not even a comparison at all, because until it happens to you, you just can't describe it. And it's so much fun to know that it doesn't matter, your size, your weight. And once you're weightless, you're weightless. You're just there.
Yeah.
So I had the time of my life. I highly encourage, if you get the opportunity to do a 0G flight, please indulge in it and take it. Do it.
Yeah. And whose idea was that to do that? Was it
They
yours?
came up with it. They came up with that, but then I think it was my idea. I was like, let's bring props. I want to be able to I want to be able to float the Delta Flyer from one person or bring that Voyager. I want to be able to make Voyager weightless as well, is what I said. So we had action figures, we had different ships, and so
I loved that bit. I'm like, look, it's flying in space. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, speaking of the shirt and the swag we all have on today, tell me a little bit about, I know Delta Flyers started during COVID for, I'm guessing, something to do, but what was that whole genesis of that coming together?
Well, yeah. So, if I go back to the very, very beginning, I was part of a podcast that began even before we started Delta Flyers. It was called The Alpha Quadrant, was the name of it. And that was a project that was pitched to me by a friend of mine, Dick Donato. He was the season 8 winner of Big Brother, who at the time, he was doing, for CBS, he was doing Big Brother and Survivor recap shows, right? That's what he was doing. So he approached me. I had met him probably 10 years prior, and he said, listen, would you be interested in doing like a Star Trek sort of recap stuff? And he wanted to target Discovery, the newest Trek at the time. So I said, oh, okay. And he goes, I think we need a co-host. Can you get like Will Wheaton in, or can you get this person? So I was trying, and I thought, who would be good? I think Aaron Eisenberg would be really good. So Aaron and I had a good relationship. So I said, actually, it was, sorry, I take that back. It was Megan who brought that up. Megan said, why don't you ask Aaron? Because Megan knows Aaron as well. So it was her suggestion. We reached out to Aaron, and Aaron was game, and we started doing it. We did like about a year's worth of episodes, I think, like 9 or 10 months worth of episodes. And then we had some internal politics and strife, and then it ended up falling apart and breaking apart, where Aaron went off and did the 7th rule, and he grabs the rock, and I just sort of turned into a hermit and closed off from the world. I was like, no, I'm not going to do anything now. So I didn't do anything. And then the pandemic hit. And that's when Megan said, your idea of doing the podcast about Voyager. And I have to rerun and say this. On Alpha Quadrant, after we did a few Discovery episodes, then it was Aaron that said, like, what are we doing? We need to be talking about our bread and butter, which is DS9 and Voyager. So let's alternate between DS9 and Voyager. But what I had told all 3 of those guys before we even did one episode of Alpha Quadrant was, I said, I don't want to review Voyager. I want to save that for my own thing, is what I said. So I gave in to Aaron, and we did do Voyager and DS9. And then, of course, the breakup happened. He went to just do DS9, which then left a window for me to do just Voyager, basically. But if it wasn't for Megan was the reason why Delta Flyers even happened, because she said, your idea of doing just Voyager episodes, now's the time to do it. And I said, now? She's like, yeah, it's the pandemic. Nothing's happening. And then she said, you should also probably get a co-host. I said, I could do this on my own. And she says, no, I think you get a co-host, and it should probably be Robbie. I said, Robbie's so busy with directing. There's no way. There's no way. And she goes, he ain't busy now. And she's right. Everything stopped. It took him 2 days to deliberate. I think he and Rebecca talked about it and discussed it. They came back and said, let's try it. And we did an interview. Someone put an interview online saying, the guys from Voyager are going to do a podcast, and they have Patreon for their bonus material for subscribers. And yes, we had set up our Patreon, but we hadn't even uploaded a single episode of the Delta Flyers. And we checked our Patreon page, and it's like, you have 395 subscribers. I go, how do we even get what? And then we found out the story online broke, and these people just subscribed without even knowing.
Don't care. Was. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god!
Before you guys released your first episode too. So yeah, I don't know how I heard
my
about
God.
Delta Flyers and the Seventh Rule at the same
Yeah.
time, and I'm just like, okay, I'm in. I was home.
I know.
Safe harbor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please,
Where do I take
give
my
me
money? What do you
entertainment
want?
Yeah.
Yeah,
on my comfort
exactly.
shows. Do it, please.
Oh my God. Well, exactly.
That's
Well,
awesome.
the humorous addendum to this is when we were heading towards the end of Voyager episodes for Delta Flyers, people were like, "What are you guys going to do now? I can't believe it's going to end! Oh my gosh!" Someone's actually online on Twitter or something said, "Listen, Garrett, Robbie, you don't even have to review anything. You guys could like read the names in a phone book. That's enough for us. Like that, we just want to hear your voice." And I said, "Wow, that's so kind." So we did an online poll, and people said, if you are going to continue it, we vote DS9. So that was that was
Yes.
a big vote. Yeah. So there you go.
Well, I have to
Well,
add one thing to the Delta Flyers, and that's how I have modeled my channel's recaps. Is how you and
Oh,
Robbie
okay.
do it.
Okay, got it.
I've
Yeah.
been doing that, and so I just wanted to add that real quick because
Perfect.
it's more to DS9 because I started watching Voyager
Mm.
episodes, but I was like, wait a second, these guys know Voyager. I need to
Right.
watch DS9 where they're
Where they are strangers to it.
yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
and so that kind of stuff. But that's all I wanted to add to that.
Yeah. I'm glad that you used our template. That's fine.
Okay, I have one
Allison?
last question
Your
since
last-
you've done so many
Yeah.
fan things, I guess. I don't even know if I want to call it fan. But you worked with Snoop Dogg and the wonderful Chase Masterson on Unbelievable. What was it like working with Snoop Dogg?
Yeah, I gotta clarify that. What happened originally was the original actor
Oh,
was
okay.
Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh,
He didn't in all these screenings. He didn't. I don't know what you call it, but
Mhm.
it didn't test well or something. Right? And so they were like, "We need to put someone else in there that's even more recognizable." And that's when they approached Snoop Dogg. So
Okay.
all they did was they did some pickup shots with him, replace
Okay.
everything that Gilbert had done, and none of my scenes were with him. Are you kidding me? If my scenes were with Snoop Dogg, well, first of all, we may not have even been able to film those scenes because I would have been fanboy over him, like, "Oh my God, tell me about
Okay.
that." But that never ever happened, unfortunately.
that's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Oh God. Well, all right. I have my last question to ask
Yes.
everybody. What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Transporter. Even though people call it the murder machine, I still think it's amazing. Yeah, I mean, you're deconstructed and
Mhm.
reconstructed is what it
Mhm.
is, right? Oh my God, that would change everything. No
Mhm.
one would ever be late.
I
To
know.
anything.
No.
Imagine that, just like
I-
roll and just boop, just go.
Yeah, we wouldn't
First
have to
time-
worry about
Mhm.
weather
No,
delays.
No more snow days. That'd
Yeah.
be terrible.
Right?
Cool.
Yeah.
No.
And then second would be warp technology. I would like to be
Mhm.
able to travel someplace, that's more than 1 light year away. So that'd be nice. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Garrett, I thank you for your time today. It has been fun to get to talk. You're just so lively, and we'll definitely have to do this again. I think we'll
Yeah,
have to
you can do a part 2. You can do
we'll
a
have to
part
do
2.
a part
I'm sure you have
2,
more
and
questions.
we'll have
we
to
just
do
barely got into it. So,
and we'll have
yeah.
to do a stand-up comedy portion.
Oh, okay. A quick set on your podcast. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
We'll do it.
Well,
We'll
thanks
do it.
again, and we'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Have a good one, Garrett.
Thank you. Thanks
Bye.
to both of you.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello and welcome back to the Transporter Room. My name is Linda Pages and I'm joined today by the captain of the Transporter Room channel, Chris Garris himself. How are you?
Hello. Hey, I'm doing pretty good today. It is, what do we call this? Friday Junior. Yes.
Friday Eve.
Friday Eve. We're almost to the weekend. Hallelujah.
I'm particularly excited about this weekend because tomorrow will be the first time I'm going to Halloween Horror Nights this season. So I'm super excited. I'm a little scared this year. I can't lie. Yeah, it's a little, the Terrifier house, it's really stressing me out. Yeah, just finished watching the movies today. Not really sure I want to walk through that, but here we are. We're doing it. So
you sent me some videos or pictures of those, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. I mean, I'm not like against horror, but I don't know. That's pretty freaky ass clowns.
Yeah, I mean, listen, here, I love horror. I've been okay with clowns and everything. Like, I love like the circus, like dark, creepy thing. However, the amount of gore in the Terrifier movies, my God, like it was hard to watch. Like, I'm not really a gore person. I don't mind a slasher film, like it's fine. But like unnecessary torture and gore is just
Yep.
disgusting. Yeah, I was really, I was like, ugh. I was like doing homework while I was watching it so that I could like do my physics and like not have to watch the scene and then like look back up when the plot was happening, look back down when the gore was happening. Like,
oh my gosh.
I had this down to a science.
Yeah, I bet you do. And I bet people are probably thinking like, what the hell? I thought this was the Star Trek channel, not the horror channel.
It is. And speaking of, welcome back to our segment, Trek Tech, where we are working our way through the various technologies and weird science of Star Trek. Our last episode was on transporters, and this episode is on, well, you probably found out from the title, but drum roll please, holodecks. Another very talked about Trek Tech. So I'm super excited to talk about it today. So let's start with what a holodeck is. So holodecks were first introduced in the pilot episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. And it is a room where you can go in, you can program whatever the hell you want, and you can act out stories. You can visit various places on various planets, basically whatever you want to do. And it uses holographic technology and force fields to make things seem real. So if I walked in and said, hey, I want to be on the bridge of Voyager, which we all know that's where I'm going first if holodecks ever become real, then you can be on the bridge of Voyager. But when you touch things, they will feel solid to you because of the force field technology that it's using. But it's technically all holographic. It's just a holographic projection that you're experiencing. Also, replicator technology is used because you can go on the holodeck and you can eat. If there's anything that you're consuming, that is replicator technology. If there's anything that you can take out with you, that's replicated, which does explain a couple plot holes. Like sometimes people will go on the holodeck and they'll come back out and they'll be able to take things with them, or they'll be wet from like experiencing water on the holodeck. Then that means that the water was replicated. So if it's replicated, it can leave. If it is holographic, it obviously cannot. So it depends. It's a combination of both technologies.
You know, that almost feels like a waste of energy, though, to make true holographic water or, you know, replicated water. But otherwise, you couldn't do it. So I get why they have to do that.
Well, I mean, you can feed it back into the replicator, right? Like you can give it back to the energy store if you're not using it. So the water that's on you is obviously going to stay on you, but the rest of the water just goes back into the energy storage and will be used for the next holodeck program.
That's right.
So there you go. That kind of explains away that plot hole. I know people are always talking about that. Like some things you need like hollow emitters to be able to, you need hollow emitters in the area to be able to continue to feel and experience it. And some things you don't. That would be the difference.
True.
I do wonder though, like, could you program it to be like, I want this thing to be replicated instead of holographic? Like,
I don't know.
Like if I'm like, okay, I want to like play out an episode of Voyager on the holodeck. And I'm like, you know what? I really want to take my comm badge with me. So could I program it to replicate the comm badge?
Absolutely.
They never really talk about that. I think they should. I think that would be a great plot point to bring up of like, you could take that with you. Those are replicated.
Yeah. I mean, that's a definite yes on that one. Now that explains why, and that explains that little plot hole in, I don't remember the TNG episode, but the one when Wesley falls out of there and the snowballs are coming out, literally flying out of the holodeck. So those must have been replicated snow balls.
So the snow is replicated. Yeah.
All right. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I had not really thought about it like that, but I see what you're talking about.
Meteorologist Katie Nicolau here, talking about the holodeck and meteorology. I think with meteorologists, if you gave us holodeck technology, we would just create storms with all of the safeties turned on. So we could get as close as we wanted to a tornado or a hurricane. We could stand in the middle of a blizzard and just experience weather events, especially if they're historical ones. You could recreate them and study them in detail. That is exactly how I would spend my Friday nights as a meteorologist with a holodeck.
And another thing with the holodecks is they use, from what I looked up, is they call it, they have it's like an omnidirectional treadmill. And I'm use the word treadmill very loosely because it's just, it allows the room, with all the force fields and everything, to allow the floor to actually to adjust with all of your movements.
Yes.
So you can literally just walk for miles and miles, kind of like Trip said. I think Trip, well, a couple of people made the comment in Enterprise, but I think Trip really made that comment as well when he's like, how are we able to just walk and just keep on hitting the wall? And she was like, well, it moves with you, and it's all omni, and it just follow basically the camera perspectives, or not cameras, but the perspectives of the imaging. It moves with you so that you don't, and the room, you just don't feel like you're moving. So
it's kind of like a physical virtual reality.
Yes.
Augmented reality situation. It's a it adjusts to you. It's exactly right. It's like a treadmill. Which is the question. I feel like they don't really explore a whole lot how that works when you have several people in the holodeck. They're
that's
doing
a good one.
different things at once, experiencing. I think in lower decks they were playing out that story, and they teamed up and were in different parts of the story and doing different things. So I kind of wonder how that works.
That's a good question, because how, again, when we get into the computers and starships later on, but it's got to maintain those different perspectives for every individual person. So it's got to be kind of in today's technology with the VR stuff, virtual reality. I did something recently with another channel where I was a digital avatar, which is actually kind of cool.
That's really cool.
I was a bear. They made me a bear, Chris the bear.
That's so awesome, because you're a dog.
Yes, exactly. But when you looked at my camera and I was using the VR software, or the software animes, my face had basically a tracker on it. Kind of like you see with the phase, and so it was mimicking my my mouth and movements and whatnot. So it's tracking my eyes and all that stuff constantly. So that means that obviously the holodeck is going to be doing it at a tremendously much more advanced perspective of it, because it's tracking your whole body. And it's okay, Chris is if I'm looking, it's got, wow, that's really interesting. Think about it. It's got to be looking at me, and if I'm looking over here, but you're going to be looking over there, it has to keep on manipulating all of those perspectives.
And if we're walking in different directions, it has to look like we're getting farther away from each other, even though we're really not.
Oh, wow.
Maybe a little bit. It might let us walk a little bit, and then it'll kind of be like a treadmill. When does it decide to start moving the ground underneath you, as opposed to letting you kind of walk around?
Huh.
And is that a setting that you can change on the holodeck? I have so many questions about that they don't really acknowledge. That you could explain away with well, they just programmed it to do this, but I wonder is that a setting you could change if you just want to go have a picnic on the holodeck, right? And you just want to be in that one spot, then you probably don't need that. You don't need it to work like a treadmill. You just replicate the environment and then whatever. But if you want to be able to move around, then
Well, and that's and as we move farther, when you want to talk about we've kind of touched on just some of the, very loosely at this moment, the real world possibilities in the current technologies. Obviously, you already said, augmented reality and virtual reality, and I just remember, I think I've seen videos. I may have to see if we can find something. We might be able to find stuff where, and I don't know if you've ever seen this, but I swear I've seen this, where you've got someone who's got the VR goggles, and they're actually attached to, like, they're in a suit, but
Oh, yeah.
where
It's
they're
tracking
attached,
their movements. Yes.
but they're also attached to it, and they are on an actual treadmill.
Yes, so that they can walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I
Pretty
mean,
cool, huh?
we're like this. I mean, there's no space in between my fingers. That's how close we are to holodeck technology in real world today. I think. Okay, maybe there's like nano space there, but still.
The problem here is the force fields, like that like making things solid like that. So, I mean, and the projection technology is just very, like, it's a lot. So
but it's getting so much better.
Yeah, like, this is significantly more possible than transporters, for sure.
Exactly.
100%.
Well, and if you think about this, they're doing that now with, like Strange New and all the newer Star Trek series up in Canada. They've got they call it their VR wall, which, wow, I don't know if you even have learned.
No, what is that?
Okay, so it's actually kind of doing the same thing a little bit. So, like Strange New Worlds now and all of them, they actually are on a sound stage that has. It's like the Sphere in Las Vegas, similar to that, where it's got super high def, projections on there and whatnot. So now, in Strange New and other series, they're projecting those actual virtual environments on a screen that's fully immersive.
Ooh.
The grounds looks like it's fully immersive. So now the days of them having to look at like a tennis ball to, like, they need to look at a castle over there that's going to be, eventually put in through, visual effects.
That's really cool.
It's really cool. And the actors have all said it's made filming so much easier, but on the effects companies, it is so much harder because they have to have everything ready. They have to know how the design is going to be.
Right.
And the processing power behind it, because again, the camera is it's similar to what we were talking about. It's still having to track where each of the actors are looking at for the recording so that they know, so that the scene, so like if they're looking at, say, and there's a special on this, but like if they're looking over here and, say Christina Chong moves this way, it's the whole scene in perspective follows her, or, oh my God, Ethan Peck or anything like that. It follows them.
So cool.
Anyway,
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So stuff like that obviously exists. I mean, we have maybe like a closer to like a maybe more realistic version of a holodeck, but I think the way that holodecks are so physically interactive, I don't know that that's really.
Oh no,
that's not possible with our current understanding.
No. We are decades, if not a century or so away from that.
I don't know. I mean, that's just a very, like, I don't know that would be possible, but you never know.
You're the physics
it's kind of
major.
hard with technology. Well, I know, but like, it's easy to say now, well, this isn't possible, because it's not right now.
Correct.
But like, there was a time when, where we had basically no understanding of science and technology, right? Like, look how much we've achieved now, that even if you were to tell my great grandparents, like, what I'm doing right now, like that I'm talking to someone over a computer with like a microphone, like that would be unfathomable. So it's kind of hard to say like what we think will be possible and what won't be. But right now, with our current understanding of sensor technology, no holodecks are not a possibility, just because of this like interactive component, this physically interactive component.
Correct.
Speaking of safeties on a holodeck, this is one of my biggest Star Trek pet peeves. You have the brightest minds, some of the brightest minds in the galaxy are working for Starfleet and developing this technology. Why the hell would you ever be able to turn the safeties off? Why is that a thing? Now, okay, I understand why you have the force fields so that things can be solid, so that you can interact with things around you. Fair enough. Why do they malfunction so much? And and also, it shouldn't always be as dangerous as they say it is, because like for some things, okay, if everything is solid, then pretty much everything is still real. But in that one episode, I'm blanking on the name of it, when B'Elanna's skydiving with the safeties off, she cannot physically be higher than however high the holodeck is. So you know what I'm saying? So like,
And I know what you're saying.
right. So she shouldn't, even if the environment's moving with her, she cannot possibly fall more than that distance.
That makes sense. So how could she?
Like, that would it be? So there are some things that still wouldn't hurt you as much on the holodeck as they would in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Not that that wouldn't hurt, obviously, if you jumped from the top of the holodeck, but depending on how high it is. But
Yeah,
like,
that's extreme risk, is what it is.
yes,
But,
it is.
you're
but,
right.
Yeah.
So how could she? I mean, even if you're, yeah, because I mean, so she's on her virtual. She was on that virtual platform, but she's jumping from. Regardless if she's virtual, it's fake or not. She can only fall as taught. She can only fall, like you said. She can only fall whatever from the top of the holodeck to the bottom. And
She's probably at the bottom of the holodeck anyway, because she probably started the program standing. I don't remember much. Like I might be missing something in this episode, but she's probably standing at the bottom anyway.
Well, it's iffy because you would say whatever she was on, she was jumping out of like a shuttle pod or something,
right.
A shuttlecraft. But again, it's all relative because how high is she truly off the ground? And now here's another question: what the hell is holding her up?
Well, that would be the force fields.
I guess that's gonna be the force fields would have to be holding her up.
Yeah.
So again,
once you apply a force field to a hologram in Star Trek world, it just becomes like a physical object.
True.
You can treat it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
You just need the holo emitters to maintain the integrity of it. But I'm saying, like, when she got on the holodeck, when she said start program, if the program started and she's standing on, like, in the shuttle pod about to jump off, then when she jumped, it would be moving around her vertically, but she could not be any higher than if she were to do that same motion standing on the ground.
Correct.
So she would only be like a couple feet over the ground.
She is. And now that I remember, if I remember, as I remember that scene, when I think she gets called, she gets, B'Elanna come to the whatever, she's like, computer, halt program. Yeah. And when it ends the program, literally she's like this and she just puts her feet down and is on the ground.
Right.
So again, good old fashioned TV plot. They needed it for a plot point here to make it dangerous.
So other things she was doing obviously could be dangerous if you're fighting with Klingons or whatever, using that kind of thing. But that would probably not be really. But back to the original point, you should never be able to turn the safeties off on holodeck ever. Like, you should never be able to do that. That's so dumb, and it's such a huge plot point in Star Trek. And people will be like, oh, but people like to experience danger, but danger with safety protocol, like with safety precautions. That's, to me, like basic common sense, right? Like, I want to be able to go fight a Klingon, but like if they stab me with a batleth, it should just go through me. It shouldn't actually hurt me.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that, again, the safety should, if they're working, when they work, if I get stabbed with a batleth or any type of object, be it or shot with a bullet, as soon as that bullet gets as soon as it leaves the gun, it should be a holographic bullet.
Yeah, it should always be a holographic bullet.
Yeah, and the batleth as well. Again, when it strikes you. See, that's tough because you're talking hand-to-hand combat. So how, this is a good thinker.
That is true, because you want to be able to
Well, again, so now you're talking safety protocols. Like, I'm glad you brought this up because,
well, maybe it can interact with other force fields, but it can't interact with you.
Yeah.
So it can interact with your weapon because you can touch that because it's force field, but anything else it would go so maybe it's a different kind of force field that can only make contact with other force fields, otherwise it'll just go through you. So can use it on other that's the solution, I guess.
That has to be the solution. But and then remember there's the episode in Voyager where I don't remember the episode name at all, but I remember when I think I know what it is. It was the episode when Neelix needs a pair of lungs.
Yes.
And
phage, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a phage. Yeah. And and Tom, he said, ask Doctor, well, how can holographic lungs work? And the doctor
slaps him.
Well, he tells the doctor, he slaps him. And the first one, he's like, and then the next one, it goes through. It's all about the force fields. So again, you could definitely do that. Now, I'm going to add something about the holodecks and the safeties. So if anybody who has watched Strange New Worlds season 3 this year, I do have some beef a little bit with the show right now. And I shouldn't say the beef, but anyway, they introduced the holodeck technology back in Kirk's time frame. Actually, in Pike's time frame, back in the original Enterprise. So in this episode, Starfleet, and I understand why they're doing it. So Starfleet wants to be able to extend its missions more than 5 years. And I get it. You need to be able to rest and have, R&R, recreation and stuff like that to be able to, to protect your mind and your mental health. And so in this episode of Strange New World, they have a holodeck on the ship. They put a holodeck on the Enterprise. What a surprise, the Enterprise. And long story short, not even long story short, typical stories, typical Star Trek. La'an goes on the holodeck. Because she's the one testing out for do like a murder mystery. She does a murder mystery. And guess what? The Enterprise is hit by some form of a, energy field, blah, blah, blah. And oh my God, the safeties don't work. And somebody gets shot. So at the end of the series, at the end of the episode, she comes out, standard issue, you've got to finish the program because, guess what? Computer in program didn't work. Like it never does. And we were talking about that in the group. You should absolutely always be able to turn the damn program off.
100% of the time, you should always be able to shut it down. And not being able to. The only situation where I was like, okay, was the one with Seska. What is that episode called?
I do not know.
I don't remember. The one where they're all playing the Maquis holodeck program.
Oh, yes. Yep. It's on my list here. Let me find it real quick.
See, that made sense because she programmed it to not be able to be shut off until they finished it. So that one made sense to me why they couldn't shut it off. Everything else is a cop-out. You should always be able to shut it down. Always. Mm-hmm. You should always be able to shut it down. The safeties should never be off. They should never malfunction. They should have designed it so that force fields can only interact with other are only solid when they come in contact with other force fields and not when they come in contact with people. And then everything that you have to touch should just be replicated.
Mm-hmm. It might be worst case scenario. It's holodeck program featuring Maquis mutiny.
That's it. So that one made sense to me. Okay, fair enough. She programmed it to not be able to be shut off. Okay, we know she's an evil genius. That's fine.
But you should still. I'm going to go back to 21st century, 20th century here. When you go to a gas station, they have that button that you can push that will turn off all the pumps. There should be a kill switch somewhere.
This is the argument with AI when people are scared of AI, and there's a quote, I don't remember who said it, it's you always have the advantage when you have the off switch. You turn it off, and obviously it's way more complicated than that. There's a million other factors, but that always makes me laugh because it's as long as you can shut down the killer robot, you can shut down the killer robot, it's fine. So but it's way more complicated. We'll talk about more about that in our data episode because it gets exactly that. But the point being that you should be able to. On that note, why are holodecks still on starships? They become sentient and evil way too often. They're roaming the holodeck characters are roaming the ship. They're killing people. They it happens. They're hacked into It happens so much. It seems like one of the most vulnerable parts of Starfleet is their fascination with holodecks and their need for them on every ship. Now, are there uses for holodecks beyond recreation? 100%. They use them all the time to recreate situations, to test things, all the time, to do experiments. Side note, but this is why I want a holodeck. I want to do my physics labs on a holodeck because I think that would be really cool. Because then you could manipulate every factor possible. That would make my labs so much more interesting. Not that I'm interesting. Sorry, Dr. Fuse, but it would be way cooler if we could do it on a holodeck. But anyway, point being, that they seem just so. I guess why are they used recreationally on holodecks still? Or on starships? And
so that's kind of where Strange New was kind of going with it, is because, it allows you to, for one, you don't have to like, go to say like Ryza. You can actually have your recreation in ship. And so you don't have to, detour. You can extend your missions longer, because at points you would actually run in, as you get farther and farther away from, say, farther out in the alpha quadrant, the beta quadrant, you start getting farther away from, Earth. Which again, that was the thing in SNW. They're like, so they said this in this episode, they keep them to like 5-year missions, because I guess that's what the limit of, even then that time, people on a starship. So they wanted you to be able to do some some recreation on the ship and be able to just have imaginary floaters and stuff like that. I know. But
no, Flotter's cute. I totally would have played the Flotter programs as a kid in Star Trek.
But at the end of this episode, they literally say the exact same thing you just said about holodecks. La'an and Captain Pike are like, these things are dangerous. They should not. They need to be. Starfleet needs to really rethink about it. And Scotty, being Scotty, he says, well, no, Cap, and it could have been, we just need to do some stuff to fix it out. It needed its own. It needs its own power source so that it can be independent somewhat. I may be missing up just a smidge, independent from the ship's power or blah, blah. So I'm like, so first off.
There you go. So you can pull the plug on it. Yeah.
Yes. They don't even talk about that. I missed the review for this one with someone else, but they don't even talk about an independent power supply that I recall until Picard season 3. Scotty talked.
I haven't seen Picard, or I've seen a couple episodes of Picard, but, and I've seen a couple episodes of Strange New Worlds, but I haven't seen enough to comment on either.
Yeah, so end of Strange New, Scotty's like, hey, it needs its independent power supply, and so on and so on, and so to be good. And Pike says, well, you put that as a footnote, buried at the very bottom, small print, because he's basically against it. And okay, so fast forward 80-ish. Not quite 100, but 80-ish years to Encounter at Farpoint. Hollywood works good. But as you said, as we progress through every series of Star Trek, they have failed. They have had issues no matter what.
I'm gonna say something here that might be controversial.
Do it.
Holodecks in Star Trek are equivalent to AI and chatbots today. It's the same thing. It's actually it's more dangerous because it's physical. It's real. You're talking to something physical, right?
Yeah.
But what you were saying before, of like, well, we don't even have to stop at Ryza because we have Ryza here. No, you don't. You have a fake version of Ryza. So that's the equivalent of being like, well, I don't really need friends because I can just talk to ChatGPT.
Oh, hello. Literally what you just said about friends. Hello, Reginald Barkley. Holodeck. I didn't even put that in my notes. Holo addiction.
I didn't have that in my notes either, but I should have. Yeah, holo addiction. What we're talking about, extreme risk. What Bond is using it for, self harm. There's the potential for holodecks to be. I actually feel the same way about. I think I would feel the same way about holodecks if they were real. If I was living in the Star Trek universe that I do about AI today, which is there are a million great uses for it. Right, like AI is. I don't think it's inherently evil, right? No. Like it's incorporated into a lot of my coursework. It doesn't do my assignments for me, but it sure as hell helps me. Like my professors tell me to use it. My professors are sometimes my professors are, you can't rely on it. Right. But like,
true.
It's great. Like if I have like a complicated reading that I'm struggling to understand, obviously I'm going extra help hours. Obviously I'm, being tutored, whatever else, going to ask people. But if I'm in my dorm by myself, I can copy and paste or screenshot that section of my textbook, give it to ChatGPT and be like, can you please explain this in terms of Star Trek Voyager? Right. And like, that sounds stupid, but that's such a great way. If you give it information and then ask it to like, I don't ever just straight up ask it things because it's probably wrong.
Yeah.
But if you're giving it information, asking it to rephrase it for you, it's really good at that. And this is, again, how my professors are telling me to use it. So don't come at me for cheating on my assignments because I'm not. No. But point being, a million good uses, right? A million ways for it to be incorporated in a good way. Also, a million horrible uses of it. People do get addicted to it. I've seen so many horrific stories of people who, maybe were struggling to make friends in real life, start talking to some form of AI, whether it was ChatGPT or character AI or whatever it is, and it leading to some really awful things, right? Like suicide. So
I've been shocked.
But holodecks this is the same issue that they're encountering. They don't really talk about it like that a whole lot in Star Trek, but that's what it is. And so it's really interesting. It's interesting to see that, and to see like Barclay with his holodeck addiction, and even Seven has an episode in Voyager where she falls in love with this holographic version of Chakotay. Yeah. So, and she's, falling asleep on the holodeck. Like, it is very reminiscent of AI. And so I think that parallel is really interesting.
It's a good
and like
parallel.
I said, like a lot of really great uses when they're using the holodeck for, I don't know why this is coming to mind, but waking moments in Voyager where they're all trying to figure out what the alien looks like that's been like haunting them in their dreams, and they're able to figure it out because they use the holodeck. Or that episode where they have the dinosaurs that had left Earth, distant origin, and they're trying to prove that evolution would have made them blah, blah, blah. Like, again, use the holodeck. Like, there's a lot of really great uses for it. But of course, like when the technology exists, people are going to use it in ways that are harmful, detrimental to themselves and to society.
The Herogen. Now, that's okay. I will
That's
say
a little more complicated because I know what they did to the crew is bad, but was what they're using it for necessarily bad?
That's that episode, and we're talking. That's the is that Killing Game? No,
yes, Killing Game. No.
That's not Killing Game.
Prey something. There's two.
Anyway, Flesh and Blood is what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Because, and that again, as you said, good or bad. Everything has two sides. There's two sides to everything, because at least, oh boy, we get into holographic ethics here in a second.
Yes. Very excited.
Because, prior to getting Voyager's holotechnology, they actually hunted living creatures.
Yes.
Like people on Voyager and other species. So at least having the holodeck allowed them to actually save lives.
So it sounds like a good idea.
Yes.
But
the holograms,
are they alive?
And they rebelled because they were mad. Somehow,
They're AI.
Again, they're adaptive. They're obviously adaptive AI. Hello, the doctor.
Right. Okay. Yes. I have a note about this. All right. So while we're on the subject, and this will kind of answer this question, or we can at least get a little more in depth on it. From the doctor's perspective, holodecks are terrifying. This is basically, he becomes sentient, like just appears. Whoops, just knocked my mic. So sorry. He just appears on the starship. He knows what he's been programmed to do. He knows he's a hologram. He knows he's an AI. He gets to know these people. They're his friends, right? The crew of Voyager. But their recreation is basically like brainwashing and interacting with brainwashed versions of his species, and then shutting them down and restarting them in a new environment where they're brainwashed again into a new, like, over and over again. So from his perspective, humans or the Voyager crew is kind of a little like the Herogen, which he doesn't really touch on a whole lot, but like and every once in a while someone will be dismissive of a holodeck character and he'll be like, hello.
Yeah,
that would be me. Which is really interesting because the only difference between him and the holodeck characters is that he has a holo emitter in sickbay.
Well, he's technically, yeah, and he's got a medical dictionary programmed in him.
Yeah, but you could go to the holodeck and be like, create Dr. McCoy.
Yeah. So like, I know you haven't watched a lot of DS9 yet.
Yeah, season 2.
Yeah, they actually have. You'll love it when you get to it. They actually have an episode of DS9 where Dr. Zimmerman comes onto the station.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Picardo gets to be on Deep Space Nine. That's good.
He does, and whatever, you know plot points anyway. But anyway, so Zimmerman comes on to the station because, and I love the tie-in, because they are he's at the point in time where they are researching the EMH and how to make an EMH. And
okay.
And the reason they're
I'm
on...
going to ask how that fits into the timeline. Well, I'll figure it out when I get there.
Well, it's because it's a few years before Voyager had ever come out. The episode was before Voyager.
Wait, so Robert Picardo was in Star Trek before Voyager?
Yes. Well, actually, maybe at the same time, but hold on. Damn it.
Something about that's not lining up.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
So they okay. Filming wise, they would have been on the same time. But in story timeline, he came to DS9. Yep. The episode came out in, February of 1997. February 24th, 1997. So Robert Picardo, he plays a role in the EMH. Oh, duh, everybody knows that. Anyway, he comes onto DS9 to Julian Bashir was going to be the original template for the hologram.
Oh, okay. And then in Lower Decks, he is the EMH. Okay, yeah. That's a cool tie-in.
And I'm just going to leave it at that he was going to be the Bashir was going to be the hologram image for that.
Okay, I'm excited to get there.
Oh yeah, you got a few while. It's season 5.
Point being that from the EMH's perspective, the holodeck is terrifying.
Yeah,
and I can completely understand why in Flesh and Blood he's conflicted, because of course he's conflicted. But and again, he addresses this a little bit every once in a while, like when Janeway falls in love with the Irish bartender, and they're in the hallway, and she's like, "I can't possibly date a hologram; it's just a projection." And the doctor goes, "Me too, me too. I'm also just a projection."
Yeah.
So I wish that they'd explored that a little bit more, maybe. And also, like, it's kind of wild to me that the crew experiences this in the Killing Game. So they go through this, and I know they don't remember it,
correct,
really, but they became holodeck characters basically. They're obviously still flesh and blood, but they had the same like brainwash thing happening that the holodeck characters have, and so they experienced that, and so again they don't remember it, and then still continued to use holodecks. And I'm not necessarily saying holodecks are wrong. No. I am saying that there's definitely some room for some pretty serious philosophical discussion here.
Oh, absolutely.
About like if we're acknowledging that if the AI is sentient, right? If it's not sentient, then it's not sentient. But the Doctor is like 100%. So it's definitely possible for them to be. And then we find out that they are. It's not like the Doctor's a more advanced version, because in I think it's Spirit Folk. It's one of the Fairhaven episodes. I think it's Spirit Folk. They figure out that something's
Spirit
wrong.
Folk.
Right. They're able to figure out. So they're intelligent.
But there's a caveat on Spirit Folk, though. If I remember correctly, ship malfunction. So, no, it wasn't it's a software. So. It's a software malfunction, because they'd been running the holodeck for so long.
Yes,
it was getting fragmented. So now they're all of the, I'm gonna say, safety features that once again keep the holodecks from realizing that they're the holograms from realizing they're a hologram. Are failing.
But if you have to have something in place for them to not realize that, do you know what I'm saying? Like if they're just like, if it's just a projection, okay, like if
you're right,
my stuffed animals obviously, like, hope to God, aren't sentient, right? Like they don't come alive in the middle of the night.
Especially that little white one right back there. That's a dangerous one.
Dragging me. But if I have to have a chip in my stuffed animals to prevent them from coming alive, I'm
Linda,
like oppressing them.
I mean,
right?
Honestly, Linda, you're making a very valid point.
So if you basically are saying, well, if you run the holodeck program long enough, then they'll start to realize what's happening to them.
Oh, man.
And if I think this would not be as big of an issue for me if the doctor wasn't a thing. If they had stuck to the android idea, then it's like, okay, androids are life, holograms aren't. But the fact they're able to connect with and build this character, he's very clearly sentient. He has hobbies, he has relationships, he clearly has feelings, like he has all of these things. And we treat him like Data, right? Like, well, you're not human, but like you kind of are human, right? Like we are accepting you. And then how can you, after doing that, so he's a holodeck, and proof that the holodeck characters are just as real to the Doctor as the rest of the crew is the episode Real Life.
Well, which one is that?
That's the one where he creates the family.
Okay, correct.
And his daughter dies. Like that's
a very powerful episode.
It's very powerful, but it's proof that, like, to him, these are real. They're his own species, right? Like these are real people. So once again, like when he goes to stuff like the luau on the holodeck, or like anytime he's on the holodeck, like to him, it's the only time he gets to interact with other members of his own species. So very interesting. And
I guess I can channel your favorite captain, though. A couple of times she made this statement when, it was early on when Kes was to like, Captain, he's a person, or however she says, and she's like, Kes, no, he's just a program. He's just a bunch of ones and zeros.
I can't blame her for that, though, because like obviously it's from a viewer standpoint, right?
Correct.
We're like, okay, well, we know better, but we would say that about AI now.
Correct. 100%.
So if she's going through the academy and she's learning how to use EMHs, right? And like she's working with them, and she obviously grew up using the holodeck, like to her, it's no different than if we're using AI, Correct. If we're using like a laptop, like it's just a tool that she's been taught how to use. So from her perspective,
for her, you're right. In her perspective,
she's never encountered them being sentient, right?
Yeah.
Like that's never an issue she's had to deal with. Now, Data, on the other hand, like that kind of thing is like, okay, we've encountered that before. We know now that androids are like should have rights, blah blah.
Yeah.
So I can't fault her for that, because for the first couple of years, like he's a tool, right? Like they don't have a chief medical officer. He's a tool, right? Like,
he is a tool.
Because again, from her perspective, no different than the holodeck characters. Because the EMH and the holodeck characters are the same. It's just depending on your perspective what that means. And from her perspective, it just means like he's a hologram. He's not real. He's just designed to serve as a chief medical officer while we don't have one. And someone, God, what is her name? I'm blanking on her name on TikTok, but someone made a really pretty powerful video on this. I will put it in the comments of this video when we post it, but not too long ago, and I was tagged in it about how her biggest issue with Janeway throughout the series was that she just refuses to acknowledge the Doctor as a person. Is kind of always looking at him as a tool or as a piece of equipment. And I was like, well, I said the same thing I did now. Which was, that's what she was taught. But I did say, like, in the later seasons, I think she comes around a lot. Like, and I think the best example of this is when she accepts his resignation in Virtuoso. She should not have done that, right? Like, he's literally a part of the ship. She should not have done that, but she did, because she prioritized the fact that she had to accept that he was a person that could make his own decisions over the fact that what she initially had believed, which is he was just part of the ship. So obviously if she was still thinking of him as a piece of equipment at that point, she wouldn't have done that. Because like if your replicator came to you and was like, hey, I want to leave the ship, you'd be like, no. Can we get an engineer over here?
Man, but that's so hard because he again, holodeck characters are just, I guess I'm going to say, I don't know how, it's a hard one to say because I'm in the same boat as she was. And even that episode, it's not Arthur. It's the one when his book gets stolen. When the Doctor writes
that is Arthur.
Is Arthur. Okay. When he attempts writing a holo novel. I know he writes the holo novel. Anyway, it gets stolen. It's put all over Earth, and he's fighting to have his art. It's his art, and so.
And Janeway vouches for him.
Yeah, and we've talked about the Doctor versus just say a plain Jane hula girl like they always have when they're on there, when they're in their, especially on Voyager when they're in the,
The only difference between those two
but
is
what's the
fact
difference
that
between the two?
he was given more time to develop as a character. He was just
Okay.
sentient for longer. He knows where they are. If you told if you took that exact same program and you gave her a holo emitter and you let her roam the ship, like she has the same capacity, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay.
She just wasn't given the opportunity.
Now, their program would have to probably, now I would say that, like those type of characters, their programs would have to probably be modified to allow for the learning part. Again, it's kind of like our current AI. It's learning. It's always learning. So probably just a generic holodeck character is probably not going to have the I'm going to say the learning, the ability to adapt outside of whatever the program is. For like if they're doing, one of Picard's, Dixon Hill programs, those holograms are going to stay within the program. But like you're saying, if you were to change, I think if you were to modify the code, the program to be able to learn and adapt, like adaptive AI,
You just
then
left
yes,
it running. That's what Fairhaven or Spiritfolk, whichever episode it is. But that's what that episode proves, is that if you leave it running for long enough, they'll figure it out.
Well, because they had issues, the program started breaking down. So yes, again, they're starting to figure it out. You're right.
Yeah.
So even Star Trek never answered. They will not. Starfleet would not say beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's sentient. Period.
Right, because that would make their holodecks evil. Like
it'd make them evil, and it would make it to where you couldn't use them.
You could no longer in good conscience use them, and not only could you not use them, but you'd have to free all of the holodeck programs that you currently have running. So it just, which again, you can't do. That would cause chaos. So
that's.
I know that was like a terrible thing to say after what we've been talking about, but like you can't let I'm just thinking of the programs people would have running, and I'm thinking of we were talking at the beginning of this episode. Like I love Halloween Horror Nights. I would totally do some kind of horror program on the holodeck. Obviously, I can't let Art the Clown roam free. Not that I would ever do a Terrifier holodeck program. I'm not crazy, but you can't let that kind of thing roam the ship, right? So there's obvious when I say you can't let them all free, that's what I mean. There's obviously a bunch of characters you just couldn't let roam around.
First off, I'm gonna be honest. I would not want to even walk into a holodeck program like that.
I would totally do a horror program. I mean, I don't know about a horror movie program, but you get to be the final girl, you get to fight off
Why? Because the reason why I'm going to say this,
because it's fake. Why do people watch the movies? Why do
the
people play the
safeties
video
don't
games?
work. When the safeties fail.
Okay. Well,
that's why I'm saying you can't. I'm telling you, you cannot do it because you never know if the safeties are going to freaking work all the time. So because our luck, you'd go in there and be that 98% of times they work. You go in there that one time, is that 2% when there's some subspace anomaly or something that strikes Earth or something. Oh, that wouldn't
help. But sure as hell wouldn't be running a horror program on Voyager or the Enterprise because
no Starfleet vessel, period. No vessel, period. God dang, that really, I was not really expecting us to go there like we did tonight, but that was, it's a thinker. It really, really is a thinker because, like you said, with our current AI that we have today, now it's nowhere near being sentient, but
the use for it is very similar. When they're talking about what they use a holodeck for and what we're using, exactly. Holodecks and AI, both can be. I feel like I've broken record. I feel like I've said this a million times, but can be used as a tool, should be used as a tool. And again, I would feel the same way about holodecks in the Star Trek universe that I do about AI, which is a lot of people are super against AI in any capacity. Yeah. I think being against AI and wanting to ban it entirely and not use it at all is not a reasonable expectation. And so I think, but I understand people not wanting it in certain spaces or not wanting it infiltrating certain fields.
Correct.
What I would do, how I would spend my time if I felt that way about AI is spend that time regulating it. Accept the fact that it's being developed, it's real, it's a thing that's going to be in the future, but try to regulated, right? Like it shouldn't be in this space. It should be used in this way in this space. Because that's certainly what my professors have been doing, which is, I think, a much better. It's a much more productive approach to it, right? Like, I understand people who are like, "Hey, hire graphic designers and don't use AI for things." Like, that's fair, right? Like, but trying
It's
to
very fair.
ban it entirely, I found it really helpful in a lot of ways. And I know it's easy to say that someone going into a field that AI is not necessarily directly threatening, right? But whereas for a lot of people that's not the case, and so I know I'm in a position where it's easy for me to say that. But that would be like I don't want to read an article written by AI, right? Like,
No.
if I'm studying and again I'm using it to help me with something, it's different. But I don't, like, you should still hire writers. I don't want to read a novel written by AI. Those kinds of things, right? Like, even
So you
things
don't
as
want to read
simple-
author by the doctor?
Okay, see,
I'm
different.
screwing with you. I'm messing with
Different.
you. Well,
But again, like, okay, but like, and this even goes for things like fan fiction, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to read fan fiction written by AI. I want to read fan fiction written by a person. Like, I want to hear
Correct.
your ideas. So
and I actually, where was I? Was it Friday night on Star Trek and Chill, or this week on the main viewer? I can't remember. The virtual TrekCon channel that we watch, but it's got all my seventh room people in there. One of the ladies was talking about, I think it was Jenny. Someone had gone to a con with their art, and they had very strict rules on no AI generated art.
yeah,
It has to be original.
that's fair. Like,
It's
that's
completely fair.
very fair. I agree with that 100%.
And
I feel like people are gonna get upset with me because it sounds like I'm really pro AI, and I'm neutral on AI. Like, I think
Same.
there are uses for it, and it's going to be developed. And also, I'm really liking my computer science class. I think I'm going to take more. So as like a
Yay.
computer nerd, or just like nerd in general, like science
Yeah.
nerd, like, I think that it's really cool and the possibilities are really interesting.
They are.
And I would love to like do more research on it, and maybe, but I am not like, I'm not pro AI taking over creative fields.
Well,
at
no.
all.
And as we've been talking, it dawned on me another area, and we'll maybe kind of wrap it up on this area, but it could be another 20-minute discussion. But because you were talking about AI in general, potentially replacing people or replacing certain types of work. Okay. Case in point, I think it was author when all of the Mark I's have been put into mining
Yes.
the lithium.
Yes.
So now I'm going to take that and put it more. Okay, it's not as. Okay, how do I say this? It's not as bad in the 24th century due to the fact that money is not we're a moneyless. We don't have money in the Federation. Okay. If you were to do that in the 21st century, when we're already having problems with this, with automation in facilities and plants, if you had the ability to actually generate inside your plant or wherever a hollow matrix, it's good,
Okay.
but it's not great for society in regards to jobs.
Yes, that's fair. People bring this argument up a lot with robots and autonomous systems. That is true.
Oh yeah.
The flip side of that argument is that you don't have to send humans into dangerous
Correct.
situations that you could send robots into. So
Agreed.
So there's again,
it's always so sides of
there
everything.
but like there is a benefit to it.
100%.
Now, do I think robots should replace every job? Obviously not.
No.
But if there is a job that it's like, this is really dangerous for people to do, we could have this autonomous system that can't feel pain or be injured or be sick. Well, I guess you could argue it could be like injured, it could need to be fixed, but you know what I'm trying to, like, it can't,
I know.
It can have a disease.
Yeah.
Not for the sake of like, oh, well, we don't have to pay it. It doesn't have to take sick days, but for the sake of like genuinely looking at a perspective of human care, which most people aren't. Fair enough. Like
Correct.
when they're looking at this, like they're thinking of the money and long-term costs.
The bottom
they're not
line,
thinking of the
period.
Right. They're not thinking of human care, but I'm looking I look at it like that.
Yes, exactly.
Which, again, the people in the job would have to be on board with that, and then you would still have to find a way for them to like
repurpose or not retrain or whatever you call it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, could they like maybe the robots aren't autonomous? You have to like control
manage
it
somehow,
kind of thing, right? So then you still keep the job.
Wow.
I think I've seen before. There's a cafe somewhere in Asia. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I saw this years ago, so I don't even know if this is real. But it was a cafe where it was like robot staff, but it was controlled by people who were disabled and couldn't leave their homes. So they could still have jobs and get a paycheck. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about.
I like that.
Workforce. Yeah, that's when I think of that. That is the solution to me. Which that will not be what it is, but that's what I want it to be, right?
Well, and that's wow, and that's so. And this is why I am so thankful that you and I are doing these topics, because for one, we have such a different, because of our different perspectives on different things, you know, and it's crazy when you think about this. But I mean, and we were just going to, we still talk about holodecks because, again, holodecks and holograms are all basically, they're almost one and the same. They really are. And especially when you can get one of these. If you could ever have,
I have mine over there,
a mobile emitter,
yep,
and you're able to take someone like that, a program, and stick it on them, and now you have a hologram that can walk around.
They're no different than a person.
Exactly.
Right,
at that point, they're no different than a person. But then,
so you have to,
like,
accept and acknowledge that. So I think holograms can get very murky, or holodecks can get very murky, ethically murky, very quickly.
Absolutely.
Especially because the Doctor is a recurring main character, and because of the character development and a lot of it surrounding the fact that, like, he's basically fighting for people to acknowledge that he's a person and that he's sentient. So because of that, it makes holodecks super dark, terrifying, again, from his perspective. And again, like, the episode Real Life confirms that. It really does. And it makes it 10 times more sad, if that's even possible.
The episode of TNG, when Geordi brings on Dr. Leah Brahms, and
Geordi.
And, again, he starts out using the diagnostic program
which is the Doctor.
A diagnostic program, which again is like him, the Doctor, but then he starts mucking with the program and says, "Oh, hey, well, first off, why the hell do they have her like profile available publicly?" Like, he's able to, hey, go put her profile from, like, I don't remember exactly how he says, but he loads her more personal profile. Well, first off, why the hell do they even have that available in Enterprise?
I kind of assumed that was just like
it's a plot,
a combination of but the way I'm consolidating that in my head is like they just had all of her logs, so it was able to pick up on, like, her personality and stuff, like, from the logs and create a personal profile. So it's
why
not
did they have her personal logs though?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why he had access to that.
Exactly, but
anyway,
they
would be in the ship system, right?
Correct.
Like, somewhere, even if
But again, you see where I'm going with that. Why I had to, because again, so it starts as a tool, and it's helping the Enterprise, and then he decides to reprogram it, kind of like Janeway did with the Irish guy, but not quite as bad, honestly, as I don't think. So
delete
again, it goes, delete the wife. So it goes from being a tool and good to not hollow addiction, but a hollow issue.
Right, which is like, this is, okay, I don't even want to say trend. It's been a new era kind of technology with the popularization of AI, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that people are doing is they're using sites like Character AI, and you get to chat with fictional characters and celebrities.
God.
Now, this is already a little ethically murky with fictional characters, but when you get into celebrities, it's like you're using, I mean, like, even if we're taking photographs and everything off of the table, which is a whole separate issue, right? And that is absolutely an issue, especially when it comes to some adult industries. And like celebrities having their likeness used, or anyone having their likeness used, and that is an issue. But like, even if we just put that aside, just to talk about, I keep hitting the mic. I'm so sorry. Just to talk about, I don't know why I'm doing that today. Just
because we talk with our hands. I've noticed that we both. Yeah,
I know it's that Italian gene, Sicilian. But if we're just not even like thinking about like photos or like visuals, and we're just thinking about chatting, you can like have full on relationships and with these chatbots, and it's one thing to do it with something like ChatGPT. It's another thing to do it with a program that's designed to respond to you the way that it thinks
you want to respond.
The person who programmed it, a celebrity would respond with. And I mean, talk about parasocial relationships, talk about unhealthy relationships. I've seen many stories of people committing suicide, people having serious psychiatric issues from developing these relationships. And it's a really scary thing. And also, like, that's exactly what happens to Barclay in Star Trek. I feel like the same rules should apply on holodecks that people try to implement on AI platforms, which is it won't generate, like, there's certain AI platforms that will not generate images of real people.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Which is good.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Now, are there ways around that? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, but at least the thought is there, right?
Yeah.
And there are, I feel like that same thing should happen in holodecks. Like, you shouldn't be able to now, unless there's a reason, right? Like, you're trying to recreate there was an episode, and it's not Innocence. What's the one where Tuvok is basically a toddler?
Oh God!
You know what I'm talking about? The one where he gets like shot by the weapon from the alien, and he like loses his Vulcanness basically.
Yeah.
And becomes like a child. In that episode, like, they're recreating what happened, so they need to recreate Neelix and Tuvok whatever to see it play out. So situations like that, I understand why you need to recreate their likeness, but there should be some, I don't know how you get around that, but there should be something that prevents.
Well, I'm just gonna say it should be a command level or higher. It should not. I mean, let's just be honest, and we'll probably wrap it up here in just a second because I'm really enjoying this discussion tonight because
it's a good discussion. There's a lot to talk about.
It really did. But another perfect example was TNG when Mr. Barclay, or Broccoli as they like to call him every now and then.
Poor Barclay.
I know. Completely, he makes has the entire command crew.
Yeah.
And has Deanna, fawning for him. Oh, God.
Okay. Is this different than the Doctor's daydreams?
It shouldn't be okay.
Not really. It's so weird.
He shouldn't be allowed to make images of his crew members.
Why would you do that when,
that could go down a dark territory here now.
Second of all, like, the first question, Ray, is just why would you do that? The follow-up question is, why would you do that on the ship where they all work and they all have command codes, right? Like, they can all see it if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They're bridge crew. So, like, not that they're going to, but, like, why? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just feels a little like...
So...
You're tempting fate there a little.
So, I think we can conclude tonight that holodecks should just not be put on starships. In some ways, they really shouldn't be allowed on starships.
Or just like holodecks,
or
recreational. I honestly like recreational holodecks and like professional holodecks should be separate, and they should have separate guidelines and separate
100%.
Because like there's no reason that Voyager should have ever had. I mean, obviously it worked out because they were gone for 7 years, but like they were not supposed to be gone that long, and there's no reason they should have had recreational holodecks. They didn't have a counselor, like. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no reason that they should have had that, because they were designed for like short missions, right? Like, so they should have only had like the ones that they would need. So yeah, because all that could do was cause problems. So
I mean, long story short, I feel
on
like
Deep Space Nine and Enterprise it makes sense because you're gone for a long time. Lots of people live there. Like that's okay. Recreational holodeck should be there.
Oh, wait until we get to and wait till we get to talking about starships or the starships in the next episode. That's our next episode, and I have some notes on that anyway. We'll save that for later. But no, this is a good talk. This is a discussion that I hope really the people who are, when y'all are watching this, are really chatting it up tonight or when I release it, because I really would like to know what everybody else thinks about this, because there's a lot of ethical.
So many
ethical.
This is why I love philosophy so much. Like there's so many different frameworks you can apply here.
Yeah.
And there really isn't I'm not going to say there's not a right answer, because I feel like if you're looking at this from the perspective of the EMH, and if you agree that the EMH is sentient, then you also have to agree that holodecks are bad.
Yeah. This is a tough one, because the fun part of a holodeck, absolutely, all day long. If I could go in and just go. Hit my table here. Go just fire up a program to go out in the outback and don't have to worry about, getting into, if a lion comes charge me, fingers crossed, the safeties are working, and you say, computer, stop. And then you don't become lion food if it doesn't work.
Or the safeties should just be on and the lion could just swipe at you and it would just go through you.
Well, again, as we have beat to death.
But the safeties will probably not be on.
The safeties seem to be marginal at best.
Holodeck safeties in Star Trek are the equivalent of a McDonald's ice cream machine. If you're lucky, maybe once in a blue moon, it'll be working.
Oh my God. Oh man, I hope Paramount never watches this episode at this very moment, because they just got their holodecks just got compared to the ice cream machine at McDonald's.
I'm sorry, that's the truth.
But it's the truth.
It's not a dig, Paramount. It's just, I could make a dig at you for other things. I won't, but it's not a dig. It's just, it's the writers,
and that's what they did.
But you know what? And we've said all this. It's all in good fun. Obviously,
oh, absolutely.
I know lots of people hate on the holodeck episodes. I personally love them. It's such a good way to kind of get out of to avoid repetitive storylines. And I know people say the holodeck stories are repetitive, but it's fun to see the characters act out like their Sherlock Holmes stories.
Absolutely.
And Janeway's Jane Austen style novels and all that stuff. So it's very
exactly.
It's just, and Janeway and Da Vinci was really fun to see. So
I love those episodes.
So I actually am a really big fan of holodeck episodes. I really do enjoy. I think they're very creative. I think they're fun to watch. Killing Game Part 1 and 2 is one of my favorite Star Trek plots ever. I think it was just really well done. So
I agree with you. And you know what? I just had this thought pop in my head. I really feel like we need to do a part 2 on this one, but it'll be for the Patreon members only.
Oh, interesting. Maybe I can get my professor to come on for that one.
That might be a good one. We can make that a Patreon version, because I feel like, because I'm sitting here looking at some of this list that we didn't even talk about Bride of Chaotica.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this, and I've said this on TikTok. I don't know if I've said this in a video. I've said this in comments, but every time I'm talking about cosplaying and what my next cosplay will be, someone tells me I should cosplay Queen Arachnia. Thank you for thinking that I have the talent to do that, because I most certainly do not. I don't think you can buy that. I think I'd have to make it. Second of all, it's a beautiful costume. Kate Mulgrew looks gorgeous in it. I unfortunately have a crippling fear of spiders, and even though there is not a spider to my knowledge on that costume, it is too close to a spider, and unfortunately I cannot ever wear it. So this is just a shout out to everyone who has told me that. I get that comment a lot. Thank you. That absolutely will not be happening. But I appreciate it, and I hear you. The answer is no.
The answer is no. So. Well, that's good. Well, again, that's why I'm thinking. Yeah, I think we could definitely do a special episode just for the Patreon members, because heroes and demons. We could even talk about like Armin Bashir, Inquisition, Hello, Unexpected, on Enterprise. Cap, I just put my hands in some crystals. That's all I did.
It's so funny. This is the most recent. At the time we're recording this, we just filmed the Treknopod episode for this episode on Tuesday, and it came out yesterday. And we had a lot. You should go watch it. If you're watching, just go head over there and watch it. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun on that episode.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's unexpected. It's one of, I think if I remember correctly, it's one of Connor's more fun episodes to do. But I just love that.
And when he asked me at Star Trek Orlando, he goes, "Have I been pregnant yet?" And I was like,
"Oh, that's right. I forgot he asked you that."
Yeah, and so I was like, I just remember when he asked me that, I remember thinking, "What the like?"
Yeah.
He goes, "Have I been pregnant?" It was the way he said it. Have I been pregnant yet? And I went, "No." No, that's not a thing that's occurred as of yet. And he was like, "Oh, okay, that's a good episode." And I was like,
"Yeah, it is a good episode."
I'm sure it is. It is. It was a great episode. We got really in depth on it, obviously, and we had a lot of thoughts on it. And also, it's kind of dark if you think too hard about it, which we got into a little bit. So definitely go check that out.
Definitely check out Treknopod.
Yes.
And I just love the fact that I'm actually now just loving the fact that he literally asked you that question, the Connor.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that he asked it; it was the way he said it. It was so like he was really thinking hard about it. He goes, "What episode are you on?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm reviewing the podcast Star Trek. What episode are you on?" I'm like, I think at the time I was like, "I'm about to start episode 3," and he goes, "Have I been pregnant yet?" And I was like, no, like I didn't know if I heard him right, and I was.
Oh, you heard him right.
And then like I wasn't like, how do you respond to that? So but yeah, it was great. It was very funny. So
good. Well, Linda, again, great episode talking with you tonight as always.
Had fun.
We had fun. We got into a lot more in depth than I really was expecting. I did not expect us to talk this long, which I'm thankful that we did, because I think we really have hit some key points that I'm hoping that when people watch this, they are really talking about in the live chat, and then leaving comments. Our next episode is going to be on starships. It'll be fun. I think I have some. When I was making my notes for it, I was like, oh, I've got some digs on the starships. I'm looking forward to how we go on this. But again, I can't thank you enough for doing this. And also, just tell everybody where we can find you online, social medias, all those lovely things.
You can find me. I think I'm on every social media at Linda Pages, but I'm really active on TikTok and Instagram.
Yep.
So find me at Linda Pages. I make lots of Star Trek content, a little bit of horror content, Disney, Universal, a little bit of Star Wars, and also, I don't know, I might have music coming out soon. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see.
I guess you're just going to have to follow me and find out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's where you can find. I make mostly Voyager content.
Yes.
So if you're a Voyager fan, you should definitely, if it wasn't blaringly obvious, if you only watch this, you still know that I'm a big Voyager fan.
If by now they haven't figured that out, I don't know what.
Janeway Barbie.
Yep.
We've got, I know you can't really see it over here, but this is a model of Voyager. There's another model of Voyager in my closet.
Yeah. I think you like Voyager.
I do. I've got a Janeway sticker on they're all Star Trek stickers, but this is the Killing Game Janeway.
Mm-hmm.
This is, fun fact, this is the outfit that inspired what I wore to my high school graduation. Yeah.
Good to know. See, we learned something new tonight. We always learn something new about each other. But yeah, just go follow us. And just to give her a little insight, we are definitely, you're going to start seeing a lot more of Linda showing up on all of the Transporter Room social medias as well, because we're going to start filming some collabs on videos. One's in the works.
Exciting.
Just so you know, one's in the works, and you'll be coming out here. Well, by the time y'all see this video, what we're getting ready to work on will be gone and out. But anyway, all right, Linda, thank you again for everything, and we will talk again soon. You have a good night.
Thank you so much. You too.
Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Greeting everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, joined today by my co-host, Allison Leach Hyde. And Linda Pages. And welcome to the Transporter Room. We're absolutely thrilled to introduce the one and only Robert Duncan McNeil. Robert is best known for his iconic role as Lieutenant Tom Paris in Star Trek Voyager. He captivated audiences throughout the show's 7 seasons as the maverick pilot of the USS Voyager. Beyond his memorable acting career, Robert has become a highly respected director and producer, with credits on major television shows like Chuck, The Orville, and the hit sci-fi comedy Resident Alien. He also continues to be a beloved figure in the Star Trek community as one of the hosts of the popular podcast The Delta Flyers, where he and former co-star Garrett Wang rewatch and discuss episodes of Voyager and now Deep Space Nine with Terry Farrell and Armin Shimmerman. We're especially excited to dive into his experiences on Star Trek Voyager, his insights into the character of Tom Paris, and his successful transition from actor to director and podcaster. His multifaceted career and enduring connection to the Star Trek universe makes him a cherished figure among fans worldwide. Now let's beam in Robert.
Here I am. Ooh, that tickled. That tickled.
I know. And you've been beamed a lot.
Yes, I have.
Yes, you have. So, I just want to thank you for taking the time to join us today. And I just want to say I had it was limited just because, but I had a great time visiting with you at STLV last week. And obviously on our monthly Delta Flyer Zooms, those are, those are just so much fun and awesome to deal with and have with. So, so again, thank you for giving us your time to do this. And
sure. Yeah, Vegas was crazy. That was insane. I mean, I don't know if it's because we had all the Voyager cast there, so it felt particularly busy for me. And I haven't been doing a lot of conventions because I've been working a lot, but that was a lot. It was busy.
Well, and you have the Resident Alien crew too, which was great for me as a fan of that show too. So I was so excited to see you guys up there, especially with Tamia of the Sci-Fi Sisters. She did such a great job on you guys' panel. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, Sci-Fi Sisters are awesome. And yeah, I was really glad that Resident Alien panel happened, and it happened around our finale weekend. So it was really nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's fun. And that was my first STOV. So it was intense. And that's putting it lightly. I think I've recovered. Finally, I left there, came straight back to work on Tuesday to the start of our school year. So it's been fun. And I should have asked, but I'm gonna have to call you Robbie. I cannot call you Robbie.
Call me Robbie, please.
Robert's, as I was typing that, I was like, this feels wrong. This feels wrong. But we'll do it for that.
Just Robbie's better because there's 2 other Roberts on our show. So people might get confused and think we're talking about Robert Picardo or
Beltran. So the one thing, I don't know, what we do on this channel is before we get to the Star Trek stuff, I like to just, really, get your experiences before Star Trek, just like tell us about your journey to become an actor. I mean, was that something that you always wanted to do, or did you just kind of step into it?
Well, I didn't always want to become an actor. I didn't really think about it growing up. I moved around a lot. I told this story before, but I moved around a lot when I was young, and we landed. I won't go through all the every other year moves, but we landed around 7th grade. We landed in Atlanta, and that's where I went to high school. So I think of Atlanta as home, even though it was only 5 or 6 years. It wasn't that long. It wasn't my whole life. But anyway, we moved to Atlanta, and because I'd been moving a lot, I just got used to doing things on my own and playing by myself, skateboarding or biking or going, fishing in the creek or whatever I would do. I was kind of a very independent kid because we moved around a lot. And then my little sister was like 3, 4, 5. I don't remember how old she was. Very young, but she went to take some ballet and tap classes at a dance studio in the neighborhood. My mom came home one day from that, and she said, "Hey, they put a flyer up. They need a bunch of kids. They have a children's theater there, and they're doing The Wizard of Oz, and they said they needed 100 kids or something, a lot of kids." And so she was like, "You should do it. You can meet a bunch of kids. You don't know anybody. We just moved here." And I was like, a play? Like, it seems weird, but I'd seen the movie, so I was like, oh, just be a munchkin. Sure. I kind of casually was like, yeah, whatever, sure. And then the audition day came up, and my mom said, "Well, you got to go and audition. You have to go sing, she didn't even know what an audition was. She's like, "You just have to go, you have an appointment." I was like, "I don't want to do it. I don't want to do a play. No, I don't want to do it." And she's like, "You made an appointment. You made a commitment. They're expecting you at this time because they signed you up for this time. You need to show up. If you don't want to do it after that, you don't have to do it." So she kind of, for good reason, was like, keep your word and show up if you say you're going to show up. So I did. Didn't know what an audition was. They handed me a scene with a couple of lines in it, a couple of Munchkin lines. And then they said, "Do you have a song?" And I was like, "No." And the director lady said, "Well, do you know Happy Birthday? Can you sing Happy Birthday?" And I was like, "Sure." So they had the piano player play Happy Birthday, and I sang Happy Birthday.
Oh, that's
it was kind of, and it was pretty quick, but it wasn't that painful. And there were a ton of kids there. So on that side, I was like, oh, there are a ton of kids here. And this is exciting. I've never been in this never even imagined it. Anyway, I ended up doing The Wizard of Oz. Started as a munchkin. Halfway through, the kid that was playing Uncle Henry, Dorothy's uncle in Kansas, he bailed out of it. And so the director said, "Hey, you want to be Uncle Henry?" And I was like 12 or 13 years old. I was playing an old man. I was like, sure. So I got to play Uncle Henry, and I put on like makeup on my face with pencil lines and spray gray in my hair, and did The Wizard of Oz. And that was my first play. But I got to be really close with a bunch of the other kids. I got to know a lot of kids. I got to do my first play and was Uncle Henry, and got to, it was exciting. It was exciting, and it was fun. And it was mostly for me because we rehearsed for like 3 months every weekend.
Oh, wow.
You just start rehearsing in January, and then the play is in late March or April. So you just rehearse on the weekends until the week of the play, and then you rehearse during the, every day. So it was a great weekend activity for a couple of months. I got to hang out with friends, and we'd play in the alley behind the dance studio, and I'd go there all day, even if I didn't have a scene to rehearse or something. I'd just hang out. So that's how I got into it. And for me, it was always like, I know some actors have gotten into this business because they want to be famous.
Yeah.
And that's no judgment on that. Like, if you want to be famous and that's the goal, go do it.
Yeah.
That was never a goal for me. I like when I was doing theater, I liked the rehearsal process more than the actual performing. Like rehearsals were great, the creativity and the kind of bonding. Once you open the play, you're just doing the play,
Yeah.
and you're not hanging out with your cast as much, and you're not talking about it and working it out because you've done all that. So, yeah, so that's how I got into it. And then, yeah, it was a lot of theater, a lot of musical theater, summer stock and dinner theater and
Oh yeah.
New York theater. And then I ended up going back to school when I was about 19 or 20 because I didn't go to school right away. I went to New York and I was just doing musicals and I couldn't get out of like the chorus of the musical. And I'm like, hey, I don't want to do this the rest of my life. Like I want to do bigger parts and I want to do plays because I had done a little of that in Atlanta. I had done a production of Richard III with a local professional theater. They needed a young person in the Scottish play to get his head chopped off. That was me. So not many lines, but I did Shakespeare. And I got to watch these actors, some of them who've gone on to great careers like Kenny Leon, who is a big Broadway director now. He was in the production with me. And yeah, so I'd done some theater, straight theater, not just musicals. But then when I got to New York, it was all musicals. And I was like, a couple of years of that, I was like, I should go to school. I got to break this perception of what I can do. So I, on a whim, went and auditioned for Juilliard and did a couple monologues, did my audition, and I couldn't believe I got in. I was shocked.
So cool.
Yeah, so cool. Yeah, it was really exciting for me because I like rehearsal. I liked class. I liked, yeah. So I went to school, and then the first summer between the first year and the second year of Juilliard, that summer I got cast, auditioned for a TV show, The Twilight Zone. I got the role. I went and did The Twilight Zone. That was my first time in LA. Going out there to do Twilight Zone. And that was on the air in the fall. And then suddenly I had an agent, and he was an up-and-coming agent. He's now a very big Broadway, New York casting director. Jim Carnahan's his name. He was my first agent. You'll see his name all over Broadway shows now. But he was answering phones at a tiny little agency, and that was how he started. And we kind of started together. And it happened because I was in the chorus of this musical out in New Jersey, and he came to see it. He was from Atlanta, and he had seen some of the plays I did locally. He was a few years older, but he came backstage and was like, hey, I'm from Atlanta. I saw you in The Sound of Music and at the Harlequin Dinner Theater. I've seen you. And
yeah.
I just came here and I want to be an agent, and I'm just answering phones right now. But so we started out our careers together, and sort of, yeah, he's done very well. But anyway, I did my first year. He got me that audition for Twilight Zone. I did that one episode. That was exciting because it was proof that I could get out of the musical rut that I had been in. And then when the Twilight Zone went on the air, sometimes new faces, especially back then when the business was a bit smaller, when people see a new face, they're like, oh, everybody starts going, oh, bring him, her or her. So I got some calls about some other things, and one of them was a soap opera. And so I ended up doing that soap in the middle of my second year at Juilliard. They offered me a 2-year contract. So I decided to go do that soap, and it was not an easy decision because I love school, but I was like, pay to do acting at school or get paid to do acting? I'll do the
and still get an education either way. So
yeah, and I still learned a lot. Absolutely.
And that was All My Children that you were on.
Yeah. Charlie Brent I did it for 2 years, and then I extended for 1 more year after that.
Oh yeah.
That last season I got nominated for an Emmy, which was very cool to get that kind of, recognition, and certainly different than being in the chorus in New Jersey. You know,
Well, and
it's very,
the reason I'm smiling, and this may not be on the camera, but is I remember us talking about that during one of our Zooms one month, and I think we
yeah,
I don't remember who it was. It may have been me, but someone Googled and found
found the Emmy
years.
Awards. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah.
But anyway, oh, that's great. Well, that's good, Allison.
So you were
Yeah.
in 6 Degrees of Separation on Broadway with the
Yeah.
legendary Stockard Channing, and I wanted to know what that experience was like as like, you know, starting as a little kid in musical theater. Like Broadway is like the end goal, like the end all be all, and like walking out on that stage, you know, how was that? Like the little kid in you to the adult going, oh, I can't believe this is happening. And any little anecdote about Stockard Channing would be lovely as well.
Sure. Yeah. My path to 6 Degrees was a little crooked, the path there. I had been in New York. I was off the soap. I had just come back from the first national tour of Into the Woods that I did. I went out into the woods for about 6 or 8 months, right after the soap, and did the first national tour. And then I came back to New York, and it was kind of a thin year. I wasn't getting, wasn't much television in New York back then.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to do a soap opera again. You know, I didn't want to go back to that. And so after doing the soap for 3 years, and then the tour for 6 or 8 months, I had a stretch of kind of not much was going on. And one of the things I auditioned for was 6 Degrees of Separation. They were going to do it at the Mitzi Newhouse, so the small theater, not the big theater at Lincoln Center. They were going to do it in the small theater, and it was only going to run for 4 weeks. And I had gone in 2 or 3 times auditioning for the first production of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it was going to happen in the spring. But after Christmas that year, I was like, I need to go to LA for pilot season. I can't stay here to wait for this play that I may or may not get in May.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't, and there's nothing else going on. So I'm going to go to LA. So I went to LA in January, and I didn't get a pilot. And May came around, and they did the 4-week run, the little short run down in the Newhouse. And the guy that did the role that I ended up playing is Paul McCrane, who is a friend of mine, and he was in Fame, movie Fame. He's great. Paul ended up doing the part, but I thought it's 4 weeks. Like I can't stay in New York just for 4 weeks of a play off Broadway and then unemployed again. Anyway, I didn't get a pilot. I'm in LA. Money's getting tighter still, and I read the New York Times review of this first production, and it is the biggest rave I've ever read in my life. And I was like, oh no, why did I say no to that? And now it's going to be a big hit, and it's going to extend, and I bet it'll go to Broadway. It wasn't at that point for sure. And I was just like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, how did I miss that? Anyway, a couple weeks go by, and I was going to go down to the Old Globe Theater to do a short run, 4 weeks of a new musical down there. And I literally was driving down to San Diego with my first wife and our baby, our 1-year-old. And we drove down to San Diego to look at the housing for this, 4 or 6 weeks that I was going to spend in San Diego doing this other thing.
Mm-hmm.
While I'm down there in San Diego, my agent calls me. And he said, did I have a cell phone? I didn't have a cell phone. I think I got a message somehow. So I go to a payphone, and I called my agent, and it was like on a Saturday. And he said, Lincoln Center called. 6 Degrees is moving to Broadway, but it's not going to move to Broadway until September. And Paul McCrane could only do the 4 weeks because he had another obligation.
Mm.
He had been in a TV pilot, and that got picked up. And so Paul had to leave the show. They wanted me originally, and I passed. And so I was like, yes, yeah. So I backed out of San Diego. I flew to New York to meet them one last time. they flew me to New York, and I had one last audition, even though I had auditioned a few times, and a talk with Jerry Zaks, the director, and John Guare, the playwright. And yeah, I had a great meeting, and I'm standing outside of the audition room, and they came out and they said, "Welcome to the show." And so, yeah, I moved back to New York. I did that off-Broadway run from June until September, and then we moved up to the Beaumont. Because everybody that did that first production thought it was a 4-week run, like me. They all thought it was 4 weeks. So Stockard had a movie, Paul had a pilot. James McDaniel, who was the lead, he was also in a TV pilot that got picked up. So Courtney Vance came in to take over for James, and Swoosie Kurtz came in for Stockard for that summer. So we sort of kept the off-Broadway version going for about 3 months, and then we moved upstairs to the big theater. Yeah. Anyway, that's that story. It was a crooked path, is my point.
Yeah. Man.
Well, and theater is like that to get to Broadway a lot of times, where it is kind of weird and crooked, and people start and then come back, and that's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they had, when I did Into the Woods on the road, when I came back, they had actually asked me to do the Broadway company because Ben Wright was leaving, and they were like, "You just came off the road." But it's funny because on a tour, you actually make more money than you do on Broadway. Yeah. And so I had been making, a commercial rate on the road. And I said, "Sure, I'll do Broadway. Just give me the same deal that I had on the road." And they were like, "Oh, no, it's scale. Broadway is scale because you're getting the prestige." And I was like, "No, thanks."
Prestige does not pay the bills, sadly.
No. Prestige does not pay the bills. And I had done it for 6 or 8 months, and it would have been wonderful to do Into the Woods on Broadway. But yeah, it was like less than half of what I've been making on the road was what they were offering. And I'm like, I can't take a 50% pay cut to go.
God, no.
No.
I'm sorry, we've been talking about it. I have an Into the Woods poster right here.
Oh, yeah?
I was in Into the Woods in my junior year of high school. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Linda is
It's a great musical. It's a really, I was always a Sondheim fan. He was my favorite composer. And after Into the Woods, I did get to work with Stephen on a musical that he never finished. It was a workshop of a musical called Muscle, and it was about bodybuilding. It sounds crazy. And what's her name? Anyway, I can't think of her name right now. And Young Frankenstein, what was her name? The lead.
Oh, Bernadette Peters.
No. But no.
No, wrong one. Okay.
Can't believe I'm spacing out on this. Anyway, I got to do a workshop at the Public Theater for a week or two with Stephen and James Lapine and a great cast. And they never finished the musical. So that was the only place it was ever done, was there. And we did a performance, like a staged reading, with scripts in hand and a little blocking. And we did that at the Public Theater, and for a lot of Broadway backers and people that Stephen trusted. And sorry, I hear the lightning of the thunder. There's a storm.
Madeline Kahn. There we go.
Thank you, Madeline Kahn. Yes, Madeline Kahn was in this workshop of Muscle with Stephen Sondheim, and that was shocking to me. I was just like, "Oh my God, I'm working with Madeline Kahn. I can't believe it." I had some scenes with her. It was amazing.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's, man, honestly, I didn't know, how much, actual Broadway and theater you had done. This won't surprise you that my first experience to see you on TV was Masters of the Universe. And if I'm not mistaken, and if IMDb is correct, that was your first credited role.
It was
according to Vic.
well, the first Yeah,
movie.
that was my first movie. I haven't done many movies, to be
True.
honest. I've only done a couple. Most of my career has been in television or the theater before that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. For some reason, just the movie world didn't. I was either always working on a TV show or in a play, you know, a long play or something like that. So
yeah, I can.
yeah, Masters of the Universe was in the middle of the soap opera, so it was again a crazy time because I was doing the soap and flying to LA and back and forth. So some days I'd shoot the soap during the day in New York, and then fly around 7:00 at night to LA, get in at 9 or 10 because the time change, and do a night shoot. I'd go do scenes more than once. I was like literally filming on a plane and right to the set to do scenes. So some of those master scenes, I was cuckoo.
Sleep deprivation. Okay.
I was really sleep deprived, and it was exciting, but it was not a smart way. It was not the way that I intended, because Masters was only supposed to shoot 6 weeks. And so the soap gave me 4 weeks off, and I would have only had to manage a couple of weeks of the schedule. And they were going to be flexible and help me out with that. But Masters of the Universe got so behind in their schedule, we ended up shooting 13 or 14 weeks. So the 4 weeks that the soap gave me off didn't even come close to the 8 or 10 weeks over schedule that we went, where I had to do both things. So there was 4 good weeks in there, but
wow.
More than half of it, I was doing that back and forth thing.
I'm going to out myself. Today was the first time I watched Masters of the Universe.
Oh my gosh.
I was a big He-Man and She-Ra fan as a kid. So I'm like, I'm sure I've seen this movie. And then I'm like, I'm going to put it on to refresh my memory. I'm like, I have not seen this movie. So I'm glad I got.
You would remember that movie if you had seen it.
I mean, we were all terrified of Skeletor as, small children. So, and he was wonderful, I have to say.
Yeah, Frank Langella. I mean, it was a great cast.
I mean, I mean, how did you get Frank Langella to play? Now, other than his voice, you don't know that's really him because he's under all that rubber.
Oh, yeah, he didn't realize it was going to be that much makeup either. So I remember he had a lot of opinions. And because we were so over schedule, Frank, it was my first movie, so my deal was not very strict, but Frank's deal, he had a stop date. The movie starts here, and he has to be wrapped by, let's say, November 1st. I don't remember. We blew away. He hadn't even started film one day, and his stop date was already over.
What?
So he basically said, if you want me to still do this, I get to give notes on everything. My makeup, my dialogue, everything. So he rewrote a lot of his dialogue. He had a lot of power and a lot of clout on that movie. So he was able to really enhance his, make the makeup feel better for him. And I remember Mike Westmore did the makeup, and Mike was...
You answered my question I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Man,
you can definitely recognize his makeup.
Oh yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Man, that would have been a great question to ask him on Friday night, because I was at the Westmore documentary dinner that they put on for him at night, and we all got to ask him a question, and I asked him one about his Academy Award, which was still awesome. But oh my God, that's why the makeup looks so dang good, because Westmore did it. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God. Well,
and a lot of people that were in the trailer, the makeup trailer, that movie started as a non-union movie for the crew.
Okay.
So even though we had big actors, it was Canon Films was the studio, and they had only done non-union crews. And so everybody that was on the crew, even if they were in the union, they were working without the union contract. And a couple weeks into filming, the union came in and struck. Basically, they organized the crew, and I remember we shut down for a day or two. That was one of our many delays, but we stopped filming for a couple of days, and then they made an agreement to sign the union contract. And a lot of people that were on Masters were also on Star Trek. Electricians that I knew that I met on Masters that got in the union on that show, on that movie, were eventually on Star Trek. So yeah.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, and I'll admit, I've watched it way more than one time.
Yeah.
I think I actually may have gone to the theater and watched it. I'm almost positive I did.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive I did. So,
Well,
I mean,
you were one of the few that saw it in the theater. It didn't do well in the box office.
oh well, you know.
The reviews were so bad that people, I remember going the first week in New York, like on a Thursday or Friday night, you know, a night that should have been people there. And there was like 20 people in the audience. It was so, I was like, oh.
All right.
And I, you know, when you're an actor, excuse me, you don't get pre-screenings a lot. You know, you might get one pre-screening or something.
Really?
You see it in looping. You go to the premiere. They didn't really have a New York premiere, and I was working at the time, so I went to the theater with the public to go see it, really to sit and watch it for the first time. And I was like, oh God, this is not. A lot of first-time people in that movie, though.
Yeah.
The director had never directed before, and he never directed after. He's a nice man, but he was super friendly, but he didn't have the skill set, especially now that I'm a director and producer and I know what it takes. There was no urgency. There was no plan. It was a bit of a mess on set. So I'm not surprised the movie's a bit of a,
you know,
bit of a mess.
Hey.
Well, since you've already segued.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. You were saying something.
I was just going to say, part of the thing that I think that gives it its charm and its longevity, that movie, is that it is kind of cheesy and like, because Gary didn't know the rules of, you know, any traditions of filmmaking, it's a bit of a like, what? What's happening? Like, it's kind of crazy. And so it's become a bit of a cult classic because it's so cheesy and so sort of over the top at times and kind of messy, and it's, you know.
Well, so was the cartoon, so it was completely on brand. And
on brand, exactly.
When your original you know, idea comes from a toy line, like it could get a little messy.
Yeah.
Which is,
and I think that
I've never
Gary,
seen it, but I know what I'm doing tonight.
yeah, you need to watch this. Gary, the director, and Stephen Tolkien, who went on to be a great writer. They were trying to do too much in that script. They were trying, you know, I remember them talking about E.T. They wanted to be like E.T. and like Star Wars, and like they were trying to mash in way too many influences in one movie, and it sort of became, you know,
you can't do that. That's too much.
It's too many things. Yeah.
You got way too many things.
Yeah.
Well, so I was going to segue into another logistical nightmare, which was COVID and Resident Alien. When you guys were starting out, I love Resident Alien, super big fan. I love this show. I am very sad about. I'm not caught up because of STLV, but I am caught up. But I was very, very sad about that. But that had to have been insane filming, because there's so much. I mean, you have all the special effects, all the makeup, like that had to have been a logistical, literal nightmare to deal with during COVID, because that was so much. And I'm sure so many people were involved with that. And that's just crazy.
Yeah, we were filming the first season when we shut down for COVID, and we were so close to the last episode. I was directing that last episode of the first season, and I had been prepping, and I was a day or two away, like 1 or 2 days from starting the finale when they shut us down. And so we didn't have a complete season, and we had a lot of little scenes that needed to be reshot or picked up that we were planning on doing during that final episode. So yeah, we shut down and we sat around, and like everybody, we didn't know when we were coming back. And in the meantime, another show called me, Turner and Hooch, which was on Disney Plus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Turner and Hooch called and said, "Hey, we want you to produce that." And I was like, "Well, I got this other thing I got to finish, but I don't know when." And so there was a lot of back and forth, and I ended up being able to go back and finish Resident Alien. And literally the next day, while they were shooting the pilot of Turner and Hooch, Mick G directed the pilot. And I came in the day after I wrapped on the COVID pickups and all that, and I'm filming second unit shots of dogs for Turner and Hooch. I was like, what is going? I went from the alien show to the dog show, and I was so, again, a little probably trying to do too much, but I love Turner and Hooch.
Mm-hmm.
Disney Plus hold it, so you can't find it anywhere.
Aww.
But which is really a shame because it was such a fun show. And
yeah, I can't stand it when streaming services pull their own shows. I'm like, you literally made it.
Yeah.
Let us.
Yeah, it's done. Let people watch it. But what they do, these big multinational tech companies that own all these streamers now, it's the accounting department is going, well, we need a write-off next year. And so Turner and Hooch cost, $100 million to make. If we pull it, we can take $100 million write-off just from that show. As long as we pull it, we'll call it a total loss.
What?
And so they start playing these accounting games. And
Warner Brothers is notorious for it too. Yeah. Acme versus Roadrunner. We're actually getting that one, but they wrote that one off, and it's been shelved for 6 years, something like that, something crazy.
Yeah. That's nuts. Well, I mean, we can talk about our own stuff in our own franchise. I mean, Prodigy. You know,
I wasn't gonna say it, but I was thinking it.
Yeah, I mean, they sit there and it's a Paramount. I mean, it was Nick, but still, it's on Paramount Plus, Star Trek, and they just, they just dropped it like cold.
And they had stuff done. They had so much done.
The entire second season was completed, and they dropped it.
And it was such a fantastic opportunity to get kids into Star Trek. Like adults are going to watch it because you're bringing back characters like Janeway, and then it's an opportunity to get kids. It was such a great opportunity, and they just completely dropped the ball. And it makes me sad because I grew up as a kid. I didn't have any friends my age who were watching Star Trek, so I was hoping that could change with these generations, and it just
But it's about it comes down to the accounting departments, and it's really sad. I don't think these companies are in the filmmaking business really anymore. They're in sort of the content business and the stock improvement business, and
definitely, which is so sad. I'm sorry you didn't have friends your age watching Star Trek. That was
it was a great bonding opportunity with my dad, and obviously, it did not tamper my love for it at all. So
I remember watching the series finale of Next Gen with my friends. I remember watching the series premiere of Voyager with those same friends. So sad you didn't have that.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. I make all my friends watch it now, so it's okay.
That is correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, so now we're finally, since I am a Star Trek themed podcast, I do need to talk about some Star Trek stuff, or the masses may, they may riot on me. So anyway, go ahead, Allison.
Oh, so my question about this, sorry, I have so many questions. You got to do the Star Trek Director School, and I wanted to know.
It's not really a school. It's not really a school. Like, I've heard people say that. There was no formal, like, the way that I did it was different than how Roxanne did it, was different than how, like, everybody kind of found their path. It was mostly about convincing the producers in the studio that you were ready to do it. So whatever that looked like,
Well, I was wondering if you thought there was some magic sauce, or if it was just the people, because so many wonderful directors have come out of that. You, of course, Frakes, LeVar, Roxanne, we can tout her for years, and David Livingston. And I just thought that was so amazing that so many of you came out of that. And if there was just something, was it like all the people behind who were there to encourage and share knowledge?
Well, I think that back then, Star Trek didn't have the kind of prestige that it may have now. You know, they made those episodes for very little money. It was considered kind of nerdy and not a great career move, to be honest.
Yeah.
When I was called about the guest star role in Next Generation, I had the same biases, if I'm being honest. Like, I was like, I told my agent, oh, really? Star Trek Next Generation? It seems like, you know, a lot of people in the business would judge it as this kind of niche thing that was, you know, they had judgments, whatever their judgments were. So to get back to your question about directors, I think that there were a lot of directors that didn't want to do Star Trek. They thought it might hurt, that, you know, that it might not be a good thing. And I think in that vacuum, the studio and the producers kind of went, well, hey, if there's, you know, the regular top level TV directors are saying no to us, let's just grow our own. Like, people here that know this franchise and love it and appreciate it are going to have more commitment to their directing than some of these A-list TV directors that keep giving us snotty responses. So I think part of it was that. That's why Star Trek was in a bit of a bubble outside of like the other normal paths that directors might want to go down. I mean, there's a version of that now. You know, I've not had a lot of experience in some of these fancy streamers. Roxanne, for example, has had a lot of success in that, and that's considered prestige television. That stuff. They've got a lot more money. They've got a lot more time. I mean, Roxanne goes to Europe for 6 or 8 months to do 2 episodes or something. And, you know, I do 2 episodes in 2, you know, 3 or 4 weeks. So, but I would love to do some of that prestige television. I've just been caught up mostly in the more traditional broadcast and comedy. I really love comedy. But anyway, there was that same bias and that same sort of, you know, there wasn't a lot of original cable streaming stuff or cable stuff back in the late 80s, early 90s. There was almost none of it, to be honest. It wasn't until the 90s that some of the cables like HBO started doing original programming with The Sopranos, or Netflix didn't even exist. They delivered, you know, DVDs to people's mailbox. Like, that's what Netflix was.
Yeah.
So
I got all of my Star Trek through Netflix. Yeah.
Netflix.
Linda, do
So
you
I think
know
they
what we're
grew.
talking about?
I don't have any idea. I've only ever lived in a world where streaming was successful. I'm
Exactly.
20 years old. I have no idea.
Yeah, but I think that they grew a lot of directors, and there were a lot of people that wanted to do it, and were passionate about it. And I think they preferred that sort of energy, that sort of appreciation of the franchise to outside people who had, you know, judgments about it. And that's one reason Star Trek had so many directors come up through the ranks. And I'm thrilled that I got to learn, like, kind of lay my foundation with Star Trek. Rick Berman was very old-fashioned and conservative in his taste of how things were shot and directed. And I used to get frustrated because I'd be like, wow, I saw this cool indie film that did this thing, and I want to, you know. Nowadays on Trek, they incorporate a little more of that modern filmmaking. But in that era of Trek, the Rick Berman era, it was pretty old school. Like, keep it simple, stop the camera before you cut into the close-up. Like, don't, you know, very old-fashioned. And I don't mean that judgmentally. It was just very traditional filmmaking. And so I got to learn the traditional filmmaking so that then you can build and break the rules later on and other things. So,
I actually had thought of a new question, and I hadn't asked anybody in a while. Actually, I've never asked anyone yet. And with you being, you know, director and whatnot, you know, so, you know, just honestly, what is your opinion on these shorter seasons? You know, the 10 instead of 26, like you guys used to do. And I mean, like I said, you know, the character development is hard to do in 10 episodes, or they have to skip so much, it's just hard. It's there. I mean, I'm going to say this name and then I'll let you give your answer. But, just think about what they did to Section 31. They took it from a series to a 90-minute movie, and it just. But anyway,
well, I think that to answer your question, I think that if there's one thing I've learned from conventions and Star Trek conventions and things, it's that people that love Star Trek build relationships with characters. Like there's people there that love B'Elanna. There's people there that identify with the Doctor. There's people there that identify with Janeway or Seven or whatever from our show. The reason that they have such a personal relationship with these characters and an investment is because they've got all these episodes to build that relationship, to see this character that they identify with. And to me, Star Trek has always been about morality tales and lessons and big ideas, but the delivery system of all those things are these characters that the audience builds a relationship with. And that's why a lot of times people say, oh, well, it took that series, whatever series, 2 or 3 seasons to really find itself. Part of that is for the audience to build a real relationship. And now not only the actors know their characters better and the writers know the characters, and that it starts taking off. I think DS9 that we're watching right now, by season 4 is just taking off. But it didn't, in my opinion, it didn't the first couple seasons. Voyager didn't the first couple seasons. It took a while. It took 26 episodes and then another 26. And then suddenly we've got such a relationship built with those characters in the audience. Now we can really take off. So that's my criticism of this 8 episodes, 10 episodes. It's just not enough. It's enough to tell a story. You can tell a story in 3 episodes if you want and break it out over 3, tell one story over 3 episodes. But you're not going to get to know those characters in just a few episodes or even 10. It's not enough. You need 20. You need 20, 25 episodes a year. But they're just not making that anymore. They don't want to spend the money.
Exactly.
They can get subscribers if they say, we've got, a new season of Strange New Worlds. Oh, a new season. I got to keep paying my subscription. Yeah, it's only 8 episodes.
Exactly.
or whatever.
And then they take, which that's the other problem with these shorter seasons is they take 2 years to push something out. Yeah. And that's just, I mean, I don't know if you saw it online, but there's a lot of, memes and jokes going around, after Strange New Worlds came out this year, they were, the longest thing ever was fire. And then, when Riker said that, and we had to wait until September to find out if he actually shot at the Borg.
Right.
And Pike.
That was 3 months. This one was 2 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
We've been waiting. Well, like same with Wednesday, which just came out. We've been waiting for season 2 of Wednesday for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So at least we know how you feel about this. You feel like us.
Yeah. I don't think it's the best way to tell stories. And like Severance is a show. I love the first season of Severance. Mm-hmm. But when the new Severance came out, I was like, God, it's been so long. I'm gonna have to rewatch because it was so complicated. Yes. all of the little rules, and I was like, oh, I put it off for a long time because I was like, it's too much work to go back and remind myself of all of that stuff so that I can appreciate season 2 because it's been 2 or 3 years since the first season. So.
No, I mean, literally that for Wednesday, I never watched the first season because I was just like, but then they announced season 2 was going to be out soon. I'm like, I will watch season 1 now to see if I actually want to watch season 2 and then I can roll into it. But Severance, I was really happy they had that little, previous on.
It helped.
Minutes of saying, this is what happened last season. I'm like, thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, back to, meander all over the place.
Exactly.
I want to ask about being on a set with 4 very strong women, but let's start off with Kate. What was it like having her as your captain personally, or, you know, something you noticed, like, you know, how was she a different captain other than, of course, being female? Because she's got that down pat.
Yeah, she nails the female part. Kate was she was a consummate professional, and she had a lot going on in her personal life with, you know, a single mom with 2 kids and, you know, her family, her mother getting sick late in our run. You know, she always had a lot of stuff, and to see how prepared she always was, she set a standard for all of us that was, you know, she set the bar very high, and I loved working with Kate. You know, she's a real old school actress, a theater actress. I just, everything about working with Kate was a blast. And who else?
Roxanne.
Roxanne was great. You know, like her character, she was a bit, you know, early on, I felt like, oh, Roxanne, she's serious. She's always so serious. And I was, you know, maybe that's why I've kind of gravitated towards comedies. I was always kind of, you know, doing practical jokes or being lighthearted or just trying to laugh. That was my I just enjoy laughing at work and having, you know, being lighthearted. Whereas Roxanne's approach is very professional and very serious. And so, you know, I remember Roxanne, sometimes I'd glance at her script. She'd open up her binder and I'd see her script, and she'd have Post-its everywhere with notes and arrows and lines and circles and colors and highlights. And then I'd open up my script and be like, sad. I'd write something, you know, one word. My notes were pretty thin, and hers were like an origami. It was crazy. But yeah, Roxanne was great. She was I knew that she would always, again, like Kate, challenge me and set the bar high if I was working with scenes with Roxanne.
Oh, that's awesome.
But who else? Jerry Ryan. Jerry came in later or halfway through our run, and that was definitely nothing against Jerry, but I know some of the DS9 actors felt it with Michael Dorn coming on, or some of the TNG, you know, Picard in the pilot episode. You got to have a crossover. You feel a little bit like, well, we're okay. We don't need help, you know, but they brought that character on for sex appeal, for Borg stories, I get all the reasons. It makes total sense. And Jerry was fabulous in it. But for me, originally, I was like, oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do the sex appeal thing. But that character became fascinating. I think in some ways,
directorial work on Voyager was with Seven and the Doctor.
Yeah.
Such wonderful episodes. 2 of my favorites.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that I will say that when Seven came on, and part of it was for ratings and UPN, the network we were on, trying to get that network some stability and some attention, because it worked with that character and with the sex appeal and all the reasons that they brought her on as a character that was paying off. They kind of doubled down on that. And so they wrote a lot of stories for her. She had a ton of stories. And I've seen a chart somewhere that it's like a moving graph of like the characters and who had more scenes or lines or something. And everybody's kind of here in the middle, and the captain's always up a little higher. But everybody was kind of even. And then when Seven came on, Seven started down here. And Seven started going up and past all of us, and we started going down. And it was like, oh, they just sort of put us in the B or C stories, and it was always the captain. It was always Seven or some combination, and the Doctor was a good one to bounce around there. So those 3 characters ended up sort of, popping a little more, I guess, in our series. but I think it was a shame that everybody else sort of got far less the last couple seasons than we had the first few. And it was a great time to kind of even things out and give everybody some really the same attention. I think their attention to 7 stories was 150%, and their attention to Tom or Neelix or whoever, or Chakotay, their attention to those stories was like not the same level, I guess I would say. Even if they wrote a story for us, it was like, it didn't feel quite like they had fleshed it all out in the ways that some of those other stories were fleshed out.
Wow.
But yeah, I think Jerry's lovely. She's awesome. Love Jerry. I love directing her. She's also, always wants to do great work and was up for, detailed conversations and getting specific and breaking things out. So yeah, the whole cast was great to direct and work with. Yeah.
As a young kid, I was younger when this came out. Jennifer Lean's character of Cass was closer to my age. So I really identified with her, and I loved her character. Was very sad when she left. And so and I loved that, her character and your character were friends.
Yeah.
And that
ultimately they did become good friends. And I love doing scenes with Jennifer because she was the only actor on our show that really, she always made sure that her acting style was naturalism. She was not a theater actor. She didn't come from the background that Kate Mulgrew came from, or maybe that I came from, or Bob Picardo came from, with big theater and playing at the back of the house and, a little larger than life. Jennifer was she was the only character who always sat in naturalism and realism and naturalism. And I appreciated that. I love doing scenes with her for that reason. And in my memory, after 7 came on, and my memory of that was like, oh, I guess Kes, they never really figured out what to do with Kes, and she didn't have good stories, so they wanted to bring in a different character. But when I went back and rewatched the series, she actually had incredible stories. And her stories helped develop the Doctor, helped develop Tom from being a jerk to being a reasonable, relatable guy. Like, if it wasn't for Kes, none of those characters, mine or Bob's or Ethan Phillips, or even the captain, they couldn't have evolved in the same way. They needed a Kes, and she was critical to the first few years of our show in ways that I had forgotten until I rewatched it. Yeah.
Well, I imagine so. And this may step on another question farther down, but I've gone back and started, watching the Voyager episodes on, the Delta Flyers. And it kind of surprised me, honestly, at first, but I also I see where you were coming from in some of your comments about how, those first few seasons, you really weren't happy with the Tom character at times.
I didn't like him.
Yeah.
I didn't like him the first season. I didn't like, they kept writing these things, and it wasn't just dialogue, although I don't think they found his voice yet early on, but it was also like action, what he did, like the things they wrote that he did. I was like, oh, you're taking one step forward and 2 steps back. Like you're doing some really jerky things that, I don't like this guy. Why would the audience like this guy if he's doing, doing what he's doing? So I was really happy that they let go of, I think they had this idea that Tom was like Han Solo or Julian Bashir, sort of, not even Julian. Julian was like sweet and earnest, and
innocent.
Tom wrote Tom that way. He was like, he'd been around the block. He kind of had a chip on his shoulder. He was rude to people. He was self-absorbed and selfish, and didn't have a good relationship with women. Didn't talk about women nicely. It was just not. I didn't like him.
Yeah. And
But
like I said,
but
that
the
surprised
fact
me.
that he evolved, the fact that if it hadn't been such a hard to like character early on, I think the satisfaction of where he ended up would not have been as good. So in the end, I think it's a good thing. But yeah, just watching those early episodes.
Yeah, and I agree. And like I said, until I watched your recaps and heard you talk about it, I was able to see. I could see what you were talking about. I could find. Back in when we watched it when it was on air. I was 20-something years old, so I didn't think anything of it. But yeah, listening to you recap it, I was like, oh, okay, I see where I see it. You just don't catch it when you're watching it back then. Even today, you just you may watch the series several times, which is But yeah, I see where you're coming about. Well, I do want to say on a much more lighter note, is that panel. Oh my God, the 30th anniversary panel was freaking phenomenal, and just to be able to have all of y'all on stage again. The closest we had was last year at SpaceCon in San Antonio, but this was everybody. All I gotta say is y'all made it very clear that y'all had a lot of fun on set, and
we did.
Poor Brandon Braga, you left him out, but you took care of him there at the end and made him feel welcome when he was like, well, I didn't get whatever, like his butt touch or something in the turbo lift. That was so funny.
I loved Roxanne too. Like, you guys never did that to me. And you're like, no, we were scared of you.
Yeah.
We were scared. You're too serious.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Roxanne can be funny, but she's always like, she's got like the sarcastic, angry, funny. That's her bit that she does. She's like stays quiet and then lobs out like a zinger.
Yeah. So I just had to bring that up because that was a great. I don't want to give too much away. Of course, by the time this episode comes out, it'll be weeks since STLV's happened. But that, and Linda may even chime in on some of this, even just before she gets to our next part. But is, like I was saying, Kate. She owned that stage. Not that, and it was. And Allison was there, and I shared some videos of the panel to Linda actually while we were there, and the one with that little girl that came up and
gonna be an electrical engineer.
Oh, my heart. That was the sweetest thing. If it's not very obvious at this point, Voyager is my favorite. And I felt like I was watching like my 10-year-old self when she was up there like, I'm gonna be a scientist because of Voyager, and I was like, that's me. And it was just so sweet. I'm very sad that I missed the 30th anniversary of Voyager this year at STLV. It was fun. Yeah,
it was fun.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. But anyway, I just wanted to make those. I just want to let you know, because Alice and I were both there, and that was just that was great.
Well, I think that I guess what I'll say is that panel, and I can't remember the last time we were all together.
Cruise, I think 2020.
I wasn't at the cruise.
You weren't on that one? Okay.
No. Maybe I was the only one, but I can't remember a time where we've all been together in 15, 20 years probably. But that panel captured the fun and the affection that we have for each other. And that's how the set felt 99% of the time. It's just like that panel. And I know that some people have focused in on some of the conflict or, I haven't seen the documentary, but I've heard that there's some focus in on conflict and things like that, or fans that talk about it and they ask about it, they bring it up. That's not my experience. Like, that's all manufactured, those stories. If there's a grain of truth in it, it's so tiny compared to what you guys saw at that panel. That's the vibe that I remember. I don't remember, maybe I was just ignoring it. I don't know, but that's not what I remember at all. I don't remember stress. I don't remember I remember long days for sure, but there was always affection. There was always laughs. There was always so much fun. And yeah. Anyway.
So speaking of the Voyager documentary, I have recently seen it. What was that process like of being asked to go back and kind of revisit that chapter of your life and get to talk about Star Trek Voyager documentary? Did you think you'd ever be asked to do that? Is that like, what was that like?
When they asked, COVID had just started, or was it we were in the middle of it? And I was, I was going back to Resident Alien in Canada, and they wanted to do an interview. They were just starting interviews. And I think I was the very first person they interviewed, and they kind of rushed it, put that together, because when I was living in Atlanta, they could get a crew there. But if I went to Canada, they weren't sure that they could get a crew, because Canada was, a lot of countries were not letting people in unless it was critical or whatever it's called, So I was the first one that they interviewed. So they were learning their questions. They were, they were trying to figure out what is this documentary going to be about. I wish that I don't recall what I said or how much they asked me. I remember they talked to me for 45 minutes or so, an hour maybe.
Oh yeah.
But it was during COVID, and I wish that they had asked me after they interviewed other people to do it again, because, especially because of the podcast that I do, the Delta Flyers, so much came back to me that I didn't, when they first talked to me, I hope that I had some good answers, but I think it could have gone deeper if they had talked to me a little later.
Well, I think all three of us have watched this, have seen it. The three of us have seen it. And so
I'm even wearing my shirt.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
I enjoyed it. I really liked it.
Good.
And I think they really did not, in my opinion, I don't feel like they did a lot of dug into the controversies or the supposed controversies out there.
Yeah, or the gossip or any of that.
They definitely talked about it. I don't know that it was the main point of the documentary, but it was definitely covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying the documentary did something wrong, because I haven't seen it. And it's not even the doc. It's kind of the culture of fandom, sort of for a long time focused in on. Let's be honest. Kate and Jerry didn't get along. Kate and Jerry were fighting.
Always Kate and Jerry. Always Kate and Jerry.
But that was not like that was some fantasy that sort of got spun into this. It wasn't reality. It wasn't. Yeah, were there disagreements sometimes, or impatience, or whatever? Sure, yeah. But that happens on every show. It happens on Resident Alien. We don't talk about that about Resident Alien. Everybody talks about how much they love Resident Alien. The cast is so close. That's all true.
Yeah.
Were there times where some of our actors had disagreements? 100%. It happens on every show. So to focus on our show and make that the headline, I think, is a disservice to our show, because there was so much more to our show than that. And that was it was such a blip on the radar, in my opinion.
Correct. And
if I could throw my opinion of a girl who lived through the 90s, I think it was because it was between two women. And that's why it was oh no, they're being catty. They're, and that's why it would get out there, because there weren't many shows that had two very strong female characters who were being written for seasons to carry a show, and we shouldn't have done that way, but it is what happened. And I do think they were doing that because they were women.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Even though it wasn't fair, sure, could every family, you guys were a family. You guys spent more time together than you did with your families during those seasons.
Yes.
Of course, you're going to argue and not agree.
You're going to have disagreement, like professional, creative disagreements, and that's normal. And there was nothing unusual about it on our show that I haven't experienced on every single show I've ever done.
It's really nice to hear you say that, to kind of change or maybe correct the narrative on that. a little bit.
Yeah.
It's
and I think I was a bit unaware of it until I did the podcast and started talking to a lot of fans. And I'm like, why does everybody keep asking about this thing? Like, what are you talking about? And, and there's some people that maybe were on our show sort of took advantage of that narrative and kind of wanted to stoke it some or seem like they had some insight into it. So, different people that did work on our show might have commented in a way that made them feel like, oh, I've got insight. Mm-hmm. Yes, I can. You know how gossip gets. Yes. Like it grows. It's such a negative and it's like a forest fire. It just it's hard. It's easy. It's the easiest conversation to have. It's much harder to say, yeah, we had some creative differences, but wow, I'm so impressed with what my fellow actor did or my fellow actors or to be understanding and empathetic and to, that's harder. It's easier to gossip.
Oh yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you touched on the Delta Flyers, and we are at that point in time kind of in talking with you this evening. I have been a Patreon member of the Delta Flyers since day one, and it was such and the Seventh Rule as well.
Yeah.
Your two podcasts are what I clung to every week. This is something new from people who I've watched my entire life, reaching out to talk to us and bring us all together, either through fandom or just together to be people talking to each other. And I really, really loved it and would like to say thank you for doing that. Mm-hmm. And how much fun was it at the time? I remember watching the episode where Picardo is biking and then talking to you guys and falling down and and we're listening to him have a bike accident. I'm like, this is like a slice of life in the middle of COVID when we're all having almost no life. And it was.
Well, I think we were talking about an episode and something about the doctor. We had a question, we were like, I wonder what I don't even remember. Yeah, I don't even remember what the question was, but I had just talked to Bob earlier that day, I think. So it popped in my head. I'm like, oh, let me call him up. We've never done this. I'll put him on speakerphone. And
oh God.
I didn't. And then when I called him and he said, I'm out biking. I've got, earbuds in. I was like, Bob, what do you call me? I'll call you back. Call me when you stop biking. And he was like, no, I'm fine. And then boom, he had the accident.
Oh my God.
It was like a complete showing of how much you guys all care for each other. He picked up the phone in the middle of doing something. No, Robbie's calling. I have to talk to Robbie. I'm not going to put him to voicemail. I'm like, this shows your guys' relationships, as a cast. You guys mean a lot to each other.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, we do.
Yeah. And I'll add to what Allison said. I'm also a Seventh Rule member and a Delta Flyer. And, the fact that you and Garrett are willing to give your time once a month to the members, the admirals and the prophets, to do those Zooms and just let us ask away just different questions or just share what's going on with our own lives. That is, that's really nice and intriguing. It's just fun, and it's so sweet of you guys to do that.
It's fun for us.
Yeah.
It's fun for us because, Star Trek has created a community, or you guys, the fans, have created a community around Star Trek that's a real community.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and so,
that is, I'm on the Delta Flyers now WhatsApp here, and my phone it never stops. Yeah. It's so funny.
No, I'm sure it
never
doesn't.
Stops. But it's so cool because we were at Vegas. We were sitting there, hey, who's doing this? Let's meet up over here. Or, Megan's on there, and oh my gosh. So, but the fact that y'all are willing to do that, and the only thing I ever get scared about is what question I'm going to get from you.
Yeah, I've flipped it around for those listening to this podcast. When we have our monthly Zooms, it used to be that people. It originally it was going to be questions for Garrett and I, and then Terry and Armin came on, questions for Armin and Terry and Garrett and Robbie. And it was like a one-way street. And I realized as we started having conversations that would meander like this one into people, not about Star Trek, but about people's lives. I was like, I'm going to flip the script here. I'm going to, when they come on,
the question.
But Chris, I ask on our Zooms now, when I have my solo Zoom, I ask people questions, but I also answer every question.
I agree. And I think it's funny. I'm just always worried, like, which one am I going to get and be like, God, I don't know if I can answer that one. Or
yeah, it's always like get to know you better questions,
And they are great. They actually are really good questions because some of them have been really thought provokers, to be honest with you. Yeah. And it just depends on which deck we're in this month.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just funny the different styles between yours, that your monthly and Garrett's monthly.
Yeah.
But I enjoy
totally different. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, but they're fun. I enjoy both of them. And then when we get and then when the ones we get Armin and Terry every other month. That's
well. Terry said to me after her last Zoom, she's like, I really love that you guys do this, and I'm really starting to love doing them. Good. I mean, not that she didn't from the beginning, but she's like, it's a different level now because she's starting to get to know people.
She is,
and recognize names and faces and knows about their lives. And it's part of what happens at a convention at the table when people come up. I love to hear about their lives and their connection as much as I think as much as they like to hear about Star Trek from me. So it's a give and a take, two-way street.
I want to thank you for Delta Flyers because COVID consumed my high school experience. So I was 15 when the world shut down. And so I missed out on a lot of those kind of normal teenage experiences. And one of the things that really, truly kept me sane during that time was watching Star Trek and waiting for the Delta Flyers podcast episode to drop every week. I would go for a walk. It was like my time out of the house and I would listen to the Delta Flyers. And that was really helpful for me with kind of the mental drain of kind of being locked away from the world. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Oh, of course. I'm really glad to hear that. I mean, I think a lot of people had that experience of feeling isolated, feeling alone, and us starting that podcast at that time was just the perfect way for, there weren't conventions happening for the first year or two. Like, that opportunity to connect with other Star Trek fans and that community that was so important to people disappeared. And so, the Delta Flyers sort of was the right place, right time, right thing. So.
Oh yeah. And I'll add one thing, then I know Alice has got another question, but about how with Terry, that's funny you said that because and I was walking out, I was checking out Monday morning, walking down the hallway. She comes out of the room and says, "Looks, hey, hi Chris," and says, "How you doing?" I was like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, that, yeah. Anyway, all of that part with being part of this community now is still kind of, it's very surreal because like I was at Trek Long Island and sitting there with her and Lolita, and we were having a drink together and everything. It just, it's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so I've got one. It's actually pretty quick, this question.
Yeah.
You got to be on the DS9 set. You got to go into Quarks. You got to be on the NX-01 when you directed Enterprise. Of course, you were on the bridge of Voyager. Did you get to go on to the bridge of the NC-01D when you had your one episode of Next Gen?
Well, the bridge was always there. So yes, I did go. I didn't do a scene on the bridge, but some of the sets were right there next to the bridge. So I got to go on and see it.
Cool.
It was in the same spot as the Voyager bridge. It was, in fact, a lot of the same set pieces and materials. They just, changed some things out. So I guess I've been on a lot of Star Trek sets.
That's amazing. I think it was probably just you and Frakes who could say that too.
I think you're right.
LeVar directed Voyager DS9.
Oh, yep.
Did LeVar direct Enterprise? I
Yes,
don't
he
know.
did.
Yes, he did.
He
Yeah.
did.
Okay, so he got to do. Okay, so the three of you have gotten to do that. That is so cool. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm like, I was thinking about it today, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
That's you know, you're in a short list of people that have been on all the bridges.
Yeah.
And I went over to DS9 a few other times, just when the doors were open, or I went over maybe to talk to somebody now and then, and I got to see the promenade. I got to see all that. Quark's bar. Yeah, it was
cool. Steal some food from the craft services. Oh wait, that's
yeah,
your friend.
exactly. That may have been why I went over there. I don't know.
From what I have heard, you guys had better craft service than Deep Space Nine.
Ours was pretty good.
Yeah.
Ours was too good sometimes.
All right. That's so good. Let's see here. Linda.
Okay. So Star Trek has inspired so many people to pursue careers in the space industry and in STEM, but Voyager specifically has had one of the greatest influences on the field because of its portrayal of and encouragement of women in STEM. And as a woman in STEM who is getting a degree in physics, because I grew up watching Voyager, I just wanted to ask you, did you know when you took this role the kind of impact that Voyager would have on women in STEM and on this industry?
No. I don't think the gravity of, I knew having a female captain was groundbreaking for Star Trek. But I didn't realize the impact, that all the female characters, B'Elanna, Seven of Nine, and of course the captain, and Kes too, with all of her curiosity and passion for working in the sick bay and the hydroponics lab, growing things and all of that. It just, those female characters had a real strong sense of curiosity and knowledge. And, we made fun on the podcast of that moment where B'Elanna and the captain are brainstorming back and forth, and then they both go,
warp particles.
At the same time. And as easy as it is to make fun of that moment, it's also a great moment of women problem solving way ahead of the men in the room, that they were the ones that were figuring this out. And I love that, Jerry Taylor was one of our writers, one of our creators, and that was, I didn't realize that it would have such an impact, but
I did.
That's great. And good for you. Physics was my favorite science in high school.
Really?
I love it. Yeah,
I hated it in high school. Really? I couldn't stand it. Yeah, I was a theater major for the first 6 weeks of college, but I was taking astronomy as an elective and fell in love with it and was like, nope, I got to give it a shot. It's not fair to not give it a chance. So I did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people always think because I went into a creative field that, you must have loved, English and art and drama. I love math. I was great at math, and I was great at physics in particular, but the sciences generally I was pretty good in. I struggled in, English class and the things that were more kind of subjective, and I wanted hard facts and data and numbers, and I still love, I make spreadsheets when I'm breaking down scripts, if I'm producing, or I love getting a new script because I open up a new spreadsheet and I start breaking down all the page count and cast numbers and, figuring out how we're going to schedule this thing. I like data, I'm ironically in a creative field, but I also love organization.
Yes.
Structure.
That's so interesting. I feel like I'm the opposite. I'm in this STEM field, but I take such a, I feel like I use my theater background in physics, which I feel like is weird to say, but I approach everything creatively. I'm a very relatively disorganized person. Like when I walk in to do a problem, I have to go to a room with 3 whiteboards so that I can use all 3 of them to out and that's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. Well, Robbie, we're at my last question. It's my standard question I ask everybody, and we'll see what you say. And is what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
I don't know. There's so many good ones. I mean, I was going to say transporters, to be able to beam,
Yes.
you know, I could just beam over to see my kids, you know, who live in other states and far away. I could beam over and see my, you know, friends. And I live in a remote place now. I'm up in the mountains of Utah. So I don't see a lot of my good friends and my kids as often as I want. So transporters would be super cool.
Yes, it would be. It would have made my trip home a lot quicker.
Yes.
But
Exactly.
would it still be you?
Oh,
I know. That's the thing.
We will discuss that topic later.
Yes, that's a whole episode or
yes,
two.
it is. Well, Robbie, again, thank you for giving us your time to do this tonight. I couldn't, I appreciate it, and I will see you here on our next Zoom for the Delta Flyers.
Yeah, I'll see you on the Delta Flyers, and thank you guys for doing this. I know a lot of people who love this franchise just can't get enough of talking about it and unpacking all the ideas and what's in it. So thank you guys for doing your podcast.
Oh, you're welcome. All right. Well, we'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
Okay.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, joined today by my co-host, Allison Leach-Hyde, and welcome to the Transporter Room. We're absolutely thrilled to introduce the extraordinary Dr. Mohammed Noor. Dr. Noor is a professor of biology and executive vice provost at Duke University, where his groundbreaking research focuses on evolutionary genetics, particularly exploring what genetic changes contribute to the formation of new species. He's also an award-winning educator known for making complex scientific concepts accessible and engaging. What makes Dr. Noor truly unique and especially exciting for us is his deep passion for and contributions to the Star Trek franchise. A lifelong Trekkie, he serves as an occasional science consultant for the Star Trek universe, notably for shows like Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Prodigy, and now Star Trek Strange New Worlds, helping to ensure scientific plausibility within the narratives. He has also authored the book Live Long and Evolve, What Star Trek Can Teach Us About Evolution, Genetics, and Life on Other Worlds. We're especially excited to dive into his fascinating blend of cutting-edge scientific research and his unique role in shaping the science of Star Trek. His ability to bridge the gap between academic rigor and pop culture fandom has made him a cherished figure in both the scientific and fan communities. Now let's beam in Dr. Mohammed Noor.
Hello. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for a very kind introduction. It's great to see you both.
You too. So great to see you. I'm glad we finally got to do this. I know we've been, doing the schedule, dance, but we got it.
Yes.
And that's what I'm happy about.
Thank you
Um,
for finding the time to speak with us. I'm so excited, Mohammed.
Oh, thank you, Allison. Thank you for having me to it. And yeah, sorry it took a while. We had to wait till it was far enough outside the semester that things slightly slowed down.
oh, totally understandable. Believe me, I get it. I work for a school district K-12, so not quite as crazy as yours, but still pretty nuts.
Different kind of crazy.
Yes, exactly. So, we kind of like to start with background here at first. And, a lot of times we hear quite often that, Star Trek is what leads someone to become a scientist. Was that true for you and what helped you to decide to study biology?
I would say in my case, oh, thank you for having me. I would say for me, Star Trek and science kind of reinforced each other. I wouldn't say that one caused the other. So I mean, even as a little kid, I always loved science, and I think I saw my first Star Trek episode probably when I was about age 8 or so, something like that. And this was original series in reruns. I wasn't alive when the original series aired, but watching it in reruns, I remember watching it and just being fascinated with it. And I love the discovery elements to it and the integration with science. So I think those were self-reinforcing. And then when Next Generation came out, I think it started when I was about a senior in high school or something like that. I watched everything from there on continuously as they aired, and I would of course talk with, say, my professors about things in Star Trek Next Generation, like, did you see blah blah blah? Can you believe that? And then we'd nitpick things together or have fun talking about some of the science that they did, or sometimes even just something they got really 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 right in a big way that was really fun. Like, oh my gosh, that was a great representation of Muller's ratchet or some scientific concept.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So my question about you is, did you always want to be a teacher? Because I know with the sciences, there's so many different ways to explore your science. There's pure research, there's academia, there's medicine. I mean, you're in biology. So did you always want to be a teacher?
I did not.
Well, how did that come about then?
Well, the era when I went to graduate school was 1992 to 1996, and the field, as Chris mentioned, the field I went into is evolutionary genetics. It wasn't so obvious what one could do in evolutionary genetics at the time. I mean, today there's a whole bunch of options that are very clear. At the time, it wasn't so obvious what you would do except going into academia. So I went into it, and I always enjoyed teaching, like as a teaching assistant, for example, in graduate school, but that wasn't what drew me in there. But honestly, when I started teaching actual classes, loved that from the beginning. So that was always fun. I mean, I love people. I love talking with people. I love chatting about science, and especially with other people who are smarter than me. Honestly, some of the students I see in there they're much smart. Like, I would never have gotten into Duke University as an undergrad. Let me be clear. We have like a 5% acceptance rate. That would not have been me. So these people, like, they're brilliant. And actually, I didn't even get my start at Duke. I got my start at LSU in Baton Rouge, which had, a somewhat more generous acceptance rate. But even still, they were really, really smart kids coming in, excited about science and wanting to talk about it. So what could be more fun?
Yes. All the scientists that I'm personally exposed to, and I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, so Lanel is right there, are, I mean, amazingly brilliant and so personable and want to talk to you about what they do in a way you understand. And that is so great. Because I know sometimes that's not how it can feel like when people have such experience and knowledge about something. So to be able to bring it to the masses like you do is so wonderful. So
Oh, you're very kind.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love talking science with you too. We've done it before.
And I'm looking forward to doing that hopefully this next month in August or almost next month. But yeah, and so I know did you, I think science runs in your family from what I've researched and looked at your history and stuff. So what else is done in your family, like your father and all that type of stuff?
Yeah, so my father was an aerospace engineer. He's retired now, but he was an aerospace engineer, and he taught classes as well and things like that too. So it's always fun to compare notes about things from completely different fields in STEM still nonetheless. My grandfather, actually, on my mom's side, was a biologist. So yay, more biology in there too. I think he even became like undersecretary of education in Egypt at the peak of his career. And then I think my father's father, I believe, was also an engineer. So there's a lot of engineers there. So my mom actually got a degree in engineering, but she stopped working around the time I was born.
Oh, wow.
It's a lot of STEM.
Yeah.
A lot of STEM.
A lot of
But this is also coming from Egypt, where you're successful when you're a doctor and engineer.
True. That's you're right. That's what they consider success, I think, over there at times. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Now, are your children, are they in science as well, or
Oh, so my daughter is an attorney.
okay?
She works for the Transgender Law Center in I always forget it, whether it's actually in Oakland or in Berkeley, but it's somewhere in between those two. I think maybe Oakland.
Oh wow.
And my son he's in college right now. He's majoring in computer science.
Oh
So we have
nice.
one more STEM, but one social sciences.
That's cool. Well,
What
obviously,
about you guys? What were your degrees in?
mine's in management information systems, so IT.
Okay.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
I am a licensed real estate broker, so that's what I do
Yeah.
for money. I guess it is. This is fun. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is
That's important. I mean, you basically get people homes. I mean, that's
yes,
what could be more important than that, right?
exactly. Everyone
exactly.
needs and deserves a place to live. So we can do what we
Exactly.
can in a hard market for that. But yes.
That's great. Thank you for your
Oh,
service.
thank you.
Mhm. Oh yes. Yeah, we need real estate agents all the time and brokers and oh gosh. Well,
Yes.
okay, so I've been wondering, and I always ask all of our seventh row members, how in the world did they get involved? How did you get involved in the seventh row? How did you find out about it?
Seventh Rule. Oh, so I watched actually the very first episode of Seventh Rule as it aired on the Odyssey Radio thing. Mostly, I had already met Aaron Eisenberg before, and I actually was on the podcast he had before that with Garrett Wong, the Alpha Quadrant. So they had me as a guest on one of their first episodes. So and we were friends too. Aaron and Garrett and I. So I followed that all along, and then they decided they weren't going to continue that podcast, and I heard that he was going to start one with Ciroc. It's like, oh my gosh! I remember texting him like, I can't wait to see your podcast, and then watching it as it first came out. So I wasn't a regular watcher, but I was sporadic early on. But at the Vegas convention in 2019, I talked to Aaron. He said, "Oh well, we have to get you on the Seventh Rule sometime." I was like, "Oh, that would be a lot of fun." Tragically, he passed away the next month, so that didn't come to pass. But then I'm not sure actually what exactly transpired. Maybe they asked for community input. I can't remember how I got connected. I met Ciroc, but super briefly, so I'm sure he wouldn't have remembered me. And I don't think I had met Ryan, or if I had again, it would have been super briefly. But somehow in the reminiscences for Aaron Eisenberg, they invited me over once, and we had a super fun chat. I mean, you know what Ciroc and Ryan are like. So they're so excited about science and excited to talk about connections to Star Trek and things like that. So we had a great chat, and then they just invited me back as a regular guest for one of their discussions of Deep Space Nine the next year. And that was the point in time where I learned about the live chat and things like that. I remember I was very confused with the free-for-all concept. Like, what is this thing? Why are people just staying on and randomly chatting afterwards? I mean, I liked it, but I didn't quite understand what was supposed to happen. But when I saw actually the live chat and the chat pack and things like that, I was sold. And that's when I actually became a Patreon for them and stuff like that. And I've been, an associate producer for many years now. So I always loved that podcast so much. I love the community that it's built. I love the hosts. I love everything about it.
Well, yeah, and that's how I've met all of you, both of you, is through this channel.
Yeah.
As becoming an associate producer, and it's hard the first time. Oh gosh, I still don't like to watch my very first one. It's it's rough, but I enjoy the community because, like you said, chat pack, we're all there. You see almost always the same names. Chuck, Mark, Dave, Bob D. Linda,
Yeah.
all of us,
Yeah.
we're all there. Even tonight at 8:00, we have the full episode review. I don't know which one it is, but it comes out tonight. But yeah, I was just curious. I was like, because I found out, I'm trying to remember, I found out through it, like just randomly, I think through being on the decon chamber and some other stuff. And I decided, oh, what the hell, I'll join. And
it's well worth it.
Oh, it has been.
Very well
It has
worth it.
been
Agreed.
very,
Agreed.
very, very well worth it. So
And it's so fun after that when you get to go to conventions. And it's like, there's Allison Leach Hyde in person. Oh my gosh.
Yes,
It's so fun.
Felt like I should walk around with a little box so people
Yeah.
can see this little Zoom box, but
That
not a
would be
boom box,
hilarious.
Zoom box.
That would be hilarious. Yeah.
that's your cosplay.
Yes,
There
we
you
go. I have so many uniforms. I just got a bunch of new uniforms. So
Oh.
no.
Have to ask about that later.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna jump around a bit. So this lovely book here, I have enjoyed immensely, and I want to talk about how did you pick each episode as examples for this, because let's just start with chapter 1. You know, we're deciding what life is, and I first went, oh, we're going to talk about home soil. That was not the first episode you talked about. You talked about quality of life. And I'm like, did you do that on purpose? Like, for all of us fans who are like, oh, he's going to talk about this episode. You're like, no, I'm going to use this one first. I will talk about home soil, I promise. Like, so every time I was just like, oh, are we talking about this one? And then no, we talk about something else. Like, Trouble with Tribbles. There we go. I was like, this is where we're going to start with reproduction. I'm like, okay, sweet. So I love the episodes that you picked as examples. So what was that like? You know, did you
Sure. That's a great question. That book's been out for 7 years. Nobody's ever asked me that question. That's great. I love it. So, in terms of just process-wise, when I first got the contract for doing the book, I should mention just what the process or why that came about. Princeton University Press reached out to me and said, would you be willing to give a public talk at Princeton University and write a book associated with the same topic? And the public talk I was giving most often at that point in time was a general, like, why evolution is true talk. My former PhD advisor actually wrote a book called, quote, Why Evolution is True. And that was the basis for the talk I was usually giving. So I was like, that book already exists. We don't need another one. It's actually really good. I recommend it to anybody who's interested. So she said, well, is there any other public talk you're giving? And this was right before I started giving talks at conventions, and I just prepped one. I was like, I have an idea. It's a little outside the norm for Princeton University Press. And she went for it. And I said, basically, it's my introduction to genetics and evolution class from Duke that I use for majors, but just at a slightly lighter level, but using examples from Star Trek. So to your question, Allison, what I did is I spent about a year going through literally every episode that existed up until that point. So this was back when there was like 800 or so episodes. So every night I would go through the script of 1 or 2 episodes and watch one episode of all the series in order. Started at TOS and just went through. And I had this giant spreadsheet where all the rows were every episode and the columns were the chapters of the book. And I would just put, if there's a note like, oh, this has something relevant for this. Oh, this has something relevant for that. Which often, like that, the vast majority had nothing relevant for anything. But, I went through it. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. I was very nervous that there would be a really good example. And I just would have jumped right over it and not even seen it. So that was the way I got the big thing. So then in terms of deciding so in the book, in each chapter, as you mentioned, at the start of each section, there's a detailed thing from one episode, and there's a couple of like random mentions in there and later in each section for other episodes that also talk about it. I tried to just space them out a little bit because I didn't want it all to be TNG, for example. I wanted to have a little bit of Deep Space Nine, a little bit of Enterprise, a little bit of Voyager, a little bit of original series, something like that. So I tried to vary out the examples there. And then the one within a particular series I pick is just the one I thought had the best case for exactly the point I was trying to make.
Cool.
So
yeah,
there was a lot of layers to that question.
Yes. Well, and you can tell when you go through the book because you're like, oh, because the show is written by writers, and writers aren't scientists, so they have an idea of something they've heard and they want to use it, and then seeing where this is quite correct, this is a little bit correct, you're on the right path, and some of it is complete science fiction, which it should be. It is science fiction. So having it all together and then seeing the examples you pick out of like, this is where this is really good for this specific scientific example is really cool, because I'm sure writers actually love it when they're like, hey, I did a good job on just in my imagination. So
no, this is great. And I love every point that you said there. So in terms of those things, if there was a great example I put in there, even if there was a bad example, but it reflects a common misunderstanding, I still took that as useful. Like, it's instructive in that sense of, oh, people tend to think that this means that. But in fact, it actually means something completely different. And then at the very end, you may remember after the 6 chapters, I had this sort of appendix of gems and coals. Those were just fun examples, but they didn't quite fit with the flow. Yeah. So that's sort of the hodgepodge section. I just tossed them at the end. I will say, actually, there is one case. There is one of the writers for Discovery actually does have a PhD in molecular biology.
Wow.
So it's not common, but there are some out there who actually are hardcore scientists as well. And even if you go back to, say, the Deep Space Nine Voyager era, Andre Bormanis, was the science consultant at the time. And he did what he could in the sense. I mean, there was no internet at that time, so he would look things up in the library. He would call colleagues and things like that. There was a fair amount of research that went into there. But as you said, your point is well taken. This is science fiction. So if somebody has to have a cold ray, and then somebody says, "Well, there's no way to make a cold ray." Well, we're gonna have a cold ray anyway because that's what the story needs. Okay.
Yes, I do think that's one thing about science fiction as a genre. A lot of people have a hard time with is that like we're telling a story. It's still a vehicle to tell a story. So our science can be close, non-existent, and it's all good for the flow of the story and for as we have noticed with Star Trek, we have science fiction that we've made in the 60s that, kids grew up with and went, I want to make that science fact. And so that's really
Exactly.
cool.
Yeah, and the writers are very acutely aware of how many people are inspired by it, and that's why they want the science to be as right as possible. And they're very keen on that, and very keen on if we can make it right, let's just make it right. They're not going to make it wrong. I feel bad because I always in the reason I always make fun of the same show, but I always make fun of the Flash. I love the Flash; it's a fun show.
Yeah,
it is.
But like it's like they don't even try. It's like, we're just going to do this thing. We're fine. I mean, it's more. I call that more fantasy.
Yes.
It's fine.
Yeah. Well, and that's what that's what makes Star Trek so great is that they actually have tried to
They do.
get it right as much as they can. Obviously for the story.
Sometimes really well too.
Yeah.
Sometimes really
but for the story, sometimes they just have to have all the techno babble. But when we were talking with David Livingston not too long ago, some stuff we asked, I asked him something about, technology, and, we really do have some of the technology like this, like my phone right here. I mean,
Our communicators / tricorders. Yeah. Or pads, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, it's crazy. And that's on the technical side. And then like in your field with the biology, it's had to lead, science, some of y'all to research and find things that maybe would have never, sparked an interest until they actually saw it. I'm like, let's see if we can figure out how to do this.
Yes. Agreed. Well said.
Yeah. Especially on the medical side of things, I mean, the episode on TNG, I still remember when they wake up the three people from cryostasis from the 1990s or whatever, and Dr. Crusher's like, well, this one had like cirrhosis of the liver, I cured that. This one had cancer, cured that, and it's just, it's because of that. This series, I think we really have advanced some of our science because of it.
I completely agree. Definitely inspired a lot of people to go into this.
Absolutely. So kind of leading into the papers and scientific that they just went completely off the rails.
Yeah.
Talk about the episode Threshold.
Threshold.
Yes.
So,
and there was some paper
there was.
called, if I can get it right, the rapid genetic and developmental morphological change following extreme celerity. Whew.
Yes. So what does that mean? It means rapid, or obviously rapid change you can figure out, of
Yes.
course. And so in development, and morphological meaning like in form, following extreme celerity, going very fast. I think that was the episode of the Threshold, as you said. So in that episode, what happens? Tom Paris goes to warp 10, which basically means he is essentially everywhere. Actually, I asked my friend Dr. Erin McDonald, who's like the science consultant for the whole franchise, and she said that in principle is kind of correct. Like, oh, I didn't know. I just thought they made that up. But she said, no, in principle, that actually would be true. The fascinating thing about that is he goes very fast, and all of a sudden he starts evolving, quote unquote. So I should point out right off the bat, individuals don't evolve, individuals develop. Like, I did not evolve from a baby. I just developed from being a baby. So if I change, then it's still not evolution. Populations evolve, species evolve, not individuals. But anyway, setting that aside, that's neither here nor there. We saw this rapid change into a salamander, and there was a lot of questions about this at the time, but somebody, don't know who it was, like around 2018, who apparently was going at the time, this is before my podcast, at the time was going under the moniker BioTrekkie. Don't know who that could have been. Sent a paper to what's referred to as a predatory scientific journal. So these are normally for a scientific journal, like you do your scientific experiments, you write up the results, you send it to a scientific journal. They then have experts peer review it and say like, okay, this makes sense, this isn't clear, this wasn't done well, and there's this process back and forth until it's good, and then they publish it. Predatory scientific journals basically like pay to play. You give them some money, they just publish it. Apparently this BioTrekkie person like went to one and they said send us $500 and it's in, and apparently that person bargained and said how about 50, and they were like okay.
Oh my god. Wow.
And apparently there were reviews, but it was just like fixing typos. But if you read the paper, every citation in that paper is actually a real citation except one. There's one fictional citation, but every other citation in there is it's setting up the stage for everything in the context of we don't really know what happens when individuals go fast, and we're looking at different cases of rapid change in general. If you go through the methods, it basically just recounts in science speak all the scenes in Threshold, just almost scene by scene, as you go through it, but in just in very heavy science speak. And then the results, again, recounting the observations that happened there. And essentially in that, supposedly there were 2 human subjects because this was a replicated experiment.
True.
This was done. There was rapid change and they produced babies and all sorts of fun.
That's funny.
Yeah, it got published, and it was interesting because then it got a fair bit of publicity right after that. It still every now and then pops back up in Reddit or something like that.
Yeah,
but
I'm not gonna
let me
lie.
just say that journal took it down pretty quick after that.
I've tried finding it, but I couldn't find it actually.
Oh, I can send you a copy. I have it downloaded.
I could not find it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got it super quick. Yeah,
All
that
right.
was at least I assume I found it.
Well, I found a lot of, it's like space.com and references to it, but I just didn't. Either I didn't want to click it or I just wasn't sure. So, but I definitely found the title, and
happy to send you the paper if you want.
Oh yeah.
I
That was good.
love who it was written by. That I think.
Oh yeah, who are the authors?
We have Thomas Paris, Harry Kim, Belana Torres, Kes Ocampa, Catherine Janeway, and Astrid Lewis Zimmerman. And I think that's my favorite part.
Lewis Zimmerman.
Oh,
and I believe his affiliation with Starfleet Academy, if you look at where he's stationed.
Yes, yes, exactly. And then there's a little shout out at the end too, and acknowledgments to B. Braga for helpful insights. I thought was also quite fabulous.
Mm-hmm. Well, what was it? I heard was it you or someone I heard talk about a podcast that they said that that was or is it something that was like a Brandon Braga sweat
fever dream?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard somebody say that too. That was a fever dream.
Yeah, fever dream. I don't know. It's an episode. I don't mind the episode at all. It's a fine episode, and even when you talk to Robbie, because I've asked him a couple times on some of our Delta,
he likes it.
Our Delta Flyer, Zooms, and he's like, it's fine. He doesn't care per se on that. But
he had to have a ball making it though. Because, he got to ham up the screen, wear some ridiculous makeup, and do things he normally didn't get to do. So it at least had to be an entertaining week or 8 days of filming.
And they leaned in on the fiction side there on the science side, but like, whatever, it's fine. And honestly, there's still a fair bit of science in there.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, there's a funny thing in that paper. I forgot to mention that one of the things they mentioned in there is they're analyzing the data. They use something called Picard tools to analyze the genetics for it. But that actually is a real thing. That's actually what it's called. It's called Picard tools. That's what you would use to analyze that sort of data. And it was named after Jean-Luc.
Really?
There's a lot of biologists who are big Star Trek fans.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. I have definitely seen that there are, it's so fun to see where Star Trek fans are. We're not just in sciences. We're not we're a lot in production and teaching. So many teachers are Star Trekkies, and just seeing how we have spread out into the world and bring our Star Trek love, and then all coalesce on.
I know a lot of people, so I do this as well, but I know a lot of people who use Star Trek in the classroom too, where they're looking for, a good ethical debate question or a good biology question or a good physics question, very often people will bring Star Trek into the classroom. So the book that I wrote, for example, I use it for a non-majors course at Duke, and I've taught it multiple times. And, it's really fun because, what we'll do is we'll sit there and watch like a piece of Star Trek episode and we'll discuss it. And it's so nice to have a narrative instead of just, words on the chalkboard or whiteboard or whatever. So people are definitely much more engaged that way. And especially the final projects for the class I do, I have them do something creative that teaches a lot of the concepts that we did in class. And oh my gosh, they come back with these amazing like raps, or here's a filmed scene of a Star Trek episode or something like that. They put so much energy into it as opposed to like the classic essay report, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
That's true. You get to play in Star Trek. So
exactly. You can, and if you can have fun while you're learning, all the better. You're going to retain
that is how we first learn, is through play. Why would we have to give that up?
Brilliant point. Love it, Allison.
Okay. So how did you become a scientific advisor for Star Trek?
Alumni connection.
Simple.
Yeah. So what happened, I was at a convention this was also, actually, I think, was it the same convention? It may have been the same convention. The 2018 Dragon Con. It may be the same one.
It's a busy convention.
Yeah, I know, right? It must have been that one. I was thinking it couldn't have been 2019. But at that convention, I was giving a talk with Dr. Aaron McDonald, who also was not yet a science advisor for Star Trek.
Really?
We already knew each other before this. That was the funny thing about it. But we were giving a talk about science and Star Trek Discovery. But then 3 people came and sat in the back of the room. It was Mary Chieffo, Ken Mitchell, and Jane Brooke. They watched the talk. What's that?
That's how you met Jane Brooke?
Yeah. At the end of the talk, then she came up to say hi because she said, "Hey, I actually went to Duke University." It's like, oh my gosh. And of course, I totally knew who she was. So, we got to corresponding, and I actually brought her out to speak to the class I was just talking about that uses the book that you held up earlier and things like that. But she really liked the book. She had actually gone through and put notes all through the whole book. And she asked, "Have you ever thought about consulting?" I said, "I would love to. And I've actually tried reaching out, but I don't really know, who to reach out to." She said, "Let me connect you with," I think it was Erica Lippold, who's the one I mentioned has a molecular biology degree. So she connected me with Erica. I had a great chat with Erica. Erica connected me to Michelle Paradise, who's the showrunner. I had a great chat with her. And then I think it was in March 2019. I think it was March 2019. I got a call from Michelle Paradise saying, "We'd like to help you. We'd like to have you come and help us with this, with a couple of arcs associated with season 3 of Star Trek Discovery. We're going to pair you with this physicist we just met. Her name's Dr. Erin McDonald."
You're like, wonderful.
I know. I was like, "Oh, I've got her cell number right here. I'll text her."
Don't even have to pass contact information.
Nope. That was fantastic. Yeah. And then she, of course, at that time we were both kind of consulting, like just from the outside. She then leveled up and she actually got hired for the whole franchise on retainer and stuff like that. Whereas, I'm sticking with my main job over here.
Seems fair. So of the episodes that you have advised on that have aired and you can talk about, which was your favorite science you got to advise on?
Oh, definitely the chemical communication with species 10C. Oh, that was so much fun. So we started that in, I think it was May 2020. We started first talking about it. So this was just shortly after things had shut down. But we had iterative conversations where they said we want to have truly alien aliens. We want the conversation not to be able to be translated by a universal translator. We don't want to have iterations. And there were side talks at the same time because we were talking about that, but also talking about the I forget what the thing was called. The thing was destroying all the planets. I forget what that was called.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, that's okay. Anyway, I can't remember what that was called. But
Yes.
Exactly. But they were calling it the space Roomba.
Yes.
Discussion. They actually leaned in more heavily for the Roomba thing. So I was just kind of in the background, just tossing out ideas in terms of how the communication might work. But it was really fun then. And when finally we settled on chemical communication, and I said, well, let's do it with hydrocarbons. So we got to work on some of the text, got to work with the VFX people. It was what I liked about that was it was very comprehensive. And then also got paired towards the end. Actually, Anson Mount connected them with some folks from METI, the Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence thing. So these are these people who are linguists. So I got to work with them where I was doing the heavy biology side. They were doing the linguistics of how you would translate these hydrocarbons into a full language and stuff like that. So it was very, very interdisciplinary in a great way. It's like VFX people and linguists and biologists and physicists. It was so much fun.
Yes.
So it kind of peaked in episode. It wasn't just one episode. I guess that was kind of a little bit of an arc on episodes like 11 to 13 and Discovery season 4 for that.
Wow.
Yeah, but it was interesting because the timing was very long. So we started in May 2020. I think the episodes didn't come out till late 2022. So there's often a long lead time for these things. It's not right away.
It was called the DMA.
Yeah.
DMA, that's right. Exactly. Dark matter anomaly.
Something like
right?
that.
I think that's
Yeah.
what
Wow.
right.
I didn't know y'all got that intricate.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that you don't actually see in the end. So, for example, there was a lot of things where somebody's pop-up screen has all this stuff, and we had very detailed things about what's on that pop-up screen. And what you see on the episode is like it's way in the background and kind of blurry, and you can't see it because it's not focused on that. So there's more detail than is even apparent in the show that is, precisely made.
Mm-hmm. No, that's so cool because it gives the actors, just a little bit more that they don't have to come up with in their mind.
Yeah.
It gives them just a little bit more information to hold in a scene. So that's really cool.
Yeah, no, it's oh my gosh, it's such an honor and so much fun. And the writers are really into it too. They're excited to hear about how the science would be. And one important thing is for a lot of the science, like I might give a very detailed explanation, but in the show it has to be like 1 to 2 lines of text tops, right? And preferably even less than that, preferably just a couple of words, because people don't want to hear a seminar on biology. They just want to hear
I mean, some people do, but we don't have time in an episode. So
yes, we don't have time in an episode. It's all about like let's keep it moving, let's keep everybody excited, let's keep everybody interested. So it can't be super detailed. But for something like I guess in season 3 when we did the burn, what Aaron McDonald and I did is we actually wrote up an article for StarTrek.com that filled in all the gaps because it was so short. I was like, I don't think people fully understood what happened there. Like they had a general sense and like, okay, I guess that's it. But we could fill in all the details and say like, what's the real science behind that in an article on StarTrek.com.
Oh,
so that's a nice way of filling it in that sense.
So cool.
That is so cool. And especially,
but it was really fun. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was to say because I didn't know about that article because that was kind of one of the semi-complaints was they wrapped up how that happened so quickly. It was just Kelpian, that young Kelpian, when he got mad.
Sukal. Yeah.
And he got mad and there went the antimatter and stuff. And so, but that was one that I did not. So that's good to know that you wouldn't actually filled in everything else that they had. Obviously for time constraints, they just can't go that deep detail.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So what we did then for seasons 3 and 4 and 5 actually for Discovery, I didn't actually consult on season 5 of Discovery, but I still enjoyed it. But Jane Brooke and I then did episode discussions for those too. So that was really fun then because she knew the actors and the craft of the acting and production, things like that. So she would talk about that aspect, whereas I talked about the science, some of which I contributed for season 3 and 4. Season 5 I didn't, but there's still a lot of good science in there nonetheless. So
yes, that was BioTrekkie Explains, and it was a ton of fun. And since you mentioned it, I'm going to jump ahead to my last question. Are we going to get more BioTrekkie Explains this season with Strange New Worlds, especially since you advised on things?
I don't know yet. I've not planned any yet. But we'll see. You never know.
I have my fingers crossed for more BioTrekkie Explains.
You're very kind. Thank you.
So
I mean, one of the challenging things with BioTrekkie Explains is I do all the production for it, so it's like it's a lot.
Oh yeah.
Someone who does no production other than sitting in this chair and talking into my screen, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I joke. It's probably about 40 minutes for the BioTrekkie episodes, since those are not like just me talking, right? It's a lot of animated stuff. It's probably about 40 minutes to an hour for every minute you see on the screen.
I know. I could sit here and even though my editor plus producer, he does the initial edits, even after him, I get them back and I can still spend, 30 minutes working on a minute or something, just trying to get it just right. Oh, so yes, I feel your pain big time.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm going to kind of wrap this question into into one. It's like, what was your first convention experience, and are you going to be at STLV this year doing some panels?
Sure, so I'll answer both. Sure. So the first first convention experience I ever attended was Dragon Con in 2014. So I was definitely jumping in at the deep end.
Yeah.
Dragon Con with like at the time probably like 60 or 70,000 people. It was great. I mean, I got a photo up with Patrick Stewart.
Oh man.
Stuff like that. I was like diving in at the deep end there. Actually, I got a great one with Jerry Ryan and Garrett Wong. This is before I knew Garrett. Obviously, I mean, I just met him for the first time at that convention. But I got Jerry Ryan to wear this glove with these little tubes coming out of it, pretend like she was assimilating me. But it was really fun. I mean, just hearing all the panels and things like that. And then what actually inspired me at that is one of my colleagues from here at Duke. His name is Professor Eric Spana. He actually gave a talk on the genetics of wizarding using examples from Harry Potter. He gave another talk on biology using like Mass Effect, the video game, things like that. So I saw that and I was like, oh, this sounds great. So Garrett actually weirdly happened to come through town the next year. I think he was me like a fraternity brother or something. I forget. There was some weird like college connection or something like that. So I messaged him. We actually met up for dinner and I said, hey, is there any chance I could do that at Dragon Con? Give one of those talks. He said, yeah, we're always looking for more content like that. So I asked him if I could give such a talk. And then 2016 in Dragon Con is the first time I actually gave a talk at a convention.
Wow.
That was my first convention experience. So to your second question about am I going to the Trek to Las Vegas, as the new name is, I am planning to go. I've got my tickets and I'm giving one talk for sure.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm looking forward to it.
It's gonna be a heavier. It's gonna be a new talk. It's gonna be a heavier on the science, a little bit lighter on the Trek. So I'm curious to see how that will go over. We'll see.
I'm excited.
Oh yeah,
very kind. I always appreciate you.
Well, this is my first time to go to STLV, so yeah, I gave in. Lots of peer pressure. I finally gave in.
TJ and I were heavy-handed on the peer pressure.
Gotta love TJ Jackson Bay from Missouri.
Yes. Oh, TJ. So actually, we all were together last night doing a recording. But yeah, well, that's good. I'm looking forward to coming out there and seeing yours and everybody else this year. And I've never been to Dragon Con, but oh my God, yeah, I've heard how huge that is. No, I don't. I'll stick to Trek to Vegas.
The great thing with that is Garrett runs the Trek track at Dragon Con. So you already have like a built-in strong Trek connection in there with Garrett, running that track. He's been doing it voluntarily too, so that's really special.
Interesting. Well, it's in September. August is
it's always Labor Day weekend.
Yeah. Not this year, maybe next year. If I want to be around that many, that's a lot of people in one spot. Oh well. So I've got my standard issue last question, and that is, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
I mean, personally, I would love to have a replicator. I think that would be fantastic. I would never trust a transporter. Those are definitely death machines. Definitely death machines. Nope. Not touching that thing. But a replicator would be great. But I do worry if there was a replicator. If those were like common, I worry it would get really misused. I can imagine a lot of bad things happening in the world. But just like if I could just hide one in my house.
Agreed.
I would love that.
They would have to be very, very regulated. Yes.
Yeah, right. I can imagine,
clothing, food.
Yes.
Exactly. No weapons from this thing,
Nothing. Yes.
Well, supply.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, think about that's why. I mean, I've said this before, and I usually don't try to repeat, but look what happened. Why the Kazon wanted the replicator. And that's why Captain Janeway was like, no, you are not getting one. Because they would, and they were going to use it for not such good things.
So true.
So true. Well, Muhammad, thank you for giving us your time today. I'm so glad we got to do this, and I am truly looking forward to meeting, both of you finally in person in August. So
it'll be fun.
It will be fun. So thank you for coming on tonight. I appreciate your time.
Thank you both for having me. It was great to chat with you both.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello and welcome to the Transporter Room. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and with me, as always, is my co-host, Allison Leach Hyde. We've got a fantastic show lined up for you today, and we're thrilled to introduce our incredible guests who all collaborated on the new children's book, Freddy the Alien. First up, we have Jonathan Del Arco, an Uruguayan American actor and activist widely known for his iconic role as Hugh, the Borg, on Star Trek The Next Generation and Star Trek Picard. He also had a long-running role as medical examiner Dr. Morales in the popular TNT series The Closer and its spin-off Major Crimes. Jonathan is the author of Freddy the Alien. Next, we're joined by Tricia DeFazio, a dedicated educator, consultant, and author. Tricia is a professor, teacher, and screenwriter. She is a co-author of the book Social Emotional Learning Starts With Us, Empowering Teachers to Support Students, and co-author of Freddy the Alien. And finally, we have Adria Alvarado, a talented color key artist and illustrator from Peru. Adria's work can be seen in a variety of projects, including the animated film Iambo, Spirit of the Amazon, and the Mandalorian Funko series, and Star Trek Online and Star Trek Infinite. She is the illustrator for the new children's book, Freddy the Alien. Let's beam them all in. Hello, how are y'all doing today?
Hey, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
So excited to talk to you all today.
Yes, and I just want to thank you all for just taking the time to join us this morning and evening for some of us on this chat today. So it's just an honor to have all of y'all on here, and so I thank you for giving your time today. And I'm really looking forward to really hearing about how you came up with this wonderful children's book, Freddy the Alien. As we were talking earlier, I said, I don't have children, but this is the first children's book I bought in a very long time. But it was a great read, so I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
So did I.
Thank you.
Well, it was an interesting process. It's my childhood immigration story, and I have been dabbling with telling it in various different mediums. I wrote it as a pilot, as a television pilot at one point. I then collaborated with some people to make it an animated series with the Rick and Morty folks when they were interested in it at the time. And I wrote it into a movie screenplay, and none of them took, as it's not uncommon in Hollywood to try different ways to tell your story to get your project made. And I had given it to my good friend Tricia, who's an amazing writer and screenwriter, has projects at Amazon right now, and she's just fantastic. And I said, give me your opinion on what do you think of this? And I think it was a few years later, we were in Vegas. We had gone to see Pink. And she said, let's have a coffee. And I think we should make your story into a children's book. And I had never really thought about it. It had never crossed my mind that it would be an interesting children's book. I mean, the form you're seeing it now is an adaptation of my story. It's, the screenplay didn't have the alien aspect of it, but this is what we took out of the story to focus on the feeling, the otherness that he feels. So yeah, Tricia was the inspiration, and we worked on it together, and then literally searched the entire globe for an illustrator that got it and whose work we were moved by. We had a very specific image in our head of what we wanted the book and the characters to look like. We wanted it to be very lush, colorful, beautiful, evocative, and we found Adria because Adria was doing artwork on a game that I had just voiced. Matter of fact, I did another game that she also did the artwork on, and she had tagged me in a post as Hugh, and I just went down an Adria rabbit hole looking at her portfolio, and we just fell in love with her. Long distance because Adria is in Cyprus.
Yes.
We're like, I'm
And it
looking
worked.
in Cyprus. Yeah, that's how we worked on it. Was a really cute thing, Trisha, the little boy. I think we. Yeah, go ahead, tell the story.
We have the same brain, Johnny. We were reading to a group of students, and Johnny had said that our illustrator lives on the magical island of Cyprus. And then Bush's kid comes up and he's like, if she lives on an island, how did you do the book?
The internet.
The internet.
I love the video.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so
Like,
serious.
oh,
Like, how did you guys do it? I love
Oh,
it.
that's too cute. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, I know we'll get into. I saw y'all. I did not get to stop by the table, the 455 table, because I saw you sitting there. Y'all were doing your signings and stuff. And as we were talking earlier, it was my first STLV, so I was just like all over the place trying to figure out what the heck to do. Convention overload.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. But this is a good opportunity to sort of put out there that Trisha and I will be bringing the book back again for another Star Trek event in Chicago the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Oh man!
Come on, do it.
We're gonna try to redo some of what we did in Vegas. We're not quite sure how much of that we'll be able to redo, but we'll definitely be there, signing the book and selling the book and talking to the fans. So that just happened.
Cool. I was gonna go to Chicago, but I traded my ticket in to go to the Orlando one. But now I may have to re-up and go back to Chicago. I was not. Anyway, I feel the peer pressure coming on from my friends here, but like, just go. That would be her.
I'm here for peer pressure.
One of the best towns I've ever. I love that city so much. So anytime you tell me I have to go to Chicago, my bag is pre-packed.
Yes, I agree.
And we were just there. Trisha and I were just there for 3 days doing a book tour in the school system, and we did Chicago Today and interviews and Telemundo, and it's been fun.
Golly. Well, and I just, to kind of give everybody a feel for how we do this on this channel, we've already started, a lot of channels, they'll go straight to the Star Trek. We don't even go there. That's like the last thing, because I always want to learn more about the people that I'm talking to and interviewing, because that is what got me into wanting to do this, because I've watched other podcasts that do that. I want to know your backgrounds and stuff like that, because we like to know what led you to your career. And I'm enjoying what we're talking about so far. I know we're going to dive way into it even more when Allison gets started here on her little spiel.
So let's just start. Jonathan, being that I have read your book, I have an idea of how you came into acting.
Right.
Adria, how did you guys come into wanting to be an artist and to be in education and teaching? Like, what led to that?
Wow. Me, I always like to draw. Probably my first memory from 3, 4 years old. I remember drawing on the walls, and my mom was like, "Don't draw on the wall." But at the end, I think they just saw that I enjoyed it a lot. And I think at 12, 13, maybe I was very serious about it. I said, I remember to myself and to my family, I want to do art. This is what I'm going to do 100%. And I was so lucky to have the support from my family, especially from my mom. And
I never stopped drawing since that time. I studied fine arts for 2 years and I did animation. I went to animation school and I have been in the industry since 2019. So yeah, I consider myself very lucky really. It's not common, especially in South America, to to work in art. It's a very complicated field. So yeah, that's pretty much how everything started. And I'm here. So I think I made the right decision.
Oh,
And Adria, the kids love your story. Like when we were reading to them, we said, "Is there anybody here that likes to draw? Is there anybody here that likes to
I love
doodle?" Well,
that.
that's how she started. And Johnny, right? You could like see their faces be like, "You
I
mean this
love
is a
it. So
possibility for
important.
me?" And it's just,
I love it.
yeah, so nice, so nice to see.
And as I work in, as we were starting, I work in the education field as well. I'm in director of technology for the school district where I'm at. And so, when I realized, Trisha, that you were an educator as well, or, and had done that, I was like, oh, this is going to be great, and just, seeing what is going on in today's world in education is just, it's not great some days. And so a book like this, I feel like, what led you, what got you into education and the career and then, and towards writing your books that you've done, plus, then, co-authoring, Freddy the Alien.
Well, the short answer is when I was 21, I ran away to Spain and I couldn't get a job except to teach English as a second language, which when I came back to the States, that was my job. And that would have, if Freddie were in my school, I would have been his English teacher, which is like such a good connection. And I did that for about 9 years. And I was always passionate about trying to not just support my students, but I wanted to help the teachers and their parents. So this kind of drive to support teachers, I felt like it would benefit more kids to prop up the adults who were in front of the kids. So that's when I transitioned into like being a consultant and then teaching at the university. And so now I still travel all over. I go to Texas, I go to New Mexico and work with teachers in school districts just like yours and try to support them. And we've never needed it more than we do this year, and that we will need the next 3 years for sure. Even Johnny and I were discussing with the district this week how much funding has been pulled from schools and how they're feeling those effects real time. And this is already directly affecting kids in our communities. And so everybody vote.
Yeah, no, it's rough. And, I see this, as working in where I'm at, because I'm in technology. So I get to see what, our students are, researching, searching for and all that stuff. And it's mind boggling. And then what, we interviewed Chase Masterson a while back, and with her coalition, and just we need more people like you and Jonathan and Adria to do this stuff, to make books like this, and to help. Just I don't know. I'm trying to think about the right way of saying this, but just help the students to realize it's okay to be different and to get out of the bullying. I mean, it's just so rough. Like, I mean, when we were all in school, at least when you left, the bullying would stop. Now, you've got social media, you got your phones. It does not stop. It's just 24/7. And so it's books like this and a group like y'all that really are that can make a difference. Even if it's, somehow you can make a difference in this world. And that's why, I'm glad we're doing this interview today, because, when I was reading the book, I was, okay, I'm not going to assume that this is Jonathan's story. I was like, because I wasn't sure, to be honest with you, at first, and then finally when it wraps up, I'm like, okay, it was his story, of, within reason. But I was like, is Freddy really an alien? Like, is he really an alien? And but yeah, I know I'm kind of just rambling today, because it's just been again, it's a good story. These are just topics that are just so passionate and need to be talked about all the time. So.
Well, Jonathan, other people who are watching this may not have read the book, so please do let them know how you came into acting.
Sure. Let's see. It started actually much younger than I talk about in the book. I mean, I think when I was around 13, I began to kind of understand what it was that I wanted to do with my life in terms of acting. But I was sort of performing even at like the age of 6, because my uncle lived in the country in Uruguay, sort of like a farmer type, and he owned like a general store and bar out in the country. And I would go spend entire like months there. And I was a cute, very precocious, a little naughty kid. And I would tell dirty jokes to drunks and get paid like some pretty hefty tips. I'd be like the little boy that
You see why we couldn't put this part in the book?
I would just repeat the dirty jokes I heard like my brother say or whatever, and these old men just thought it was hilarious. So I would get all this money, and I started getting paid for performing. So, so it started then that I was like, oh, I can entertain. I was a little stand-up, you know, and then in elementary school, it's definitely where I found my tribe of kids that were like myself, bullied or different. We were all in the drama club. I like to say back in the day, there were no gay straight alliances. There was just the drama club. And that's kind of where I found my home. In doing theater, I felt safe. I felt creatively fulfilled. When we did perform, sort of the mean kids were impressed by the fact that I could do something like that, because they were too afraid to maybe go on a stage. You know, it's a kind of courage, I think, to be in front of people performing. So yeah, that just became my path. Storytelling became my path. And yeah, that's, you know, teachers that were interested in me, you know, and my talent, nurturing that. I dedicate the book to 3 teachers that were a part of that for me in different phases of my young adult life. And very lucky to have had them, you know, the teachers I had. So, and when we were at the schools, you know, it was really interesting because you could really tell the classrooms and the schools that have the teachers that are more engaged and more interested in the kids. You could really see it in the kids, the way that they are engaged with each other and with guests that come into the school system. So the importance of a teacher and administrators should never be, minimized, in my opinion. So.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Agreed. We need to put more nurturing and investment into our future, which are our children. And if we don't do that with the teachers and the education that they receive, it is hard for them to blossom in adulthood. So
yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And it's good that y'all are willing to go into the schools and actually talk about this, and you know, and just, you know, show them this book and just lead them into and supporting the staff, because as you know, as a district administrator, you know, we see our teachers, the support is, I mean, we support them as the best we can, but it's not always there, especially from, you know, the powers that be that control the dollars, you know. Yeah. And it's rough. We were talking earlier, you know, it's been very hard for like our district and other schools. You know, they are feeling the financial crunch, big time, and
teacher burnout is like becoming an epidemic in this country. I personally have experienced it. It's like the lack of resources. It's the never-ending cycle of work and demands. And, you know, there's not a lot of jobs where you encounter 30 little energy systems that all need something. And then you're expected to be, you know, we always say the best thing you can give a kid is a regulated adult. But you know how hard it is to stay regulated all day long when you're dealing with, you know, a million different issues, and half of them you didn't cause and you can't fix. And it's
did 2 schools, and then Trisha and I took a 1-hour nap.
We passed out on my mom's couches. I was like,
I was
Johnny,
so tired. I
night.
napped like never before.
Oh yeah. Well, especially when they're, you know, like under 10, like they're all there in their body and energy.
Yes.
It's all at you. Like all of me needs you right now, not just a
Yes.
part of me, all of me.
I mean this in the sweetest way. They're energy vampires. They're like, gimme, 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 right? And then Johnny, you like plug into him because you want to give it to him, and then you're like,
But I did figure out the best way to answer how old are you, because they were all like, how old are you? How old are you? How old are you? And I said, aliens don't have age. Isn't that great?
Oh.
And Marty was like, what year were you born? And I said, Stardate 52526. They're like, that's how you tell time and space. So that's my answer. That's the pat answer now to anybody that asks me how old I am.
I love it. I love the fact that you went with a star date on top of it.
I did. I gave them a star date, and they were like, what?
They're like, what's a star date, sir? Oh my gosh, that's too funny. Well, I'm sorry, I gotta stop laughing on that one. So Audrey, I have a question. Can you tell us your career and how did you get into it, and what is a color key artist? I'd never heard of that until starting preparing for today.
Yeah, it's a very niche part of being a visual development artist. How I got into it, my first job was in animation, Aimbo, actually. That was the movie, my first movie. And they hired me, but I didn't have any experience in digital art. I was only painting traditionally in oil. And they were like, we're gonna give you a chance. We like your work. Maybe we can get to work together. And I was like, I'm just going to give it a try. And at the time, I needed to start working because I needed to support my family. I was 18 at the time. And I was like, I'm going to give it a chance. And I fell in love with it. It's pretty much working as a concept artist. You get to design props, environments, characters, anything that the movie is going to need when it enters production. But at the time, I was trying to look for something that I was feeling comfortable with. And I believe my expertise at the time was color and light. So I offered myself and I was like, what if I work on the color strip of the movie, which pretty much, how can I say this in English? It determines what is going to be the mood of the movie, the lighting, the mood, and just the emotions you're going to convey. Sorry, Johnny?
Like a mood board?
Yes, exactly. It's
Okay.
pretty much the mood, the emotions, and what's the pace, right, emotionally that the movie is going to have. So that is the color key artist. And that was my job for the first 4 years. And then I decided to go full time as a concept artist. And that's what I'm doing now on Star Trek Online. So, yeah.
That's cool. I did not know any of that. See, that's why I'm doing this podcast. We always learn.
I love it.
Oh yeah, no, I do too, and I appreciate you giving us that answer because we've looked up at your site and I've got it pulled up here, and this imagery that you've done is just mind-boggling. It's so good. It's so gorgeous. I mean, not that a board cube is usually a nice thing to look at, but dang, that's a pretty nice looking board cube.
It was so much fun. With illustration, it's so much fun because you get to work with props, with 3D artists. You sometimes use renders, you do photo bashing, paint over. So it's very, very fun. And especially with this IP, you need to be very specific and very careful, right? Like the details that you need to pay attention to. It's a lot, but it's so much fun. And with this IP, it's already my 3rd year. So yeah, very, very happy.
Oh man.
I like to say we manifested you, because we were at some point in the rabbit hole of trying to find an artist. I had said to Trisha, let's find someone who did like one of the Star Trek series, or because there's an animated Star Trek series, and we started kind of thinking about, I think we created you in our imagination. She's too good to be real. I do. I believe she's too good. I can't believe she's real.
You manifested her.
Yeah. I never thought Johnny was going to see the art. I mean, we all do that when we finish a piece, we post it, we tag the actors or whatever we're featuring in the art. But I remember waking up and I saw the DM and I was like, wait. I told my boyfriend, wait. I woke up and I was like, wait, you're not gonna believe this. So it was amazing. And yeah, such a beautiful coincidence, really.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Trisha, I know you touched on a little bit about your career, but maybe just give us a little more on what you did at the university, and even in, when you were a public school teacher, and and then how that led you to your books and that you've written, and then obviously kind of how you led to working with this wonderful team.
Sure. Let's see. I told you how I left teaching kids to teach adults. So I was at the university and I really enjoyed that. And I actually did a stint where I was teaching high school in South Central and also teaching in the evening at USC. And there was something about going from Watts to the affluence of SC, and that they are probably 4 miles apart, but like it is two completely different worlds. And it was kind of ripping my brain apart to go from my day job into teaching the classes at night. And I needed to like metabolize that experience some way. So I started writing a screenplay about it, about a teacher that has to go between these like two different cultures, these two different environments. And so that became my first screenplay. And I was like, am I a screenwriter? What am I doing? And then I got really into it. I worked really hard, and it took me, 12 years to get something sold. But that was the beginning of that path into kind of another career, which I'm also working in, which I hope to one day do as my primary job. And then obviously always do stuff with kids and teachers on the side whenever I can, but looking to, make TV and film in ways that can impact. It's always about, for me, it's like, how many people can we reach? Kids, then go to the adults. And now it's like, okay, media, TV, film, and then, spread the message of like empathy and connection and, the antidote to kind of all of our ills, whether it's bullying or the political divide we see in this country, is just about empathizing with somebody else's lived experience and not painting them with like a general brush or thinking something about them you don't, which can lead to dehumanizing people, which we're seeing rampant right now. And that's just not how it's supposed to be. So I'm gonna do whatever I can to, Johnny and I were saying at the Vegas convention, like art is the weapon.
It's the weapon,
right?
They're very threatened by art. The powers that be are very threatened by comics, artists, painters, playwrights, any art form, because in art, you get to tell the truth. You get to tell it in an entertaining and a captivating way. I mean, actually, politicians copy actors. They try to. We do. They try to emote what we do as actors naturally, which is to present a story to people in a way that's captures their imagination. And I think that artists are very threatening to people in power, because we have always been on the vanguard of pushing human individuality and thought forward, So of course they come for the artist first. That makes total sense.
Yeah, no, it does. And it's just so just wrong. I'm just going to say it's just not right.
As, we who consume entertainment, we bring artists into our homes. So we feel like we have personal connections with them. Whereas most, politicians, we don't do that until we know who they are. We already have a relationship with, like, Jonathan, I've been watching you, act since I was a child. So like, I know who you are, and I know who you portray. And so like, I have more personal experience with you, even though I have been in a room with you once in my life. And now I'm in a, Zoom room with you. But, so it's an interesting thing to witness them trying to take that away, that we do have personal feelings about our artists, be they actors, singers, visual artists, painters, we have that emotion towards them, and it is strong for us because it's personal. And it is interesting to see how this is playing out right now.
Yeah. Well, and when you think about the art that we're in, the franchise that we're all in, the whole Star Trek, that's what it's about. We're supposed to be open and accept people and not, belittle or segregate or anything like that. It's all about, the infinite diversity. in infinite combinations. And so that's what Gene was trying to show us, back 59 years ago, is that this is not how it has to be. This is how we can be as a society. And that's what makes Star Trek, really a standout of almost any series out there, to be completely honest. I mean, I don't know if I cannot think of any series that has done so much for, diversity, bringing women into STEM. I mean, I've got another host that's with us now. I mean, her name is Linda, and she's 20, and she's a physics major because of Kate Mulgrew and Captain Janeway. And when we were at Vegas, like just listening to that, the Voyager panel and all the people that came up and were like, I'm doing this because of what you guys have done. And oh my God. And that little girl that said, I'm was electrical engineer, because of her and Kate Mulgrew. And she was like, get up here, young lady. And it's just, that's what our franchise does. It tries to bridge the gaps as best as it can and let you know you can do whatever you want to do just about. And so, it is. And, I mean, it's definitely an interesting time right out there. But I do want to, I know sometimes, like I said, we definitely talk about, I always get to the Star Trek list because everybody knows that, but I do need to ask a few Trek questions, I'd like to, move into your career, working with the franchise, because that's what brought all of us together today.
So, Jonathan, this one is specifically for you. What is it like working in the difference because it's all in Star Trek, but voice acting in a game and then being on the show, like how I know that's got to be a little, I mean, voice acting of course is different than acting on a screen, but how is the Star Trek world different in how they, I guess, come to you? Like, are the scripts really that different? Is the process for you different just because it's like, okay.
Well, in a game, there's no I don't see an actual script.
Okay.
Because it's a game. So the player, I'm not a gamer, but I assume the story gets told in a certain level. There are markers, right, in which the game is played. So there's a script insofar as what my lines are. But there isn't like a linear script that they show me, act 1, this happens, act 2, this happens, act 3. So you really can't prepare for it. I would say that's the biggest difference. You really can't do a ton of what's my motivation, right? Like how actors think of like preparing a script, where's my character going now? But where I just come from? It's much more improvisational in terms of your inner life. And you find it in the recording room with the people that wrote it. So when you're there live, you, of course, look at your lines ahead of time because sometimes they're just a mouthful to pronounce, right? The things you're saying.
Yeah.
So you don't want to stumble through that. But other than that, you ask the questions of the writers, what's happening in this moment? And then they say, oh, you just got thrown out of a window and whatever. So that makes it very different. There is very little you can do to fully prepare for a day in a recording studio. Whereas for a TV show, you have to do all your preparation ahead of time or you're going to be really in a bad place when it comes to that. I think that's like the responsibility for the actor for a scripted on camera is much higher than the responsibility for a game. Because, in a game, a lot of the work will be done by the artists that are doing the renderings and whatever systems create the animation for the game. That's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and you're vocally supporting it. So, they're just very different kinds of parts of yourself that you're using, I would say.
Cool. Thank you.
That is really cool. And I was just curious, what was it like bringing your character back after all of those years from TNG back into Picard?
Right. Really, really hard.
Really?
Yes, it was really hard because I was trying to find common threads between the two humans, because you're looking at a person, let's say I was like 16-year-old when Next Gen. No, I wasn't, but the character was 16, Next Gen. So, an adolescent Borg. And then there's a later episode in Next Gen where I'm maybe a little older, but not older than 18. And you haven't seen me from 18 to now being someone in my 50s. And there is no text and no backstory to tell me what he's been through. And
yeah.
it wasn't really until we started putting the makeup on that I realized how much he'd really been through, right? With the scarring and all that. So a lot of that work was, I just did the best I could with what I had. I did not have a ton of background because that hasn't been written or explored. What happened to Hugh or to Seven between, Voyager, Next Gen, and Picard. So I created a more elaborate backstory for myself in order to, and also in the first episode of Picard, I was not even that sure that Hugh was still a good guy. It was very ambiguous, I thought. Something very nefarious about the cube. Why was I running this basically concentration camp? What it looked like to me, a concentration camp.
Yeah.
Why was I running it? Well, I didn't really. Why was I running something where Borg were being tortured? It didn't make sense.
Yeah.
So I had to just do a lot of leap of faith on that and find my way as we did it.
That's so cool. And I bet this time it was you probably enjoyed your call times a little bit better because there was not full Borg makeup this time.
The Borg makeup wasn't as bad, but I still had to be there like at 5 a.m. sometimes because we were shooting. Picard was like shooting a movie. It was so massive. Like the sets were massive. Everything we did was massive. It had, there was one day we had like 200 extras, atmosphere people, background players. And they were all in giant trailers getting made up and all the different aliens. So there was just a lot of work happening, and it was one of the actors are just a small piece of it, right? So they're going to do your makeup whenever they have time to do your makeup, and all the background players have to be done too before you start filming. So it's a lot of work. It was a lot. It was a very big shoot, but I found that to be really, really fun. To be in something that big, impressive. The sets were. I didn't have to imagine anything. The sets were actually practical sets. I was walking on a Borg ship,
Yeah, the Borg cube sets were beautiful.
They literally built 2 Borg sets on 2 different sound stages.
Yeah.
So I was walking on that actual. None of that is CGI. It's all real.
Really.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive. I mean, it's a lot different than TNG, where you were probably looking at the tennis ball, or like they always say, or something.
Completely different than TNG. I heard, don't look too close. On the bridge, like if you reach through the window, there's like an actual curtain with little lights on it. That's the stars. Like,
I love that.
A black curtain with little lights on it. That was the star that was looking through the windows. Yeah, it's a long time ago.
I mean, easy, simple and practical works great because it looks fabulous on through your screen. But yeah, I mean, there's probably nothing funnier than going.
It's actually as an actor being on like a Picard set, it really helps your characterization. It takes you really there. You don't have to imagine it. You're on it. It's easier. You can put on a Halloween costume and feel like Superman. But if you're like on a set that supports that, then you're Superman.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Then you don't just feel like Superman. You are Superman on that set.
That's right. Oh yeah. Well, and now you were talking about that, I was like, Audrey, so with Star Trek Online, all of your work, how do you do that? Do they give you a script, or when you're doing your designs?
Yeah, we usually have a brief and we work by episodes, by seasons. So technically, there's a whole narrative that we need to follow, and we need to prepare the content, concept art related, right? It's a big team. A lot of people working on this. For this episode, we have Jonathan back, so that's going to be great. We're super excited. Everyone's super excited. But yeah, you pretty much need to be in sync all the time with everyone. What are we doing? Why? What's the purpose? What's the narrative line that we're following? And it's a lot of work, but it's beautiful. And the players are always excited. They love new content. And we have very, very strong fans that have been following and playing the year for 10 years already. So it's great to be part of it. Yeah, it's great to be part of it, really.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
did
I wish
not
I was a
realize
gamer.
Online was going for 10 years. That's
I did not.
Yeah.
amazing.
Golly,
I
I'm just
think,
not a gamer.
yeah, more than 10 years. Yeah, yeah.
That's amazing. That's so cool. I did not know. I mean, like I said, I didn't know it was that long. So, I mean, it's nuts what's on there. So I was wondering now, so was this show's, well, we were talking earlier, what was it? So how did y'all go about pulling everything together in time for the book release for the convention this year?
Well, poor Adria. Trisha and I had finished our book. Trisha and I had finished the book, and it'd been sort of sitting on our computers while we searched for the artist, and then we found Adria. I want to say, Trisha, when was it? Maybe like beginning of May. We met with you, and we're 2 months out from the convention, and we just said, "Hey, Adria, could you do this art in 3 weeks?"
3 weeks?
Which is unheard of in publishing. Johnny and I had a publishing deal with another publisher. This book wouldn't be out until next August if we had taken the deal. So we did like a hybrid publishing thing. And Adria had, I think, the most breakneck timeline ever, and still delivered the most exceptional artwork I think I've ever seen in a
beautiful.
stuff.
Wait,
So,
I want to real quick. I'm gonna show my favorite. I love this. This is my favorite because I have been to New York in the wintertime, and I'm from North Dakota originally, so cold is something I'm used to, but I can only imagine what that was like, because New York cold is wet and kind of dirty. And just because it is, it's a big city, and I thought that page really showed what you must have been feeling, Jonathan. Like that was, that page got me when I turned to it. I'm like, oh, I know exactly what he feels right now. So I thought it was very, very evocative.
Yeah, that was we were very clear that we wanted that to be just gloomy as can be, and he's sort of in this little, South American chanclas and going, wow, this is not what I signed up for.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's she nailed that one for sure.
So you did all of this art in what, 3 weeks? Give or take?
3, almost 4. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a tight schedule, but I'm so happy because I really think that we were synced from the very beginning, and the feedback. Yes, we had like one meeting for feedback, and then that was it. I was like, "Hey, I'm going to do this, and now I'm going to pretty much jump into color." And they were like, "Yeah, looks perfect. Couple of tweaks here and there," and that was it. So that was fantastic. Because we were connected. We were thinking the same things. Yeah.
And I love this one right here.
I love that one.
Superstar.
On stage.
Yeah. Yeah. And was it, I know we're kind of going back and forth, but, I was looking here like this, obviously this one right here. I mean, the go home, that, was it like that when you were in school, when you moved over here?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I got bullied by everybody. Even the Latino kids bullied me because I didn't look like them.
Oh, wow.
White. I wore loafers with no socks, which apparently was really hip in the rich neighborhood, but not in my neighborhood. And they just did not know what to make of me, either end of it. So it was pretty bad.
And I love this scene. I like this one here. Was
I'm gonna put it in a book.
yeah, I love when they're like, they make fun of me because I run like a girl, but the fastest kid is a girl.
I love that.
That was so good.
Ironic, ain't it?
Yes, very ironic. Oh no. So again, guys, great. I mean, this was, and the fact that you pulled that up and you had it ready to go by STLV.
Yeah.
That is y'all, is you right, miracle workers.
Yes.
100%.
Well, we had the offer to launch it at the Vegas convention, and we were like, we can't pass that up. That's the
Oh
biggest,
God, no.
You know, it's my audience. It's the biggest place, and you know, we're self-publishing, so we don't have the infrastructure of a giant publisher to go to bookstores and all that. So we were cognizant that if we didn't do it at that time, we would have to wait another year. And so we just were like, let's go for broke. And we did.
Yeah.
So I'm really grateful that we did.
Wow. It's a good book. And I just love this art. And hearing the fact now, you know, how quickly y'all were able to just, you know, knock this out of the park is just a testament to that y'all really were all in sync on this whole thing.
We really were.
Yeah.
We'll take some more time for the next one, but we're hoping to do that
Yeah,
in Vegas
we're
next
hoping to have-
year. And Audrey will.
Yes. Sorry, Trisha. Yes.
Oh, and also I wanted to shout out our publisher, Sorrow Publishing, who made this.
And
all
to let
happen
folks
too.
know,
They're
you can get the book at freddythealien.com. We also have these T-shirts, which is Freddy Fully Alien, with used terminology. And you can also get them, you know, where everyone buys their books, Amazon or Barnes and Noble.
Oh yeah, I got mine Amazon.
If you'd like Johnny to come to a school district, you just holler at us at freddythealien.com.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I was curious, like if someone wanted to, you know, book y'all to come to a school, if that was possible, and you know how to go about that. Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking about who I need to have reach out to y'all at our school district to come to our, you know, our elementary school and visit, because we've got our pre-K through second grade. I know some people. I know the people. I may have to have them reach out and do a special thing.
Since we're in the Southwest, having you guys come with this book with both English and Spanish in it, everyone in our system could appreciate that.
Johnny,
Heck
Freddy
yeah.
the Alien
Go wrap
tour
it.
bus.
Get it wrapped.
And we just on it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
And I have one last question for everybody. I have one last question. It's an easy one. And it's my standard question. What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh.
Wow.
I don't know what it's called, but it's whatever Dr. Crusher uses to
tricorder.
Diagnose.
The medical
Is it a tricorder?
Yeah, the medical tricorder.
Yeah, that's what I wish existed. No, I just went to
I love it.
I just went to a cardiologist who did have something like that.
Oh, really?
He had like a tricorder, and he could see my heart on his phone. It was wild.
What?
It was cordless, and he just put a little whatever thing, and then he just scanned, and he says, "Oh, you got a very photogenic heart." He could see my heart on his phone. So maybe we're there.
We're getting there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Johnny's heart has headshots.
Oh my gosh.
That was my answer because I'm so well versed in Star Trek.
Adria?
A holodeck, probably. So cool, right?
fun.
Interactive 3D. Yeah.
That would be fun too.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
That would be fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, I thank all three of y'all for just giving us your time today to come out and talk about this wonderful book and your careers, and just, you know, getting us, you know, letting us learn more about you. And I kind of gathered it sounds like there might be another book coming. So be on the lookout for when that happens.
Give me more than 3 weeks.
Yeah.
On the floor now.
Get 4. All right. Well, again, thank y'all so much. And I hope y'all have a wonderful day. Have a good day.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello and welcome to the Transporter Room. I'm your host, Chris Garris, joined today by my co-host, Allison Leach Hyde. And Linda Pages. We are absolutely thrilled to introduce a true Hollywood legend and one of the most recognizable character actors of all time, the one and only Clint Howard. With a career spanning over 6 decades and more than 250 credits, Clint is a part of the foundational DNA of modern science fiction and pop culture. He holds the unique distinction of being the only actor to appear in 5 different eras of live-action Star Trek on television. Beyond the final frontier, Clint has an unforgettable presence in blockbusters and cult classics like Apollo 13, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Cocoon, and a memorable cameo in Solo, a Star Wars story. We're ready to dive into his unparalleled experiences from playing the young Bollock to a Ferengi pirate. That's my favorite. And to hear his insights into his remarkable career across countless film genres. Now let's beam in Clint Howard. All right. So, Clint, I first off just say thank you for taking the time to join us today. When I saw that, I was like, really? Can I just really send that message and get him on here? And I'll be honest, I was like, is this real? But I'm checking all the boxes. Got the blue check mark, and I'm like, you can't get a blue check without having, who you really are. So yes, thank you for doing this with us, and I appreciate it. So yes, wow.
Well, listen, at this point, it is my pleasure. I appreciate it. I completely get it. And my wife, Kat, is the one that she, she, it's not that she sets these things up for me, but she really facilitates and makes it easy for me. And also, she has reminded me and teaches me the importance of doing this. Because, listen, this is a record now. Our conversation today is going to be a record, and people are going to be able to, years from now, they're going to be able to listen to it and watch it. I honestly, I don't know what there is to really see at this point, but I mean, I do have a lot of stories. I have a lot of experiences, and let's dive in.
All right.
So exciting.
Well, yes, this is, Allison, I'm sorry. Keep on interrupting.
No, go ahead. At least for my thanking Clint for being here with us today. It's very exciting.
Thank you. This is super exciting. Thank you so much for taking the time to come hang out with us and chat with us.
Mm-hmm. So we do something a little different here. A lot of podcasts, will jump right into, the Star Trek aspect of everything. And, I don't like to do that because our listeners, and I'm one of them, really appreciate learning about the journey that brought you into the film industry. Before we be mute to just discuss Star Trek. So yeah, so that's kind of where like how what got you into the film industry.
Well, obviously it was my parents.
Mm-hmm.
I was 2 years old when I did my first professional job.
Wow.
Mom and Dad had a dream. They came from the Midwest, and they had a dream of something better than what they had gone through as children. Now, they were products of the Depression.
Mm-hmm.
So when they went to college, they didn't know each other. They went to college. They went to the University of Oklahoma. My dad was the son of a farmer. My mom was the son of a butcher. And at the University of Oklahoma, they met. And they both shared this passionate dream of being in the entertainment business. And their audacity of not saying no, their audacity of deciding that they were going to go for it, is something that my brother and I both, admired and both completely appreciate, because I don't believe either one of us, Ron has said this, that we don't believe that we have that gumption to do something like what Mom and Dad did. But they did it, and they launched our family onto this incredible road. And it was not, there was no entertainment in either of the family's background. My mom's family, nobody entertained. My dad, nobody entertained. They were funny and they were charming people. My mom had a wonderful personality, and my dad was a especially gifted man. But as far as entertainment background, what they did, I completely admire. And so, when I got started at the age of 2 and 3 years old, I had this sort of, I had learned the nuances of the business already by osmosis.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very comfortable. It was really simple. I was comfortable in front of a camera. I was comfortable in front of people entertaining. And my dad and my mom, but primarily it was my dad, he helped shape my attitude towards doing what actors do, which is communicate.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll let you in on a little secret. As far as I'm concerned, it's pretty darn simple. I would not make the best acting coach. I can boil it down into just, a few simple sentences.
Mm-hmm.
Know where your character has been. Know what your character wants to do. Everybody's got motivation. Everybody's trying to do something. And each and every moment, that's what a human being comes with. And then you got to sort of shape that and deliver it. And also you have to deliver what the director wants, and you have to deliver what the material asks for. This is not, being an actor is not doing stand-up comedy. Being an actor, I'm not on my own. It's a team. Now my face is out there. I'm kind of at the tip of the spear because it's my face that's doing this, but it's writers writing, directors directing, wardrobe people doing their thing,
Mm-hmm.
makeup people doing their thing, the cameraman, doing his thing, the cinematographer making it look pretty, right down to after the thing's done, the film composer comes in and adds nuance with the soundtrack. And it very much is a collaborative thing. And if you understand your lane and you take what you do seriously, that's one thing that happened to me with my dad, is right away I was taught and I was understood that both my brother and I, Ron is 5 years older than me, that
okay,
we were working in an adult world, and there was an expectation that we were going to behave correctly, and that we were going to we were going to do adult things. We were going to be prepared. Mm-hmm. We weren't going to screw around, and it wasn't, I never felt intimidated by that that situation. I always took it as a challenge. I was always the most prepared child. I was the most prepared actor on a set. By the time I got to the set on a Monday morning, I knew my lines. I knew what I needed to do. I knew my thought processes. It was a matter of executing.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked around at other actors, and a lot of the adults weren't quite, that tight.
Mm-hmm.
So I had confidence, and I just continued it, and with success, I just repeated.
Wow.
And it worked for you for your entire life. So that's wonderful.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's amazing to hear your story like that. And, I did not, I mean, honestly, I didn't realize that your parents were were involved in the entertainment industry as well. And that they're the ones that got you and your brother kind of into this.
And
parents.
Listen, the entertainment business is not untricky waters.
No.
There's, entertainment itself. When you've got groups of people laughing with you, or you have groups of people crying with you, and you've got powerful people putting their arm around you and telling you how good you are, that's an extremely intoxicating thing.
Oh, it has to be.
Oh, it is. It is.
It has to be.
And it can be intimidating for some. Some people get intimidated by the entire that. God, is somebody from some big famous agency or some other movie star or some big fat cat. They put their arm around you and tell you how good you are. It's as if they've given you a drug.
So last year I got to go be a guest at another podcast called the Decon Chamber, where they interviewed Bill Mumy, and listening to you talk about your child actor at that time and all that stuff sounds very familiar to what Bill was saying. How you as a child actor, you've got to be on stage, you got to know what you're doing. And I'm wondering for you, because you've been doing this for so long, did you have, or I guess what's the right word to say this, like you ran into a famous actor where you just getting like, oh my God, that's, this person, and like Bill was telling us that like his parents and his friends were like, oh, you got to be in a thing with blah, blah, blah. And he was like, well, it's just, Lucille Ball or, whatever. Because by that point in time, because y'all were both child actors, you've just been doing this, and it's just another day. It's another job.
It was. It is just.
Yeah.
It is. No matter what. As a child, listen. I can tell a funny story. I've told it before, and I think I did write about it in our. My brother and I wrote a book called The Boys, a memoir of Hollywood and family, and it really was a memoir about us growing up as juveniles in the business. It spilled over some into our adult lives. But primarily it was, what was it like to be Opie? What was it like to be on Gentle Ben? And I remember, first of all, I love my dad. My dad was such a freaking great guy. He was my best friend. And when he passed away at the age of 89 years old, I really lost my best friend. And it was not easy for me. But man, he was a good dude. But he would get me so confident and prepared, not cocky, but confident and self-assured that I figured out the moments. I don't have any words that are baffling me. I don't have any ideas that are over my head. He was such a great child actor whisperer that he would give it to me in a way to where I got it. I like it. Let's do it some more. Let's go. It's just playing. Even as an adult, acting is just playing. I'm not, I'm not patching up anybody's heart. I'm not doing gallbladder surgery. I'm not deciding how much insulin to give somebody. I'm frigging just working with material and saying things and communicating. But when I was a child, I did an episode of Bonanza. And I was probably 6 years old at the time. It was before Star Trek. And it was a very powerful episode. It was a Christmas episode. And Bill Blinn, the writer, was a young writer at the time. He was the one that wrote the script. And it was called All Ye His Saints. And it was about a boy whose father got accidentally shot at his ranch. And it looked like the dad was going to die. And this little 5-year-old boy talked to this Indian and, what am I going to do? And he said, you need to go talk to God. And I said, where is God? And he goes, up in the mountains. God lives high in the mountains. Well, by God, for this little 5-year-old, 6-year-old kid, I looked up and I thought, Elijah, God lives in those mountains. I'm going to go talk to God. So I get on a donkey and I start riding up in the mountains to find God. And there was a character, Leif Erikson played the character. He was an on the run. He was a guy that had been accused of murder. And in fact, he probably had killed guys, and he was on the lam. And he looked like God. He had long white beard. He lived as a hermit up in the mountains, and I ended up running into him. He took me captive. Little Joe was chasing after me. He took Little Joe captive. There was a hostage situation. So I'm looking at God, and God has got a gun on me, and it was a really beautiful episode. If you ever get a chance, All Ye His Saints on Bonanza. I'm a little embarrassed by this, but I'm going to share it because we're in conversation here. I was so confident of the work that I had a scene with Lauren Green, the patriarch of the Ponderosa, the Cartwright family. And he was doing his scene. And after the scene was over, I went up to my dad and I go, Dad, he's kind of hamming it up. Listen, I love Michael Landon. I connected with Michael Landon, and I thought he was a great actor, and I loved hanging around him, but I just didn't have that same vibe. I wasn't getting the same vibe from Lauren Green. So even as a little 6-year-old kid, I didn't call him out. I didn't say, hey, learn your lines. But I just felt like he may have been struggling. He may have been struggling a little bit. I dialed in. So by the time I was 5 or 6 years old, I had an opinion of who was dialed in and who wasn't.
Dang. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm seriously thinking like telling Adama, dial it in. Because that's what I remember, I'm thinking of Battlestar Galactica,
Yeah.
The 70s version.
And of course,
the 2000s.
I learned,
I've only seen the 2000s.
You don't do that. You don't, actors are doing their best.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing, and it has carried with me, this is not a childhood thing. I didn't really recognize what was going on when I was a kid. But, in the business of entertainment, in the business of fictional entertainment, very bright people, very sharp people, very interesting people are communicating. Now, some of those people suck the oxygen out of the room.
Yeah.
There are people that just, when you're around them, they're just sucking the oxygen out of the room, and it makes it harder to do your job. So, I've been in the presence of people who suck the oxygen out of the room. It makes life tougher, but still, I still have to act. I still have to do my job. In fact, I was just having a discussion with a young actor here not that long ago, and it was about the process of acting, and you have to be prepared to act with people you don't like.
Oh, I'm pretty sure there's at least 1 or 2 people on this side of the screen that could probably tell you that because they've done the acting thing.
Yeah, but it's just, but
Linda
listen,
Yeah.
my job,
Yes.
my job, it does not matter whether that person is my friend or not. It does not matter whether I'm going to send that dude, and I don't want to use the wrong word.
Yeah.
I'm not going to send him a Christmas card. I don't even want to know where he lives. Honest to God, I just, but I'm going to do my job. I'm going to do my job to service the job. My job is to deliver for the people that hire me, for the people that have invested in me to make this project better. That's who I'm working for. And you know, listen, I'll be cordial with everybody on a set, but it doesn't mean I have to like them.
Yep.
You know, now listen, I probably have, and I'm not going to name names, but I probably have only run into 4 or 5 people in my career that I thought were real, I don't want to use the word, real lowlifes, real b-holes.
Okay.
You know, and listen, the vast majority of people end up being really beautiful, really nice, caring. And I'll give you a positive story here. I had the opportunity to work with Sly Stallone in a movie called Tango and Cash.
Okay.
And it was a big deal for me. I was a relatively young guy. I probably wasn't more than about 30 years old. And Sly was a big star. Friggin', you know, he had already done Rocky, he'd done Rambo. He was friggin' a big star. But the scouting report said he was difficult. The scouting report said, oh, geez, you get working with him? You know, so I was prepared. As it turns out, my day working on Tango and Cash was one of the better days I've ever had on a show, and my scene was with him. It was back and forth, one actor back and forth with another actor. He didn't cause any trouble. He didn't suck the oxygen out of the room. He was a giving, caring scene partner. So there was a case where the scouting report was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just, you know, so listen, you know, I don't know, maybe the people that worked with him, it was a bad day or something like that. But my experience with Sly is, you know, he couldn't have been a better scenes partner.
Sweet. All right. So I was just watching Solo the other day, and I love your bit as the android fight club manager, I guess. And I wanted to know how it was working with Phoebe Waller-Bridge. She's very funny. She's brilliant. And I wondered, was she improvising a lot in her lines? Were they all really set out for what you guys were going to do? And was it a little distracting with, I'm sure, what her motion capture costume looked like?
Well, no, first of all, I had a wonderful time on it. And I was so proud that, you know, they had hired my brother to be at the tip of the spear of that operation. I mean, my goodness, you cannot imagine how pro making those Star Wars movies are. You know, with Kasdan over there writing, sitting in a chair, Kathleen Kennedy there sitting in a chair, paying attention, and my brother, you know, when he was 16 years old, he really got the bug to be a filmmaker. And I was 11, and I was in his first legitimate little short films, and I know how much he wanted it. And to know that my big brother frigging did it. Here he was with confidence and assurity. He was leading this frigging massive effort. And by the way, it's a good movie.
Absolutely, it is.
I thought Solo worked really good. And just to let you know, there weren't too many screenings. They you know, the Lucas people, they kept the movie pretty much under wraps. There was an opportunity in Los Angeles that Ron had kind of a friends and family screening in LA, and Ron didn't invite me.
Really?
Because you know what he said to me? He goes, I don't think this is your cup of tea. I don't, because listen, Ron and I were very, very close. He knows what I think. He knows I had seen 3 of the Star Wars movies in my life. I saw the first one, I saw the second one, and I saw the one with Jar Jar Binks. And so anyway, of course I was going to act in it. Ron calls me, I'm going to act in it. And when he pitched me the idea that the character, he's a crusty guy, he's like Mickey from Rocky. He's crusty. I thought, yeah, this will be great, and you know, it's business, and it was a nice job, and I took it. Flew over to London to work on the movie, watched my brother. It was just a friggin' no-brainer. I had a wonderful time. And working with Phoebe, she was really good. And no, there was improv only to the point where Ron gives all the actors always an opportunity to contribute. But improv, as it's known, is just extemporaneously from you throwing in lines.
Yeah.
No, by the time we rolled cameras, we all knew what we were going to do.
Awesome.
You know, I knew I was going to say, "I'll flip your switch." You know,
and she was going to respond with, "If only you can find it." Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure she came up with that. I am sure she's very inventive. And of course, I knew there was a lot of CGs, but the great thing about Lucas, well, not George anymore, but the whole idea of doing the Star Wars thing is the practical effects are still there. There are still guys setting squibs on the set. There's still smoke in the air. There's still, they add a lot of nuance. They add a lot of detail in animation. But when you're there on the set, I knew she had a little, kind of a skin tight costume with dots, But so I knew. So what? Yeah. She was there, and doing the bit where she reaches and grabs me and gets me off the ground. It was a great few days of work, and it was great. Woody Harrelson was there. I didn't work with Woody, but Woody was around. It was great to connect with him. And Warwick Davis, he was around. And Warwick and I are old friends, and our families.
Oh, really?
My wife Kat and I. In fact, we had a conflict. We were supposed to go see them this past summer. We were supposed to go to a horror convention in the UK, and as it turned out, we couldn't go. And we were going to spend a couple of days at Warwick's place, anyway, listen, I enjoyed the experience, and you talk about my connection to the Star Trek universe. The fact that I dipped over, and I'm standing on the other side of the fence doing Star Wars.
Nothing wrong with that.
That puts me in very rarefied company, if not on my own alone.
True, 100%.
Yeah, and I tell you, oh no, oh boy. Well, listen, you know what? God bless.
Oh yeah.
Nothing wrong.
Listen, I am so grateful to have been part. I was so grateful that I got that role back in 1966. I auditioned for that role.
Really?
If I had performed poorly during the audition, there's some actor somewhere in the world that auditioned for that part and didn't get it. Mm-hmm. It's a kind of an amazing thing to think about. I was not offered the role. I was offered the opportunity to compete for the role. Mm-hmm. And I remember, I do have memories of rehearsing for the audition.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so cool.
And I know, and I have, listen, it was a long time ago, but I do have memories of working on the show. But I also have, now throughout the years, I have this wonderful, it's more than just a memory, it's a feeling of being part of this family. And for a long time, I did not appreciate it. For a long time, I did not understand what Gene Roddenberry and the original people that launched Star Trek had put into motion. And also, you got to take your cap off and tip it to the people that have kept the world moving Trek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 60 years this coming year.
Yeah, I know. I was there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So 8, yes.
But listen, the choices that they've made in casting throughout the years, and the people they've associated themselves with, like Jonathan Frakes. Jonathan Frakes is a frigging absolutely wonderful human being. He directed me on my episode of Deep Space Nine.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah,
We'll definitely
and
get into that at some point.
I've run into him over the years at various events and stuff, and it's they listen. Whoever initially looked at that young actor and said, we want him to be in Deep Space Nine or whatever he was in first.
Next Generation, but
Next
yes.
He was in Next Gen?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. He directed. He just was directing on Deep Space Nine.
Yep.
Yes, correct.
Good choice. So then you got to say, good choice in hiring the casting directors.
Yep. Junie Lowry was wonderful. Yeah, she did
Yeah.
such a great job for the 90s Trek. I think all of them,
Well,
she was the main casting director for.
Exactly. And when we talked to, David Livingston, he was one of the first ones to the director school. And then Jonathan, they've all gone through, they went through Rick Berman, their directors in training because they had a specific way they really wanted Star Trek done. And you can, we're kind of jumping ahead, but you can still tell, when Frakes or LeVar Burton have directed this episode of Star Trek.
Yeah.
It's
You definitely can.
It's got a completely different feeling than a non-actor from the series does.
And God, I don't know. Does God have something to do with it? Is it seriously, whatever glue, whatever cosmic glue is out there, putting the mosaic together. Listen, I have a further story. With Discovery and Strange New Worlds.
Yeah.
I was reintroduced into the into the Star Trek universe through a guy named Akiva Goldsman.
Yep.
And I knew Akiva Goldsman because he had worked with my brother on a couple of projects. And I actually had this moment with Akiva that I will never, ever forget. We were at my niece Bryce. She got married. And she had a huge wedding. It was frigging, they had a couple of honey wagons set up to hand so the workers at the frigging wedding could go to the bathroom.
Yep.
It was a massive thing. It was beautiful. Bryce had just gotten off of Spider-Man and she was really rolling, and her and Seth wanted to have a big wedding. And it was a beautiful wedding, but we were there. I was standing next to Akiva Goldsman, and I had known him, but I hadn't really ever talked to him.
Yeah.
And we were just having kind of polite, wedding conversation for a brief minute. And all of a sudden there was a woman. She was in kind of a Peter Pan outfit, and she was playing a harp, a walking harp. It was a harp that, you could use in a marching band.
Wow.
Okay.
And this woman starts playing this harp like the Pied Piper, and her job is to lure everybody from this staging area down to where the wedding is going to be.
Yes.
Now, check me if I'm wrong, but this woman in these leotards that looks like Peter Pan with this harp, doing this, I found it pretty funny, and so did Akiva. And it's like we looked at each other and goes, I don't think we're ever going to see anything like this again. And we shared this wonderful moment. And I have the utmost respect for Akiva, and I thought his work with my brother on A Beautiful Mind and then Cinderella Man, he's an unparalleled writer and an unparalleled thinker. And so, it's been years now, but when I got a call, and I guess it was, it was fine. My agent got the call, but then Akiva contacted me and said, I'd like you to be in Discovery here. I'm the showrunner, and I got this great idea for you. And oddly enough, as far as Discovery goes, they cut the idea out of the episode. Originally, for all the Trekkies that are, that have seen every episode, I play this creepy Orion guy.
Yep.
Kind of bluish green paint and everything. And it was an exotic episode. We were at this strip club kind of where there were dudes and ladies dancing. And I played this lecherous guy. And the ensign on the show, she goes to this place and ends up basically getting drugged. I give her this stuff that is vapors. It's vapors from a volcano, and it whacks her out. I mean, a story point in the episode, she literally faints, and it was me doing it to her. And I wasn't taking advantage of her. I just thought she might like to have some of this stuff, you know? So in the original script, you meet me, and I'm the creepy guy that hands her the vapors. And she takes a whiff and she passes out. Well, she comes to, and I'm standing there looking at her, and I turn around and I grab a glass and I go, Tranya. And that's why they flew me up to Toronto to do that bit. They must have ended up deciding the Tranya thing was a little cutting too close to the bone.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to throw their episode in that direction. So I don't know, it might be available on some sort of director's cut. But
it's true, or deleted scene. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, probably.
But
they cut it. But Akiva, you know, first of all, that like the Star Wars movie, they make Star Trek as good as you can make friggin' entertainment.
Yes.
Yep.
You know, so I did that. Akiva directed the episode, and that was fun. And then he was still staying on as a showrunner. And then the Strange New Worlds, I don't think he's a showrunner now, but he has been, and he's very happy with the Star Trek family. And, you know, I got a call from my agent saying they'd like to use you in Strange New Worlds. And I thought it'd be great, you know. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be in that world. And I appreciate at the time, personally, I was still suffering some from the loss of my dad. And so in my mind, I kind of checked out. I wasn't on the streets or anything, but I wasn't doing very well. And this opportunity to go and play in Toronto on Strange New Worlds was wonderful. And I went up there and worked, and I know that they continue to make Star Trek, you know, they continue to do it. And I haven't been in every one, and that's okay. But I would love to be in another one. I would love to work more. If they find, you know, I'm an Indian. Certainly, if there's a spot for some, you know, I don't know what I can do. All sorts of stuff. I can audition right here. You see, I can
No, that episode of Strange New Worlds is one of my favorites from season 2. It is gut-wrenching to watch. I feel like it was like a throwback to MASH in a way, where we hadn't seen the horror that our medical personnel go through in war since MASH. And it was just, it's heartbreaking. And I love that episode. And I thought you were fabulous in it as well. And I was excited we got to see your face. You weren't behind Ferengi makeup or Orion.
Yeah. No makeup involved for once.
I had a couple Abs and Jess that had to have been fabulous.
Yes, it was. It was a blast. I loved it. I loved playing in that world, and they gave me a lot of good stuff to say. And there was a writer, Perez Javi. God, I'm going to brain lock on his name, and I shouldn't because he's a wonderful dude. He was sort of the guy running the show at that time. It was his script, and we got along swimmingly. And it's just Davey Perez. So yeah, I just again, you know, God, who would have thunk from 1966? Who would have thunk that this little kid would be on the show, have that experience, be a part of something like that, and then continue on and do a wide range of work. I mean, listen, I've been in some big A studio movies.
Yeah.
I was in, you know, little crummy horror movies. I've been in horror movies that are very affecting. You know, when when I was, I don't want to get weird here, but when I was 12 or 13 years old, I did an episode of the Night Gallery that Rod Serling wrote, where I predicted the end of the world.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the boy who predicted earthquakes.
Yep.
And I yeah, no, that's a powerful episode. And anyway, and continuing on, I was the ice cream man, for Christ's sakes,
Well, and like you were saying,
And the dog catcher in the Addams Family, like
Yes,
everywhere. And
Kate, the caterer in Cat in the Hat.
Yes.
I was both in The Grinch, and I was both in Cat in the Hat.
Yes.
Mike Myers played the cat, and Jim Carrey played the Grinch.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you were in all the Austin Power movies, and I'm pretty sure all three of us, love. I mean, Apollo 13
is.
I mean, that's just. I'm gonna let Allison talk about that, but I loved it.
Yes. Whenever, I bawl every single time they land, and just every moment of that movie where everyone is striving for this goal of rescuing these people who are going to die. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And every minute of that movie is so well executed. But I had a very specific question for you on this. And that is, what was it like to portray a historical, like a truly historical moment you lived through as a child, as an adult? Like, did it change how you remembered it?
To be absolutely honest, I don't really remember Apollo 13. I mean, historically, you can look it up real quick and find out what happened. And certainly I believed it. I know exactly the circumstances, where I was and where I was at when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. I was a big part of the space program. But first of all, the only thing better than watching Apollo 13 is having been in it.
Yeah.
Oh God.
We went to like a technical school. We went to mission control training camp for a full week, where every day there was about 20 actors that were regulars on the, people that were going to be there in the MOCA regularly, that we showed up like a call time. And the technical advisors, Dave Scott and Jerry Griffin and Jerry Bostic, and I'm probably leaving a couple of people out. Dave Scott, did I mention him? He's the first man to drive on the moon. He was a technical advisor on the movie. So while we were on the set, and you know how it is on a movie set, where there's literally hours and hours and hours with nothing going on. You could grab a cup of coffee and go sit in a chair next to Dave Scott and say, "So Dave, talk to me a little bit about driving on the moon."
Yeah.
And you know what he said? He goes, they spent millions and millions of dollars to develop the lunar rover. And he got into it. And within a minute or two, he recognized that they could have just retrofitted a Volkswagen with a hydrogen engine, and it would have done the same thing. That they way overkilled on the technology, that ultimately you weigh a buggy down, you put a hydrogen motor in it, and you friggin' put it in gear.
Oh my gosh.
So anyway, those stories, and here's a little inside baseball about Apollo 13. All the guys there's a collection of probably about 15 guys that were regular, that were, there was a lot of people involved in the MOCA, but we had like a little club that developed, and for years and years and years, we would meet monthly for lunch.
Oh, wow.
The fellows of Apollo 13, the fellows of the MOCA would meet for lunch, and once in a while, I think Ron went to a couple of lunches, and Tom Hanks, he heard about it, and he came to a couple of lunches. But so we had this camaraderie that stayed with me, Chris Ellis, and just all sorts of guys, Spanos and John Short, and Ed Harris. What a great leader Ed was.
Gosh.
He was amazing in that movie.
Yes, he was.
I can't think of anybody else better could play Gene Kranz than Ed.
No. Ed was awesome. Ed took it serious. Getting to act with Ed is, I've got about 3 or 4. I got 3 incidences of working with really beautiful, highly talented people who I looked at and I went, my God, I'm lucky. One of them was Ed.
Yeah.
One of them was with Robert De Niro. Getting to work with Bob was absolutely unparalleled. And Kate Blanchett was the other.
Yes.
Getting to do a day. It was on a movie called The Missing that Ron directed.
Yep.
And my scene, it was all day. I worked all day with Kate Blanchett, and she had just had a child about 9 months before. And her child was on the set. And I so admired her. She was there to work. She never got distracted by the baby. She didn't call a timeout so she could go and spend time with the baby. She was aware that the baby was there, but the baby was at base camp. And while we were doing our work, which was pretty much all day except for the 45-minute lunch break, she was down there working, sitting on an apple box, off camera, doing her dialogue. Staying focused, staying in it. And I thought, wow, she's got chops, but Ed had chops. My story about Apollo 13 is, we had a couple of pretty intense scenes together because, when the oxygen tank blew up, all eyes turned to Cy because I'm the man monitoring the environment, the oxygen of, of the command module, service module. All of a sudden I go, Gene, this is a quadruple failure. This can't happen.
Yeah.
And it obviously has happened.
Yes.
And I got that directly from Cy Liebergott, who I met and became friends with over the years. And Cy, I didn't meet him in person until after the movie, but I talked to him on the phone a lot. And he just simply said, listen, there was so much ratty data. First of all, when they were watching their monitors, they were always getting funny data. They would call them the funnies or ratty data. And you would sort through it. Well, that can't be right. That's, there is oxygen. There is oxygen on board, but the oxygen levels would be reading 0, and yet we're talking to the people. So it's ratty data. But anyway, when they counted up that it was a quadruple failure, there were 4 major things that had gone wrong. Well, every time they ran any kind of simulation, a quadruple failure would mean death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it can't happen. So anyway, Ed and I do this great scene. And I hope he's quit too. I quit smoking cigarettes years ago. But back then, of course, everybody smoked. And everybody at Mission Control smoked. And by God, my character smoked. My character smoked a pipe. And I was smoking a pipe and smoking cigarettes. And Ed Harris was smoking Lucky Strikes, And we're just, in the flow of working. And we do our scenes. We do our moment. Close up. Intense. Cut. Going to lunch. And we're walking back to our dressing rooms. And he's smoking a cigarette, and I'm smoking a cigarette, and he's pissed off. And I go, Ed, what's up, man? I thought it went really good. I thought we were really dialed in. I thought we did good work. And he, simply enough, he said to me, he goes, I wish I could be as good on camera as I am off camera. And I said to him, you too? And he goes, yeah. There's that, when you're off camera and still dialed in, there's an intensity, and yet you're relaxed because the camera's not rolling. It's a weird thing that happens when the camera is right there looking at you. There's a little muscle in here that can tend to friggin' tighten up, and it really fouls with your rhythm. And that's what Ed was talking about. Ed was talking about he gets tight. And listen, as we all know, it was friggin' great work, and Ed is a giant in the business.
Yes.
But yet in his mind, he just wished they could turn the camera around when he was doing off-camera dialogue for me.
Wow. That scene, your face, you're like, this cannot happen. You were just so intense, and you're like, I'm telling you what the data says. This is not possible.
And here's another thing. Here's another thing that research gets you. And I did, getting to be around the technical advisors and getting to talk with Cy as much as I talked with him for, and he admitted to me, and this was huge. He admitted to me, he goes, I really didn't want to be there. Now, some guys stayed around. Some guys, when their shift was over, they would stay around.
Mm-hmm.
When Cy's shift was over, he put his frigging stuff down and went home. He did not feel like he was being a hero.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to be a hero. He so that humanity that he had,
mm-hmm.
I was able to use what I learned from Cy to add to my performance, because the fact is, these guys weren't cowboys. This was not the right stuff, where everybody gets on their horse and goes and kicks ass. No, it was men who had been so well trained to do the procedure time and time again, and the simulations, and then thinking about what possibly could go wrong, and then building a procedure for what would go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
What would go wrong if this dial went out? Well, easy. Then we go over here and do this, and anyway, I just found it was a dream come true.
Oh yeah. Well, and like you said, you've had this career from a child up to Apollo, and then I just recently, thanks to Linda, realized that you also have done a lot of horror movies. I did not know that.
Yes.
And she showed me a video last night of, I guess maybe your most recent.
I showed him
stuff.
about 3 minutes of the end of your character scene in Terrifier 3, and I told him exactly when to stop watching so that he was not traumatized by Santa's unfortunate demise.
Well, listen, hats off to Damien Leone,
yes.
Phil Falcone, and of course David Howard Thornton. Now, there you go. There's Art.
It says Art the Clown, a real gut buster.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Listen, Kat and I met those guys at conventions. We went to a couple of cons, actually, and it was my wife's, her instincts. She saw people walking around as Art the Clown, and this is several years ago.
Yeah.
And she goes, "What is this?" And somebody said, "That character is in a movie called Terrifier 2." And she said, "This is going to be huge." And then she met David Howard Thornton, the guy who played. And he's, what a mensch he is. And then Damien Leone is really brilliant in his own way. And these guys doing Terrifier 3 to do a little movie like that, and to do the kind of box office it did, and create the imagery that it creates. Listen, it's not for everybody. It's not. No, it's not. I have a hard time watching it. I watched it, but I wouldn't choose to watch it again.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. I don't get that kind of satisfaction out of horror. But I like comedy. I like it when I like comedy to do comedy, because making people laugh is fun.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also entertaining. So anyway, yes, I've been. Now I'll tell you. I was in a movie in 1994 called Ice Cream Man, and it was a little B horror movie, and it had kids in it, and it was kind of goofy, and our tongues were firmly planted in our cheek when we made it. And yet it has resonated and has built this huge cult following. And I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, we got it in our heads, me and Kat and Norman Apstein, we got it in our heads that we should do an Ice Cream Man movie. And Norman and I talked about it, and we didn't want to try to do a sequel or a part 2 or anything like that. So we invented a new story, and the movie is called Another Ice Cream Man. That's the name of it. and it's another character. And I'm going to co-direct it. We're in pre-production now. We're going to shoot it in the spring of 26. We got a lot of great surprises. I can't give you anything because contractually, we have a great cast lined up. I will tell you one story. Is that years and years and years ago, I was in a relative of mine's first directing job. My brother did a movie called Grand Theft Auto, and it was his first directing job, and I worked in that movie for scale. And we basically set up an agreement that I'll be in your first movie if you'll be in mine. And so I'm going to be directing another Ice Cream Man, and I think there's going to be a spot for my brother.
That's awesome.
That is so cool.
Before we move on from horror, as a huge Halloween Horror Nights fan, I have to ask, A, did you know that there was a haunted house based off of the Terrifier franchise, both at Orlando and Hollywood? And B, did you make it over there and did you get to do the house?
Well, yes, I knew. I was very aware. We're pretty close with Damien and David and Phil and knew that Universal had gone into business with them. And yes, my wife and our daughter Rafi, we went to the premiere of Halloween Horror Nights, and we got in line to go through the maze, go through that particular house, and our 15-year-old daughter got cold feet, and in support of her and in support of my wife, who said, I'm going to stick around with my daughter. If she doesn't want to go, I'm not going to go. And I said, listen, if you guys aren't going to go, I'm not going to go. Because first of all, I don't get scared. They're actors. It's non-union actors, doing everything to scare you. And they can't scare you too much because they would call it Clint Studio Tours. They scared me into a heart attack. But anyway, so no, we went, we saw, we enjoyed it, we embrace it, we celebrate it, and I have not actually gone inside.
Well, I did the Orlando one enough times for everyone in your family, so
okay,
it's all good. Yeah.
Hey, it was
awesome.
It's wonderful that that
it was
movie
amazing.
That movie was made for a couple of $1 million, and if you go to Box Office Mojo and you look, that movie in theaters made $90 million.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's insane.
And that's not even where they make their money. They make their money streaming. They make their money with DVDs. They make their money. Listen, the box office, the theaters is only gravy, and yet look at the bowl of gravy that they dish themselves.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it is. I did kid shows. I played voices in classic Disney. I was in The Jungle Book. I was in Winnie the Pooh and the Blustery Day. I did Star Trek. I would pull the bear around by a chain in Gentle Ben. I've been in horror movies. I've done those comedies like Waterboy and Austin.
Oh God, yes, I love that.
Yeah, so it's wow. 60 years. 60, no, not 60. 64 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
In a couple of months, I will have professionally been an actor for 64 years.
That's amazing. That's a great career.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You're telling me.
Well,
you've experienced it. We've only witnessed it, and we think it's amazing.
I know, exactly.
Well, I get it. I do get it that, listen, you guys, you almost everybody grew up watching me.
Mm-hmm.
They,
yes.
You were little, I was little, or you were little, I was young.
Mm-hmm.
And now like we go to horror conventions or pop conventions, and people my age will come up and talk to me, and I could tell they're blown away. Well, of course they're blown away. When they were 5 years old, they were watching me. When they were 7 years old, they were watching me play with a bear, and now they get to see me in real life.
Oh, I know. Well, and speaking of conventions here in a second, we have something to show you, a picture that we will be showing you here in a little bit. And I think we've got about 3 more questions, give or take.
Cool.
I know Allison's got something to ask, and Linda, and then I have my final wrap-up question to ask everybody.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of like mush them together. And it's going to be, you have a really unique place in Star Trek history because you have been on the show the longest. Like you've been on from the beginning to the most recent live action. And how is Star Trek the same? And how has it changed over your experiences? Because you've been in so many different shows.
Wow. So, well, from my chair, how has it changed? There was a spirit that had some humor. There was a spirit about the original show. Trouble with Tribbles, you know.
Yay.
You know, there was just, I think Strange New Worlds kind of went after it and tried to capture. I know they did an episode. I didn't see it. They did an episode that was a musical.
Yes, it was really good.
So in a way, it's like I really appreciate that effort. You know, listen, Star Trek was an experiment. Star Trek was an experiment. It was not a foregone conclusion that it was going to stay on the air. In fact, as we all know, it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and now they've built these shows that are larger than life, and you know, in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, sometimes I feel like the heaviness that the show itself carries weighs it down some.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but hey, listen, I know, I'll tell you what, this has been years and years ago. My brother's wife, Cheryl, who, you know, I've known Cheryl since she was 16 years old. You know, their first, Ron and Cheryl, they were their first dates, basically. And Cheryl, huge Deep Space Nine fan, huge Next Gen fan. She emotionally, intellectually bought right into it and loves it, and you know, so I appreciate it. The longevity. Think about it. Think about that. They concocted this thing, you know, back in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
A guy that wasn't, well, I guess Gene Roddenberry was science fiction, but he had done a Western the year before.
Yes.
Yep.
Gene Roddenberry was a showrunner on television, and so he had this idea to do basically kind of a Western in space, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Wagon train to the stars.
Yeah. And it worked.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You know.
No,
and when I go to conventions and stuff, you know, more often than not, somebody will come up to me who is a rocket scientist. Somebody will come up to me and hand me a business card, and they're a PhD in frigging astrophysics. And they want to have a conversation with me. You know, and I'm touched. It's cool. Thank you. And it just, again, you know, it goes back to the appreciation that I have for the original creators of the show that created something that would fire the imagination of people.
Exactly. And I love what you just said about scientists and people coming up to you, because our newest friend here, Linda, her story is that. And I'm going to let her tell her story real quick as well.
I am a physics major and math minor. I'm a junior right now. I'll graduate next year because I grew up watching Star Trek. It's 100% what inspired me to pursue science. And it's what I use to remind myself why I'm doing this when I have days where I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. This is too much math. I never want to see another variable ever again. So thank you so much for just being part of this franchise. And it really has inspired so many of us to pursue STEM, and especially women in STEM. I think Star Trek has inspired, especially when you get later into series like Voyager. There's just so many of us in this field who are doing life-changing and world-changing research that just would never have been inspired to do this, would never even consider this as an option if Star Trek didn't exist. So thank you for being part of a franchise that showed a future where all this is possible. We really appreciate it.
Well, you're most welcome, and I am very grateful, and I'm grateful for the fact that casting directors years ago decided to call my agent and have me read for a role. And I'm so grateful that my dad prepared me to win that role, and that God has been grateful enough to keep me alive so I can enjoy the fruits of the universe's labor.
Mm-hmm.
So speaking of the impact that Star Trek has had, obviously you were very, very young when you worked on the original series, but did you have any idea at all? Did you have any kind of feeling of how big this would eventually be and how impactful and how much the series would grow and change?
Oh, no, not at all. Yeah, not at all. I know silly little sci-fi show.
It is.
I
really
honest
is.
to God didn't give it a lot of credibility till I was in my 50s.
Wow.
And I finally recognized, wow, this has had an impact. This had a real impact. I mean, people like MASH, people like All in the Family, but Star Trek had an impact. You know, another show that had a huge impact in its own completely different way was the Andy Griffith Show.
Mm-hmm.
The Andy Griffith Show it was so well written and it was so well conceived and it was, but the Star Trek, the impact of Star Trek, and one brief story, and I've told this before, and I'll make it really brief. I auditioned for Star Wars, the original movie, and I auditioned for Luke Skywalker.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and there was a big casting session. There must have been 20 or 30 actors sitting around at 20th Century Fox. And I knew that George Lucas was making this sci-fi movie because he had directed Ron in American Graffiti.
Mm-hmm.
So they knew who I was. And Fred Roos, who was a confidant of George's, he had been a casting associate on the Andy Griffith Show. So anyway, they called me in. And I was excited, and I read the material, and I didn't think I was quite right for it. But still, I'm going to go. Here I was about 16 years old, getting a chance to work in an adult situation, to play a young leading man in a big movie. I was excited. So I wait my turn. I see Mark Hamill. I'll never forget this. Mark Hamill was there at the casting session. I think he was behind me a little bit. And I finally, my turn to go into the office. I walk in. Francis Coppola is sitting over here to my left. And he's larger than life.
Yeah.
Francis was a mountain of a man, intellectually, still is, but I mean, but physically he was big and imposing. And there was another guy in the room, Fred Roos. Fred Roos was an associate of George's and an associate of Francis's. And Fred recently passed away. He was a wonderful guy. And then George had a confidant named Gino Havens, who was kind of an assistant of George's, and I knew him because I'd met these guys a little bit. I'd met Gino Havens on American Graffiti. I didn't work on graffiti, but I was around for a little bit. Anyway, I didn't see George. George was in a big leather chair, and the chair was turned away from me. So he spins that chair around, he looks at me, and he goes, "Commander Baylock, Corbomite maneuver." And I am blown away. In my mind, I'm thinking, George, get an effing life. See, I was trying to get an adult role.
Yeah.
And in my mind, he just made a callback to a job I did when I was a baby.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I was thrown. And
Yeah.
I didn't have an appreciation for the Star Trek legacy. And all I kept thinking is, he's talking about me. He knows me as a baby. But he said, "Corbomite maneuver." And I fumbled through the audition, and then they thanks very much, and I didn't have a callback. And okay, that's fine. Years later, I had an opportunity to talk with George. He didn't remember.
Oh, George Lucas.
But I sure did. And yet, my God, as a matter of fact, I think George had a pretty good effing life, and he's still going strong. So
yeah.
Exactly.
I don't think
all
he's
in. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's doing pretty good.
Yes, he is. George is a wonderful man. And I'll tell you one thing about working on Solo. When Ron was excited, when he found out that they were going to let the two directors go and they were going to hire Ron, and Ron had some meetings with him. And Ron was longtime friends with George. And when the deal got settled, Ron called George and said, George, I just want to tell you that they're going to have me replace these two guys, and I'm going to go to work and I'm going to finish doing solo. And George's answer to Ron was, well, I told him to hire you in the first place.
Oh, so
Yeah. So anyway, there it is.
I just gotta say, it just kind of blows my mind to think that literally he just picks up the phone and calls George Lucas. I'm like,
well, they've known each other. They've known each other for a long time.
Oh yeah, forever.
Forever. I mean almost
well,
50 years now. But yeah,
Ron worked with George Lucas when George was basically a kid.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, when George directed American Graffiti, Ron had a lot more experience than George.
Oh, I guess
When
you're
Ron,
right. He did.
When Ron worked on American Graffiti, Ron had 15 or 16 years in the entertainment business.
Very true.
So anyway, George had 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Okay, I had not thought, but totally makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, so we have I've got a picture here because I know you said you've done conventions, and I'm just gonna say this: I really hope you do get to come out to Vegas this August for the 60th anniversary. You've got to be there. I'm like,
well, make a phone call. Don't
worry.
Call.
There's 2 of us on here that know the person who to call.
Okay,
we do that, but
we would love to go. We would love to go for the 60th.
Awesome.
That'd be awesome. Okay, Allison apparently went to a convention that you were at one time, and
here we are.
Oh wow!
So yes,
wow. Where was
I got
it?
a selfie with you. It'll be 2 years ago in January when you were at the Albuquerque Comic-Con.
Awesome. Hold on. I'm just like any fan. Anyway, listen, I appreciate that. Was I nice?
You were wonderful. Yes.
Cool.
And I had my teenager with me, and when I got my selfie, the person who was with you was like looking at my son like, are you going to be in the picture? I'm like, no, this is for me. My son is following me around today and learning what conventions are. I'm the fan. He's like, okay. So.
Oh my gosh.
That's so awesome.
Thank you very much.
I had a lovely time meeting you in person and a wonderful time speaking with you today too. So thank you.
Oh, and listen, it was a wonderful conversation.
It has been. And now I have my last question that I have to ask everybody. And that is, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
I don't know whether it's a technology, but that little thing that Spock would do where you could just put fingers on you and you could fall, you would go to
Vulcan
sleep.
Nerve pitch.
The Vulcan nerve thing. Yeah, I'd like to know that.
I know some people who are bad at falling asleep. That might not be a bad thing. Like, here you go.
That's an awesome answer. That's got to be a one-of-a-kind answer. I don't think we've ever had someone say that on our transporter. That's
we have
awesome.
not.
Yeah, replicators. We've heard transporters. We've heard holodecks.
Warp
that's
speed.
New.
Yeah. But that's a great
it's a unique
Vulcan technology. The Vulcan neck pinch. Yeah. All right. Well, again, Clint, this has been such a great experience to get to talk to you. I know the 3 of us, all of us, are going to remember this interview for probably the rest of our lives, to be honest with you. But again, thank you for doing this. And I truly do hope we get to see you in Vegas next year, because all 3 of us are going to be there.
Well, listen, Kat and I, and probably our daughter, we would love to participate. It is the 60th.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think we're going to thank you again, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Welcome to the Transporter Room. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and I'm joined today by my co-host, Allison Leach-Hyde. We're incredibly excited to introduce Jessie from the Crusher Convo podcast. Join us to discuss her love for Star Trek and how the Crusher Convo podcast was born. Now let's beam in Jessie. Hello, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. I'm glad it's almost Friday. Dang it. Oh, one more day.
Yep. I'm actually off tomorrow because my daughter's 17th birthday, so I took tomorrow off, but I will be working on Saturday to cover the shift that someone else is covering for me, so it's fine. It's okay. What we do for our children.
Yeah. So much.
Yes.
Well, happy birthday to her.
Thank you.
A little early.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday to you because you were the active member of that day.
Yes, I was very busy. Luckily, it was only 4 hours. That's fine.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I've made Chris speechless.
We just started. So this is
Okay.
Get some.
Awesome.
Okay.
Love it.
I'm gonna let you talk now because I'm a little lost here.
Well, since I already jumped in on something slightly medical. So what was your impotence to like start this podcast? Like, how did you fall into like Crusher is my person and I want to talk about this and name my podcast after her?
Well, what was interesting is that I did not grow up Star Trek. I barely saw it 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very new. The thing is, my husband was a huge TNG fan. We met in college, and for like 18 years, he was like, you got to watch this show. I grew up with Star Wars, and I was one of those believers of like either or. Okay, so I was like, no, I'm Star Wars, not Star Trek. I'm wrong. I admit I'm wrong. But the thing is that I just never got into it. And so finally, my husband was rewatching TNG one day. It caught my attention, and it was actually Data and O'Brien that caught my attention. But I was all like, oh, these are kind of funny. I'm interested. And so I bought him like the Blu-ray, and I decided to binge watch it. And Crusher was the first one that I was like, I like her. I remember I binged the whole show in 2.5 weeks. And
Wait,
by like
TNG?
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah. At the time, see,
Yeah.
I'm dedicated. The thing is, at the time, it was on Netflix. And so I had it on my phone at work. I had it on my phone driving to work, coming home. And so I was just hitting episodes like crazy. But it was like within the 4th day, I remember tweeting, I'm in love with Crusher with like a crying emoji. And what I loved about her character, like, I was a single mom for so many years. It was just me and my daughter. And I was also, at this time, I was getting into my career, being a manager for hospitality and stuff like that. And so I saw a lot of myself in this character. And the age difference between Gates and Will is the same age difference between me and my daughter. And so when I saw a 15-year-old, I was like, I get it. I get it. So I just felt really represented and connected with the character. I loved that she had that authority to, put Picard in his place if she had to. I liked the relationship that they had, the friendship. And I just overall enjoyed the whole cast. I think everyone plays a role in this show. But that's where I was really like, I really enjoy this character. So when I wanted to talk about Trek, I used Crusher as kind of like, well, what would Crusher do in this aspect? Or what would happen here? And then I started getting into DS9 and Voyager, and I'm just finishing up Enterprise, but I've seen all the newer shows. So I actually now surpassed my husband. I've seen more Trek than he has. So I have to like, hey, it's time to watch this. And he's like, all right. So yeah, so that's how it all began, and I just took off with it.
Oh, that's cool.
Awesome. Yeah.
Especially for being so new. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Compared to the two of us here, who grew up with it.
Yeah, this is a 39-year fandom going on for me. Yeah, I started when I was 3. I just aged myself. It's cool. I don't mind.
Well, you know what's funny is like my stepdad and my mom, I remember like we had a Star Trek mug that like disappeared. Like they transported when you put it in the microwave. So it was like Spock, McCoy, and Kirk. And so I knew of Star Trek. I knew of characters. I knew the Vulcan sign. Like I knew that stuff, but I never was into it because if they weren't watching it, I wasn't watching it either. So I was born in 85. So I was only 2 when TNG came out. And it was just one of those things that it was just like, oh, it's like one of those shows, but that's cool. That's great. My husband is a huge sci-fi nerd. Like anything sci-fi, he is all for it. And so he was like, there's a lot of shows that I'm all like, yeah, it's fine. But he's like, no, you really got to try TNG. But I just loved also talking with people. So the one thing that I learned with Trek is that the fans are they're so passionate, they're so dedicated, and I love hearing the different ideas, their thoughts, their likes, dislikes, you know, because it's a fun conversation. I've been in fandoms, again, Star Wars, not a good fandom. It's pretty toxic. No. So it's nice to be able to have a conversation and not feel like you just got bullied into not liking somebody or whatever. And so at the time, I was on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter anymore, but Twitter had spaces, and that's how I was able to talk with other people. And then after a few months, it was like, I could do a podcast. And sure enough, that's just how it started.
Okay. And that's something I was curious about. I've noticed your channel it's a little bit of a mixture of audio, only actual podcasts, and also videos. It seems like it's more audio focused than video focused. Is that am I correct in saying that?
So the first season was strictly audio. And one of the things that I was really just trying to do was bring in the fans and talk about different TNG episodes. Well, and that was in 2023, I had a lot of listeners, like I was having great downloads, like everything was cool. At the end of 2023, I got canceled.
No.
Yeah. My own doing. I totally, like, I'm an idiot, and I'm like, yeah, but I got canceled because old tweets that were found from 10, 15 years ago of me being a complete, if I could curse, a-hole, whatever you want me to call me, but...
You can say it. We bleep it out.
It's fine. It's just, they saw it, and they were like, we don't want to be a part of that, which is totally understandable. So the podcast got canceled, and I lost a lot of my friends. I lost really amazing people that were in my life at the time. And after a few months, but I had some people that stuck by me, like Lori from Trek Movie. I'm going to give her a shout out. And also Jay, my friend Jay. They were like, yeah, you were shitty back then. And we don't agree with what you did, but we know you as a person now. And I feel like I've grown a lot watching Star Trek. Like I feel like my mind is a little bit more open. I understand things better now. And just also Gates and a person in herself is a really wonderful inspiration to kind of follow. And so I took that, and they're like, if you go back, you should go, just do it. Just go back and do it. You miss it. You want to talk about Trek. You want to talk about Beverly Crusher. You want to talk with other fans. And so I did, but I decided to do it more video-like and having really those deep conversations. But in this aspect, it was deep diving Star Trek through the eyes of Beverly Crusher. So I'm going through all of Trek through her eyes, how, the ethics of it all, the kindness, the compassion, even the crappy stuff that happens, and how would Beverly handle it in this situation? How would we take away from it? So I kind of made it more personal, very almost, I don't want to say educational, but just in the sense of just learning and understanding it a little bit better than maybe other people did. And so I just did it that way, but it opened doors because then I had an interview with John Billingsley, then Aaron Walke, and then Dayton Ward, and then Mike McMahon, and then I also had Gates and Stephanie Chakowski. Like, I had all these people come in, and I was like, I'm really enjoying it. So like it became more of not just a hobby, but I was just fascinated with the stories that people were telling, and it was just one of those things where I was just like, I feel like I want to just try and make a difference, even if it's super, super small. I want to try and make a difference in this really crappy world that we're in right now. And if it just brings someone a little bit of joy and just give them a safe space for them, then that's all that means to me. So that's been my goal since restarting the podcast. So.
Well, that makes that answers a good question then, because when I was looking through everything, I was like, okay, I've got a little bit of both on here. And that's funny. You talk about John. He was, am I correct? I should know this answer. Was he my first Trek actor? Oh my God. Yes.
He was mine.
Or him or Sirach, which one was first?
I think it was him. If it was, okay, now I'm gonna have to look this up, because it's either Connor, Dom, John, or Sirach. I think it's between John and Connor and Dom as the actors. But John, as you've, oh my God.
I've had him on twice, so I get it.
I'm waiting for the second time. I'm waiting for my second time with him, but the button gets really tired of clicking. My poor editor and I were like, oh gosh, this is a lot to cover up. But he is, I enjoyed so much talking to him.
Absolutely.
He doesn't pull any punches. He tells you exactly how he feels, which is great. And it just, a couple of times I was like, okay, kind of like you were saying getting canceled. I was like, okay, of what he says, how careful do I need to be with what I let go out every now and then? Because I'm like, there was a scene when I asked him what he thought about Scott. So you'll have to go watch it if you want to hear what he said, because he started out, I was like, oh my God, did I just step into a can of worms? But he was joking. He was joking. Okay. Thank the Lord. Yeah. But yeah, he's great.
John's amazing. And the thing is he was kind of the person that, besides like Lori and Jay and other people that were still, by my side, he was actually the first one to really show me that kindness and compassion and forgiveness, in a sense, because I had to back out of Trek Talks because of what had happened, because I was all like, hey, this is super negative. I have this cloud. I don't want this to affect your guys's, what the good your guys are trying to do. So I'm going to step out. He thought that was very gracious of me. And he's like, you know what? Let's just talk. Let's just have a conversation. So literally we had a private conversation for like an hour. He was just asking me who I was, how I was, just what had happened, my story. I mean, I am a Christian. I grew up in a Christian conservative home, and I still see myself as a Christian. I believe in God, but I'm not religious in any sense of the word, and I'm not at all the type of people that are being represented on TV right now. And so it was very it was really nice just to be talking to him. He's an atheist, by the way, if anyone didn't know that. He's a complete atheist, but he was quoting the Bible with me. And I felt so seeing just be like, I could have a conversation with an atheist and it's okay. It's You know, like he didn't judge me. He was super kind. And I was like, that's who I want to be when I grow up. That was my mindset, was like, that's what I want to, I want to be like that person. And, and what I've just learned, especially over this last year and a half, like we've had a lot of things happen. Like all my cats died last year. Other personal things were going on, like things were happening, but it was just like, okay, it's fine. We could get through it. It's just, it is what it is. This is life. And, and having that support was always super cool. And I've never had that kind of support. Yeah. And I've gotten it through Star Trek. So
I can totally agree with what you say, because I, kind of like you, I have learned things by being in this community. And it really started, for me when I joined, really the 7th Rule. And meeting, Allison and that whole group. Like, I don't know how many of you've got to meet at STLV, and we'll get into that here in a little bit, but they're a great group of people.
Absolutely. Yeah. I had, it's interesting because I got into Trek in 2022, and, it was perfect timing because Picard was coming out with Beverly Crusher. And right in the middle of Picard season 3, I suffered a violent trauma at work. And it was one of those like severe traumas where I was on leave for 2 months. I was in PTSD therapy, trauma therapy, all that kind of stuff. And I feel like if I didn't have Star Trek in my life at that time, I wouldn't have been able to get through what I went through and just, getting through it if I didn't have it at that time. I mean, I feel like I would have been able to get through it, but it would have been a little different. I don't know if I would be the person I am today. And so I kind of hold on to that. And I've told that to Gates, where I'm all like, thank you so much for, and she's so humble in the sense where she's like, she doesn't want to take credit. Like, no, you did the work. I just played a character. And I have to remind her, I was like, but the way you played the character is what inspired me. So there's a full circle moment here, and it's just one of those things where I'm just like, I've just learned so much. And then I feel like I've just become a better wife, a better mom, a better manager to my employees. I have 17 employees under me. And a lot of them are actually immigrants. And so I'm dealing with that right now, and just learning how to be supportive and grow as a leader. And yeah, I give a lot of credit to Star Trek in that.
Well, and I've grown a lot too since joining this group, and so it's been worth it. So obviously, Crusher Convo, we know Gates, period. So first question, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but what was your favorite interview?
So everyone will think it's Gates McFadden. Trust me, she's at the top. My favorite interview was with Brian Volk-Weiss, CEO of the Nacelle Company. I interviewed him in March, and he's so down to earth, and he's a fan. He's just a kid at heart and a fan, and just enjoys what he does. He takes it with like a grain of salt of like, this could end tomorrow, but I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. And his stories and why he got into it and all that stuff. And I love his documentaries. I'm obsessed with The Center Seat. I learned so much because of that. But I've also watched his other documentaries. It's just, it's nice to just, be able to learn more things about the stuff that we grew up with. And the fact that he's bringing out more Star Trek toys is awesome. And of course, we're getting a Sub Rosa Beverly Crusher. Thanks, Gates, because that was her idea. But the thing is, it's just, he is, again, I had so much fun talking to him. And yeah, Gates, and probably Aaron Walke is also like in that top list there, because he's also a fan. I think that's what was so important to kind of showcase, is that these showrunners that we have, like I would love to have Terry Metalis at some point, They're just fans
same.
of Trek. Yeah, they're fans of Trek, and they understand the assignment. Like that's the thing that I always say. That like they get it, and they know what fans want. They know the stories. They understand that history, and that's what I really enjoyed. Yeah, it was so much fun.
Yeah, I'm working on getting like Aaron and other people like that as well, because you're right. They are the fan. They're fans first, and then they got to work on their show. And that's just it. And it shows when they when they do it. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
I mean, like think of Picard season 3. I mean,
exactly.
That was Terry wrote a love letter to us.
Exactly. Or just even season 2 of Prodigy. That was like a love letter to Crushers. I was like, thank you, Aaron and Jennifer and all those who were part of it. But even just, I also want to say, like, Mike McMahon is such a huge TNG fan and just an overall Trek fan that Lower Decks is literally an homage to the whole series, right? But he did it in such a way where it's not just nostalgic, it's not just member berries, it's part of the story, and it makes sense. Like I'm not a Klingon fan, sorry Worf, but yay Martok, I'm for Martok, but the I don't remember their names, but in the final season of Lower Decks, the 2 brother Klingons.
Yes.
They were hilarious to me. I was all like, is Mike McMahon making me a Klingon fan? Like, how dare he? But I was enjoying what I was seeing. And I even got my front office manager to watch an episode of Lower Decks, and I had her on my show. She's never seen Star Trek, but yeah. And I was like, she's like, is people going to care what I say? I was like, yeah, because it's a first impression of this animated series of Star Trek, and it's nice to have a new perspective. And she's like, okay. And she did it. And yeah, it's one of my top episodes because people just enjoyed hearing from her who had never grown up with Trek before. So again, thank you, Mike. I'm just like, only Mike McMahon can do that. But like, even like I said, season 2 of Prodigy, like Prodigy is another love letter to Trek. And like you said, season 3, it's just so great to have this kind of content,
Oh God, yes. And I mean, hey, even I laughed during at STLV. Mike photobombed me in my selfie with Eugene at his table.
Nice, love it.
I was like, yeah. Actually, he was there. I said, "You want to be in?" He said, "Sure." I was like, "Oh yeah."
Like if you insist.
Yeah, I had no problems whatsoever.
It was kind of funny because Chuck, we know Chuck.
Yes,
Chuck's awesome.
We all know Chuck.
Okay, we love Chuck. Well, his table was like two tables away from me with all of his, merchandise. And he was at my table. We were chatting. And I see to the corner of my eye on like literally looking at all his toys and everything, like down, really observing. It was Brian Volk-Weiss. But he's like into it, right? And I was like, Chuck, you got the CEO of the nacelle company just hanging out at your table. You probably should go over there. And he's like, oh, and he like rushes over. But I was also next to Letters for Legacy, and Terry showed up. We had Mika Burton show up. They were interviewed by Trek Movie, and of course they were so kind because they're like, yeah, we want the Crushers, we want Seven, we want all that, and they're like, and if you love Beverly Crusher, here's over here, So they segued into my. I was like, thanks, guys. But Terry's sweet because he remembered me from Twitter, and there's a design that I had done when it was in the middle of Picard season 3. I decided to call the Picard Crusher family PB&J for Picard, Beverly, and Jack. And so I had a PB&J Delta made. Wesley's not forgotten. It's on wheat tin bread. So I'm going to add that in there. But he knew about it. And him and Dave Blass were like, that's now their name. We're going to run with it, blah, blah, blah. And he saw the sticker. He's like, I remember that. I was like, it's still going strong. PB&J is still hanging in there. So, and I got to meet Michelle Hurd, which was so freaking awesome. She is so cool. And yeah, she was really hoping to try and stop by at the Letters for Legacy table because she wanted to say hi to Sean and Katie and all them. She just didn't get the chance. But yeah, she was the best. I was so happy I finally got to meet her.
She is so cool.
She's awesome. Like, that's infectious energy for sure. She was giving me so much props because I was telling her that I'm like, the stuff that she did during the strikes, I was all like, I'm kind of using your energy to kind of help with my own employees right now with the whole ice raids and stuff. Like, we've had to learn a lot of stuff. And so she was holding my hand and she's like, you're doing great. You're taking care of your team. You're like and I was like, I'm doing my best. She's like, no, you're doing it and you're rocking at it. And she's giving, and I'm like, okay, Michelle, if you insist. And she hugged me and it was like the best time. Like, I didn't even have to like, I was like, I just want to say hi. And I feel like I just got, inspired just by talking to her. So yeah, she has that energy for sure.
Oh, she really does. She is infectious. Like, just being with her. Yeah, the first time I in line for a selfie, got up to her table and my phone just starts going off. And I wear an Apple Watch, so I'm just like hanging up. And she's like, what's going on? I'm like, my child, who is 2,000 miles, he's in another state, is calling me repeatedly. And his dad's at home. It's a Sunday. I don't need to talk to him right now. Starts laughing at me. I'm like, mom's away. Yeah. She's like, that's right. Take your time, and you have your time for yourself. I'm like, thank you. So it sounds like you had an amazing experience at STLV this year. Was this your first year at STLV? And I assume your first year as a vendor.
It was my first year as a vendor, but it was my third year at STLV. Yeah.
Oh,
so my first year was actually in 2022 when it was at Bally's. And I did that to take my husband because I was like, hey, I'm into Star Trek. Let's go to Star Trek convention. I mean, he's never gotten to go. So I was all like, hey, let's go. But I met Larry Nemechek there, and he was like, come next year. He's like, this isn't a good venue. Just trust me. And I was all like, okay. And so I was like, if you insist to come back, sure. And sure enough, I did. And I was like, so much better. The Bally's just wasn't a good location for that kind of convention. And Rio is a much better location for that kind of size and how they do it. So thanks, Larry. So I got to go twice. Didn't get to go last year, obviously, with everything kind of going on. But this year I was like, I want to be a vendor. I want to see the fans again. I want to talk Trek. I want to talk Beverly Crusher and let people know about the podcast since I'm trying to still grow it. I mean, I got to 300 subscribers at YouTube. I am very excited. So,
awesome.
Hopefully we'll keep that number going. But yeah, it was just so good to see everybody. Yeah, that's what I enjoyed. I just love talking with other people about Trek, and so many people were like, I love Beverly Crusher, and I'm like, let's talk. let's have a conversation, so yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah. So Allison, I can't remember, did you go to the one at the Bally's?
I did not. I started in 2023.
Okay, so the year after.
I've done the last
Okay.
Yeah. So no, I did not do Bally's.
And this is
I didn't miss much. That was your first. Yeah,
thank you.
It was great.
Yeah, this year
I wasn't going
to go.
My first year, I was like, no, I'm up in 2023. I'm like, I'm not going to go. But the entire Seventh Rule crew was just talking about it all the time, and I had like complete FOMO, just complete. And I went, and a month before, I'm like, I'm going to go. And I looked at my husband and just said, I'm going to go on my own. So bye. And he's like, okay. Because his dad was coming out like the next week. And he's like, I can't, his dad is, older than we are. And, it's still fairly COVID heavy. And he's like, I can't get exposed. I'm like, that's fine. I'm going. And you all have a good time. And I did end up with COVID. And I saw his dad for like a day.
So did I.
Yes,
it was like a big COVID epidemic. It was my husband's first time getting it. It was the second time I got it. I felt fine, but my husband's first time, it was like he was dying. So this year, I made sure I had some masks and I had like all my stuff, and I was like, just to be sure. And guess what? I didn't even get con cred. I'm very proud of myself.
I actually think I got it on the airplane, and I didn't get it at the convention because the last 2 years I've been fine, no con cred or
There you
anything.
go.
But yeah, that first year, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I got it on the plane.
Yeah, no, airport and planes, I mask up.
I was masked. I still think I got it because I was stuck on a tarmac for an hour in a small plane, and they're just recircling the air.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I think that's when it happened. But
that makes sense.
I'll do it every year again, even though it's a
absolutely.
possibility.
Yeah.
I love STLV
Oh yeah,
too.
no, yeah, and I didn't get any of it. I didn't get nothing, no sickness, nothing like.
Nothing this year either.
And this was my first STLV. I gave into the peer pressure. Finally,
yeah, it happened.
But this is good peer pressure. Like,
I know,
were right.
but I had yes, y'all were right. Everybody that was on my butt about it, it's like you need to go. You need to just go, just do it. Don't worry about work. Just go. I'm like, God dang it, people.
Because there's nothing better than sitting down at a table with random people in Vic's bar and just talking about what we love about Star Trek.
And you're right. And I did that. And I also got to meet, you in person finally. You know, I have now met both of my co-hosts in real life. They actually exist. And so it's just been, I mean, I went ahead and booked for next year in my room, even though I will eventually change out once the better rates come out, but I'm going Tuesday to Tuesday next year. Now, will I go down every day? Maybe not. We'll see. Because that's a lot.
It's a lot.
That was a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
But it was fun. And you don't have to do everything, but still, it was just, I'm actually, I think today I realized I'm kind of already, I think it's starting to hit me because I did SCLV, then Orlando last week, and now I don't have anything else.
Oh,
I know.
It's a little sad. I know. I had FOMO last year because I saw people at STLV or Chicago, whatever. I'm like, I want to go to a Trek convention.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I get
it. I was like, Jersey? That's the week after next? No.
Yeah. No. I'm not doing Jersey. I am planning on Chicago.
I was supposed to, so I was going to do Chicago, but then I changed it to Orlando. Creation let me move my ticket to Orlando, and we'll see.
Oh, nice.
We'll see. You never know. I might get a whim.
FOMO is real.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I could get a whim last minute, and because I know, we'll see. Right now the answer is
the seventh.
It's a maybe.
Right now the answer is no. The wallet says no.
Yeah, that's my problem.
But I have how many? Wait, 3 more months before that thing hits here. November. It's also my birthday weekend, so I know this one right here is probably going to be there. TJ will probably be there. Carrie will probably be there. Katie will be there. Ryan, Melissa,
Dave. Too.
Probably.
Dave,
so anyway, it's going to be really hard to say no if I start getting over my
I feel like I'm going to be. I feel like I'm going to be like, posting on Threads or whatever and being all like Chicago. Chicago, just a question mark.
Chicago's a great city too.
Yeah,
I am eyeing Chicago myself, just not this year, just because again, money. But my husband and I are going to go to FanX next month for his birthday. No Trek, just no podcast, just us enjoying ourselves. And I'm going to meet David Tennant because I'm also a heathen, so I know. Ooh. I'm so excited. We'll be doing our own thing that's non-Trek, but Chicago's on my list.
Yeah, he's still my favorite doctor.
Oh, yes. I actually met Alex Kingston a couple of years ago, and so I have a picture with her, and I decided that I have a River Song shirt that I'm going to wear when I take my picture with him, be like, your wife. maybe hold my River Song diary. So yeah. Well, I'm getting all ready. I was like, I gotta find I gotta get a screwdriver. Like I'm now. The human part of me is kicking in.
Oh, good. Yeah. I know since you're still new, relatively new compared to us, but do you have a favorite of all the series? Which one is your favorite so far? Or I know that's always the hardest question to ask, but
right.
We all have one that we always pick just a little bit more than the others. I'll be honest, for me, it's still Enterprise.
Okay.
So yeah, mine's DS9. It's not hard for me to say that. So I'm always happy to answer.
I'm almost done with Enterprise. I'm super stoked. And I told that to John. I was like, I'm almost there. He's like, yay. Because when I interviewed him, I was like, just so you know, I've never seen Enterprise, but I know who you are. So that was fun. I have to still go with TNG just because it's the one that I got into, and it has Beverly Crusher in it. I mean, I can't say no to that. But what's funny, I'm just saying, what's funny though is that my husband, he only watched TNG. Okay. It's his favorite series of all time, but he never went and watched the other series. So when I got into it, he was like, oh, well, let me watch DS9. He loves DS9. Loves it. He's like, is this now my favorite? I was like, I don't know. There's like 8 others that you still need to get to. Watched Voyager, loved it, right? Unfortunately, with Enterprise, he watched like the first 2 episodes. He's like, he tapped out. I was like, oh, you better get back on. I know. I was like, you better get back on it. And he's like, I'll try. But he loves Strange New Worlds. He obviously loves Picard. So he got into those. I don't know if he saw all of Lower Decks. He did see Prodigy. He did enjoy that. We actually both haven't seen Discovery yet, so that's my next on my list. But he did love the J.J. Abrams movies, so he's gotten more under his belt. I'm slightly ahead, but yeah, no. When he saw DS9 and Voyager, he was like mind blown. And he's like, where has this been all my life? And I was like, well, it's always been there. Yeah, something on Netflix or something. I don't know. But yeah, so that's what's been funny. And I went and talked to Garrett Wang at STLV. And I told him my story, and his mind was blown himself. He was like, whoa, wait. And now you have a podcast, and then, you know how Garrett is. Like,
you got him down pretty good.
And then when I told him about my husband, and then my husband, he's that spouse where I go and talk to everybody, and he just sits in the corner and just lets me talk to people, right? He just like, go do your thing. Well, when I was all like, oh yeah, my husband, and I pointed, he's like, you get over here. Like, you're part of this conversation, and it was hilarious. So I had such a great time with Garrett. And I remember when we first met Jonathan Frakes, my husband was trying to do the same thing. Off to the side, you take the photo. No, Jonathan was like, you come, get in this photo. And my husband was like, yes, sir. Because like, you don't say no to number one. Like, that's against the rules. So no, we've had very fun encounters with these actors. So I should just do an episode of all of my encounters with everybody, because there's a story for every single one.
I think that would go well, honestly. I mean,
I've been to 3 STLVs. I've seen some stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. No. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I miss Frakes. I'll give my little. I did it in my recap, but I'll tell it again here because it's just bad.
No.
Again, first time, extremely overwhelmed, not thinking I need to really make a schedule. Like, who needs to make a schedule? Come on, just anyway. Who's the Voyager cast member that does not go to conventions hardly at all? And I missed getting her everything. I was standing, Roxanne. I was standing over at Garrett's table talking with some other Delta flyers, and I said, yeah, I need to go get Bob and Roxanne and our friend Carrie. She's like, I think they're gone already. And I was like, excuse me? I wasn't worried about Picardo because he goes to them. And so I like pulled my phone out and I looked. They were only there Friday and Saturday. And I said, see ya. And got to the other side of the convention hall where Robbie was at and Michael Dorn was at, and they were gone. And I'm like, oh my God. One of the main reasons I came was to get their they're the only two I need to finish off the Voyager cast.
Oh wow.
And I'm not worried about Bob. He'll be at
Right.
numerous.
He'll be back.
It's Roxanne.
Mhm.
He'll be back. But I was like, I cannot believe I did that. And I don't know.
So I have yet met Doug
Jones?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I've only got to
And-
know once.
I've
Yeah.
never gotten a
He
Doug.
gives the best hug.
I know.
And-
I did not get a Doug hug for the third year.
Oh.
And I was like you. I thought he was going to be here for a little bit longer. But because he was in that accident, and so his arm was in a sling and all that stuff, he only stayed till Thursday. Thursday was the last day. Left Friday. So I remember walking around on Friday, and I see his sign taken down. I was like, oh. Like, man. And then I did what you did. Pulled out the phone. I was like, oh, Wednesday, Thursday. I was like, well, no Doug hug this time. He's going to be at FanX. And I told my husband, we are beelining over to Doug Jones' tape. I don't care if you're hungry. I don't care if you go do your own photo op. I am getting my Doug hug. I'm just like, I mean, this is my chance. I'm not going to screw it up.
Yeah.
I totally get it. I did not pay attention to the schedule because I was there for 5 days. And for stupid me, I'm thinking, oh, they'll all be there. No, they're not.
No,
That's
they're
not
not.
how it works. Like it rotates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come to find
Rookie
out, it
mistake.
rotates. It was a rookie mistake, and
Yeah.
I was. Oh, actually, I will give it one thing that could go back to Chicago for a second. One thing that could get me up there is if for some reason Jonathan Frakes, he's supposed to be at SpaceCon in October in San Antonio. If for some reason he has to cancel, then I will probably be hopping on a plane to Chicago because I technically I have three opportunities, SCLV, SpaceCon, and Chicago. And so if I have to hop on a plane, I might do that. It's just, God, it's another $1,500 because I will do VIP because I am going to get that 10-minute meet and greet.
Yeah, no, it's worth it. It's worth it. Now, when I'm going to just kind of turn my camera a little bit, but that poster my daughter got that for me for Christmas. And of course, Beverly's being covered right now, but Pulaski's on there too. I got all the signatures in 2023 because they were all there.
Oh,
that was
awesome.
that was a good $700 just the autographs. Yeah. Worth it. Worth it. I was like, it's fine. You only live once, right? It's like YOLO.
Correct.
For sure. So yeah, I get it.
My husband and I did that with Alan Tudyk this year because we're like, oh my God, he's here. And, I've enjoyed that man's career since A Knight's Tale when I was a teenager. And so I brought a Lego Hey Hey for him to sign because the man does the best voices. And we're at the table, and I was the only one who was going to get an autograph. And my husband looked at all of the photos that were on the table, and he's like, can I get one too? I'm like, I have enough cash. You bet. And we had the best time. He signs, and he does the voice of the character that he's signing for. And then he signs it as the character and himself. Like, it's a wonderful experience. Everyone should go and meet Alan Tudyk at a convention. We had such a great time. We're like, do you want to go do the photo op? And he's like, yeah. So we did the photo op too. So yeah, I completely understand how sometimes you're like, no, I want this for me.
Yeah,
and
for sure. I mean, I met Jim Cummings this year. He happened to be in Idaho for NostalgiaCon. And my husband's a huge Alice in Wonderland fan. I love Cheshire Cat, and I walk up and we let him know, and I'm all like, my Robin Davis Tigger, and I was, Just like, you're our childhood. Like, it was just hilarious. And he did the same thing like Alan does. We picked out the Cheshire cat, and he starts talking like this, and he does like a little signature, and he's like, with the tail. I was all like, thank you. I felt like I was 5. It felt so good. He did comment on my backpack, which was an Ahsoka backpack, and he's all like, nice backpack. It's not poo though, but it's fine. I was like, I'll take that as a compliment. Anything for you, sir. It's fine. Love it.
Oh my God, that's too funny. Yeah. Oh gosh, I was going to say something that just went out of my head. Well, maybe I'll think of it here in a second.
Well, so you are a fellow podcaster. How can we help you grow your podcast? What would that be entailing?
I don't know if you know any Beverly Crusher fans of any of the sort.
Send them your way.
Yes, just send them my way. I mean, I'm always like, anyone that came to the table. I've had there was like 5 people that were like, we're not really a Beverly Crusher fan. I'm like, it's okay. I might be able to change your mind. Or if not, I talk about other characters. It's cool. I really like to make sure that they know it's not just about Beverly Crusher. It's all about Star Trek. And so, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm on Instagram and Threads and YouTube, and, just send them my way.
What are your handles on those? Just Crusher Combo?
Just Crusher Combo. Yep. Super
Perfect.
simple.
Mm-hmm.
Right now I'm actually doing a giveaway. So like if I get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and 1,000 followers on Instagram, I'm going to be doing a giveaway for a Gates McFadden autograph.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. I mean, the 1,000 subscribers is like, that would be great, but I kind of need the 1,000 followers on Instagram because they took away my live feature.
Yeah, I was surprised about that.
I know, it was very sad. So that would be nice to have again. So yeah, so that's kind of happening right now. But yeah, I'm really excited. My season's about to come up here again. And I also like to mix, I like to cross streams. So I've talked about Star Wars. I've talked about comic books. X-Men has been part of it, especially because Gates now voices Mother Ascani for X-Men 97. And I'm about to do a tribute of Xena, Warrior Princess, for the 30th anniversary, and talk about the battle-hardened mothers between Beverly and Xena. And so I'm going to have Marcy from Idle Ride Podcast joining me, and we're going to be celebrating kick-ass women. So, yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Xena
I'm
was
broad.
definitely another one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Xena was another one of my favorites. I did a rewatch this year already, so yes, I'm preparing.
Yeah.
Creation might win me over for a salute to Xena. We'll see.
Those were my first conventions with Creation, was Xena conventions when I was 15 and 16 years old. And I met some of the actors. I met Stephen L. Sears, who I then interviewed on my show, because Stephen is a huge Trek fan, but he's never had the opportunity to write for Trek. So he came on my show and we started talking about his career and everything. And I showed him a picture of me and him 23 years ago. Like, look at us as babies. But yeah, it was a wonderful conversation. I had such a great time. And yeah, so I'm excited about that. And he has some cool stories about Trek, especially Enterprise. So yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will definitely put put all your stuff. God, your handles.
Information, yeah.
Okay, this is definitely going on the blooper reel tonight, because I am having a memory issue today, and it's not.
You're
anyway.
welcome.
I mean, golly.
I'm taking the credit.
What's going on? Yeah, and so I've got, and if you've watched this or not, I almost didn't do it 2 nights ago, and I just could not do it. But it asks, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
A replicator.
That's
I just don't have time
#1.
to cook. I don't have time to cook. I work like 50 hours a week, and by the time I get home, it's just enough to eat, shower, go to bed, and start my day again. So it'd be so nice to be able to have like a healthy meal for a change through a replicator, instead of like a Pop-Tart. Like, sometimes that's all I got. That's all I'm doing. It's food.
We've all been there.
I mean, it's just like, it is what it is. But no, a replicator would be great. I'm a little I'm kind of a Pulaski and McCoy when he's a transporter. I am. I know. Sad. A little. I would take the shuttle. I'll take the shuttle.
Oh yeah.
So.
That's too funny. Well, I mean, I love a replicator just for those same reasons as you, but that traveling would be so much better than sitting in airports.
True. It's very true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Knowing
my molecules is all over the place.
Yeah.
Oh, I love a road trip. So, shuttlecrafts to be great.
Yeah.
Still, I love the train, so I'm fine with that. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you could be like Geordi doing, question and answer thing with the computer before getting attacked by Romulans. It's great. That's just, that's a road trip dream come true, Yeah.
I'll be transported and suddenly be children because you hit some weird, turbulence.
Yeah, you're back to 12 years old again, So, yeah, I love
No, I never want to go back to being 12.
Agreed.
No,
it's fine. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Jesse, thank you for coming on today, and we will definitely be sure to share all of your information out to the world. And, so thanks again, and I'll talk to you later. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah, okay, bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, joined today by my co-host, Allison Leach Hyde, and welcome to the Transporter Room. We are honored to introduce the truly remarkable Tracy Coco. Tracy is a beloved figure in the Star Trek universe, best known for her unforgettable recurring role as Lieutenant J in over 60 episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation, as well as the TNG films Generations, First Contact, and Insurrection. Beyond the Bridge, Tracy is also recognized for her work as a stunt performer and for portraying various alien species across The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. Today, we're especially excited to dive into her long and unique history within the Starfleet ranks, hear her stories from the set of both the series and the major motion pictures, and explore her ongoing involvement with the Star Trek community. Her dedication and charismatic presence have made her a cherished icon among fans worldwide. Now let's beam in Tracy.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Welcome. Thank you for being here today and just
thank you.
And being willing to talk about your career.
Oh my God.
So exciting.
Yeah.
Yes, this will be fun. So, a lot of many podcasts dive immediately into Star Trek, but our listeners, and I'm certainly one of them, we really value hearing about the path that led you to the entertainment industry.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, let's see. I started out as a print model for magazines. God, back in the 80s. And then for like I'm going to age myself, but you probably don't even know what Alberto Mousse is, the hair product that you used way back in the day.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And then a girlfriend of mine entered me. People Magazine was having like a contest for the 80s look, but for long hair, short hair, and mid hair or something. And she entered me for short hair, and I won. They, yeah, I got a whole like wardrobe, and I was in People Magazine as a write up, and
Wow.
yeah, I wish I could have got a copy of it, but didn't do that. Then after that, I got a casting agent, and let's see, my first movie was Gross Anatomy, where I play a medical student with Christine Lottie and Matthew Modine.
Okay, yes.
So that was like my first movie. And then I believe after that is when I got on General Hospital for a day player part, and I play Marla, the rock and roll hairdresser. Yeah. And all I had to say was, as soon as I get off the phone, that was it. But yeah, and that was a funny story how I got that. I was living in Belmont Shore in a studio apartment, and back in the day, remember the answering machines, you know, for your phone, and you get home and see that little light blinking, and you're like, oh, I have a message. Well, I saw an ad that, you know, they were casting for this part, and I'm like, oh, I think I'll just send them my headshot, right? So I did, and it was like my best headshot ever. And I get home one day, and my light's blinking, and I went to hear what it was, and it said, this is so-and-so from casting at General Hospital. And I'm like, what? I totally forgot I did it. And I'm like,
oh, whoops.
I called, and she's like, yeah, I'm so-and-so from the casting department for, we want to have you at the role for Marla, and you don't even have to come in. And she goes, you sent me that picture, and she goes, it jumped out at me, and it's perfect. And I'm like, oh my God. So I got on General Hospital. Then I believe after that, my first TV series was, I totally forgot. I think I was on Wings. Yeah, just for a few episodes.
I loved that show.
Yeah. And then after that, okay, Wing. God, see, I'm trying to think of everything. Then I got on Baywatch. And then through Baywatch, I also did Virtuosity, the movie.
Yes.
The Fan, the movie with Robert De Niro.
That was a good movie.
I'm realizing, like, golly, I've done like a lot of stuff. So I was on Baywatch as a regular lifeguard. Then they got canceled. That's when I had the movie Another 48 Hours with Eddie Murphy, doing a bar scene stunt in there. I was in a miniskirt in pumps, and I had to either jump over a table or I don't even know. And that's when somebody from Star Trek saw me from the business office. They were watching the filming, and they came up and said, I think you need to go talk to so-and-so. I think they'd really like your look for Star Trek. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I didn't realize, you know, anything. I was just like, oh, cool, another job. So I went for that audition, and lo and behold, I got it. And then they put me in the black and gold outfit, which they told me was the best color to be because it does two things on the ship. And then they put me on the bridge, which was another cool thing because I knew I was filming 3 times a week on the bridge. They filmed the bridge 3 times every week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then I started out as an ensign. So I did have one pip, right? But then, you know, time's going. And then I met Michael Westmore.
Oh.
The head of makeup.
Yes.
So he's like, Tracy, he goes, I normally have a male do this alien, but I wanted to get a female's perception on this alien, and it was an Antikin. And the Antikin, looks, they call it the dog face boy, but to me it looks like a werewolf or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you exactly know what the outfit is and the whole look, right? And it's like a freaking werewolf head. And then I had a prosthetic in my mouth, so when I bit down, my snout would kind of go like that.
Cool.
So we're filming, and then they said cut, and we're going to take a blah break, blah blah. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go outside to get some air because I don't, think the person that's doing these alien things needs to like drink water or
Oh God, yes. I feel bad for the actors some days. Like they have to have all that prosthetics because
Oh yeah. That wasn't the worst. The Antikin was not the worst of them I've done. But so this is a fun story. I know I've told it before, but it is pretty cool. So I'm in my Antikin get up, go out in the behind the stage to get air and sip some water through a straw. And there's a big trailer across the way, and the door opens, and oh my God, who's standing there in her white robe, terry cloth, cool robe? Sharon Stone. Okay.
Oh, cool.
So they're filming the movie Sliver. Okay. So she sees me and beelines for me, and I'm like freaking out because I love her. So I'm like, oh my God, Sharon Stone is coming towards me. And the security guy was like, it's okay, girl, it's okay. So then she comes up like literally this close and is like totally checking me out, like, wow. And she loves the makeup and just like staring at it. And I'm like freaking out, going blah, 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 inside, like, oh my God, oh my God. And so she goes, what do you look like under that? And it happened to be that day that the security guy, I gave him a 8x10 headshot of me signed. So he holds it up and he goes, she looks like this. Sharon Stone goes, no way. You're so pretty. Why do you cover your face up? And I said, well, for one, I don't mind it. And for two, they pay me well. And she's like, oh my God, fantastic. She goes, I'll tell you what. And I go, oh God, what? And she's like, how would you like to come to my rap party for the movie Sliver? And I'm like, are you serious? And she's like, so serious. And I'm like, oh my God. So, wow. So I got to go to her rap party, and it wasn't like we were sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
It was just the whole wow thing. This is how Star Trek has been in my life. Like things happen. Like crazy things for me happen. Like so then that happened. So then, Michael Westmore's the god of makeup, and he gives me 14 or 15 of them for to do. So then Paramount calls, says, we need Michael or whoever to make you up as the full Borg, with the one with the pipes and everything. I've done both. I've done the Borg drone with the bald head, my eye out, and that was in that was in the episode Descent, I think. I don't know. I'm sitting on.
Yeah.
So, I'm in full Borg wear. They send me to the convention center over here in Orange County because they're promoting their pinball game for the Star Trekker.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm in the Borg wear. So I'm, promoting the game. I get a tap on my shoulder. And oh, wait, I skipped a minute. Hang on. Okay. Before that convention, I was in the movie Demolition Man. I was a cop in the movie. There's so many things that when I first got the movie Demolition Man, I was fitted for this rad, cool outfit with a cool top hat. I mean, it was on point bomb.
Cool.
So good. And I was supposed to be at the table with them all at the Taco Bell eating. Okay. I was supposed to be right there. And then the director comes up and says, Miss Coco. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I have bad news. And I'm like, oh God, what? Well, my girlfriend loves your outfit, so we're putting her in it and you're out. And I'm like,
oh my God.
I'm like, what? I go, hang on. I go, I know you guys are going to be filming cops. Can I at least be a cop, please? And they're like, yeah. So that's how that happened. Okay. So flash forward now to the convention where I'm a Borg and the guy taps me on the shoulder, turn around, and he's like, oh my God, I love your voice. And I'm like, oh, thank you. In Borg wear, thank you. And he's the designer for all the pinball game machines, Williams, Bally, Midway in Chicago.
Cool. Yes.
Oh, wow.
He made the game I was there to promo.
Jesus.
he's like, I love your voice. How would you like? I'm coming out with a pinball Demolition Man pinball game. How would you like to be the computer voice?
Is that your voice?
It's my voice if you play it. Yeah, and
I've played it. It's been a long
there's-
time, but I know I played that.
there's even on YouTube. It's on YouTube. It's called the Demolition Man Pinball Game Promo. Oh my God, watch it. It's hysterical.
Okay.
Had
We're
me
gonna have
do-
to find that. We're gonna have to find that, and we will
Insert
absolutely
it.
have to
They
insert
had me
that
do
in.
So many things on top of that machine. Oh my God, it's crazy. I had to oh my God, are you serious? You want me to do that? Yeah. Okay. But yeah,
Oh, God.
that's my voice. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like all these things, like
Mhm.
I don't know what you luck. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know. It's just the whole universe. I don't know what happened. But anyway,
Mhm.
I'm so honored even to be, on Star Trek and have
yeah.
fans. God, I have fans UK, Germany, Australia. I mean, and they know me, it's crazy. And then how I got my name. Okay, then one day I go on the set and I have 2 pips. I don't know how that happened, but nobody said anything. So
No
I'm a
promotion
lieutenant.
ceremony or anything. Just you are now lieutenant.
No, and
You're
nothing,
lieutenant.
nobody, the wardrobe didn't do anything. I'm like, okay. So then how I got my name, was golly. Jonathan comes up and said, this is when we're going to be filming the movie Generations.
Mm-hmm.
And before the movie, he gave me an order, and he was supposed to say, Lieutenant JG, I need you to blah, blah, blah. And he said, Lieutenant J, I need you to da-da. And nobody said anything. So I'm like, oh my God. So I spelled it JAE.
That's it.
That's it. And I got a tattoo with it on my wrist now. See?
Yes.
But that's how that happened. So then they literally had me I'm the only one to wear every color too on the show. Even the white dress uniform.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's so funny because I look at episodes of me and they either have me eating cake, drinking wine, or falling down. It's hysterical. But woohoo, that's me. Anyway, so Michael Westmore, then they have me in my turquoise. I had a special outfit for 10 Forward because I was Patrick Stewart's date.
Yes. We just reviewed, I shouldn't say just, but we are both on the 7th Rule podcast too, and we've been reviewing that season. So we saw you. We have a friend on the podcast who does Lieutenant J sightings.
Yes.
So every time he sees you, he does screenshots and pulls it up for our reviews.
My Facebook page, I have another Facebook page called J Spotting, and then you post it to
Yep.
that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Every single episode that we've reviewed, if
Chris
McGee, I can't get I better not screw up our name. I'm not the one that does that. Our producer does. Anywho, but he always wants. That's one of our questions. Were there any Lieutenant J sightings? And sure enough, we will. And he finds if it's like a sliver,
yeah.
and there she is, and he'll put oh, she's there.
Well, also a little tidbit on YouTube also is a tribute to Lieutenant J that a fan from the UK made for me and put it. The soundtrack behind it is the Pretenders, Chrissy Hines singing "Brass in Pocket." Oh my God! It made me cry when I first saw it. It's absolutely fantastic.
Awesome.
Oh, it's so awesome, Trey.
So I'm Patrick Stewart's date, but then you know how the BBC shows one after another Star Trek episode, right? Yeah. And I'm watching. And oh my God. Well, there I am at 10 Forward with Michael Dorn. And there I am in 10 Forward with Jonathan Frakes. I'm like, holy crap, was I a hoochie mama? No. But, so, literally, they said, we love you to, if we have something, we want to call Tracy because she's always on time. She knows what she's doing. She does what we want. We don't have to freaking tell her 10 times.
Yeah.
I just did, and then being on it, I never really realized that how wow. Because I have fans ask, were you ever a fan of Star Trek or watch it or whatever? I said, well, I used to watch the original, but not like a lot at all. But then when I was on ours, the next gen, oh hell yeah, oh heck yeah, I
you
watched.
can say it.
You can
say hell.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, yeah. But then doing all that, I mean, and then the movie came. Okay, so Generations comes up. Jonathan comes up, and he's like, how would you like to fly the ship in the movie Generations? And I'm like, what? And he's all, yeah. And he's like, there's going to be, pyrotechnic, a stunt.
Mm-hmm.
I know you do them. Have you
Mhm.
done those before? And I'm like, no, but I'm in. Okay.
If I get to fly the ship, I'm there.
I'm freaking driving the ship, damn it.
So he's like, okay, so when I say action, don't look to the right because it's gonna, explode and come at you, and you're gonna go down. And I'm like, okay. So we did the first take, and it was so exciting. Whee! And you see the ambers follow me, woo, through, So then Marina and I always would go back and forth. You crashed the ship. No, you did, honey, because I was blown out of my chair and you sat there and then you took over. Well, you never told me how to drive it, is what she said. But yeah, I love her. She has, I'll tell you that story in a minute. But so I did not know this, but at a panel of hers, she was like, I was watching her panel in the back and she's like, yeah, Tracy. And she points to me and everybody stares and I'm like, ah. So she's all telling me the story, and then she's all, but you knew we had to do 2 takes. And I'm like, I was so excited. I forgot. Okay. But we did, because obviously when she sat down, the ambers were still on the chair and burned her ass. So so she had to get another outfit. I forgot. Yeah. So, but that's our little joke about that. But yeah, but she, I love her. I love her. And then I'm sure, I don't know if you guys have been on the Star Trek cruise.
Not yet.
Oh
but
my God.
I'm planning, as of right now, I'm still booked to go this year, 2026, next year.
Well, I have been emailing them. I don't know what I got to do. Because everybody's like, you need to be invited. And I'm like, well, it's not up to me, but people are writing in or whatever, but I would totally love to be a guest. Okay. This time, the first time I was on it was a few years ago, and how that happened. See what I'm saying? This is like crazy stuff. A fan friend of mine texted me and said, you need to be on the cruise this year. And I'm like, well, unless I win the lotto or something, that ain't gonna happen. I mean, or get invited. I need to get invited. That's how I do these things. I have to be a guest. And they pay for certain things. Obviously, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
He's like, well, screw that. He's all, I have an extra room and I want you to have it. And I'm like, what? And he's all, yeah, I'm giving you my extra room. It's a promenade room, and you're going and you're going to show them how you are with your fans, because they need to see you because you're awesome. Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? And I'm like, what do I got to do? And he's like, you don't have to do anything.
You have to get to the ship.
Yeah, get your butt to the ship.
Well, the only way that worked out was when it left from Long Beach a few years ago.
Yes, that one time, yes.
Because I live here, it's not far. So that was the only way I, got to do it. But oh my God, the experience!
Yeah.
Woo!
I've heard, and I've been going back and forth. I'm still going about selling it, but everybody's like, just go, just bite the bullet, just keep on going, because I've heard nothing but it is the best experience that you can have when it comes to Star Trek.
Oh, yeah, it blew my mind. Okay, so then I'm on with all my dudes, all my friends and girls too, but my little pack of people, and they're like, they were gonna go to the TNG panel, okay, and they're all, you got to come with us, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I want to go. And they're like, I know you want to be up there, but they're not going to let you do that. But you got to go. You got to go, and you got to ask a question. And I'm like, oh, that's pushing it, because I'm really shy. I really am.
Yeah.
We're going, as we're on our way. Who do I freaking, not even kidding, boom, bump into? Marina. She's like, honey. I'm like, oh my God. She's like, how you been? And I'm like, I go, I'm okay. I'm here. She's like, oh my God, that's so nice to see. I'm like, yeah. She goes, are you going to the panel? I'm like, okay. And she goes, come on. So we sit in our seats. They're all up there. I believe it was Jonathan, Denise Crosby, John Delancey, and Marina. I think that was it. And all the guys are like, they're going to come to the part where audience members can go stand in the aisle and ask a question. And I'm like, and they're like, you're going to do it. And I'm like, oh my God, no. Oh my God. Okay, so I did it. Okay.
I have one question for Jonathan Franks. Do you think he can still chase me now down the corridor?
Tracy.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
I'd probably catch you this time.
I just want to say, thanks for giving me the opportunity to work with you guys. I changed my life, and I love you all. Marina, thanks for the hug.
Tracy,
yes.
You're the reason I got to drive the ship.
I know.
In Generations.
I know.
She was the one that got blown up out of her seat.
And then I came back.
And then I had to go drive and crashed it. Sorry, Trace.
That's okay, honey. That's okay. But I just want to say I love you guys, and thanks, Jonathan.
We love you too, Tracy.
Right.
God bless you. What we call a featured extra. She was in, how many shows were you in, Trace? Over 100. And she usually drove, when the proper drivers were off doing something else. But Tracy drove the ship, and she worked with us for a very long time, and she's a doll.
So I'm in the line, and you got to squat, because you can't block people if you're standing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm squatted down on my knees, and mind you, it's very hard for me to get up from that position because I'm older. So anyway, my turn's coming up, and I'm like getting up, and then that light just goes on you. Okay, and then before I could even say anything, Marina goes, "Oh my God, Jonathan!" And he's like, "What, Marina?" And she's like, "Look who it is." And he's like, "Who is it?" "It's Tracy Coco." And the crowd goes wild. Woo! And they're yelling, "Bring back Lieutenant J." And then everybody on this panel was like going, "What is happening?" And then I said to Jonathan, I said, "Hi, Jonathan." I go, "I'd like to know if you could catch me now." Because there's a thing on the internet where he chases me down the corridor and yells my name. I don't know if you've seen it. It's hysterical.
Yeah.
I'm just doing my thing, going down, and then he does like a double take and goes, "Tracy," and I just freaking take off. And he came back so quick. "Yes, I think I can, Tracy." And I couldn't even. I was like, I didn't know what to say. I was like, and so then I'm like, "Well, blah, 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 blah. I just want to say thank you guys for letting me work, and just thanked them that it was an honor and blah blah blah." And then I ran up like, "Thank you," and then I ran up. I was going to the bar to take a couple shots because that's how I was shaking. As I'm running up, everybody's yelling and clapping, and it I was like a little kid. Yay! And then Marina takes the mic, and before I could turn, before I got to the bar, she's like, "Tracy, how many episodes were you in?" And I turn around and I'm like, "Over 100!" And everybody's like, "Yeah!" And then she goes, and then she totally had my back. Love her. She's like, "Tracy's been with us since the 80, a long time." And she flew the ship and did things when we couldn't do it. And she just love her. She had my back, and I thank her to this day for it. I'll never forget that. And it's great that I did ask that question, because that would have not happened.
Oh my God.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That is so what.
Isn't it? It's like crazy.
It's so cool.
It's so crazy. And then in Vegas one time I saw Jonathan, and he's like waves to me to come over, and he has a line, but that's what's so cool about them. They'll have a line of people, and they see me like Michael Dorn, "Tracy," with his voice over, and he's like, "Come here," and I'm like, "Ah," and he's such a cute hugger. And then Jonathan was hugging me, and he says in my ear, he says, "I don't know what you're doing, but whatever you're doing, it's working." And I was like, when I left him, I'm like, what did he mean by that? I don't know. I don't know, you guys. All I know is I love my fans. I'm just me. I treat people like I'd want to be treated. I give them like an experience, like my first major Comic-Con was in London for London Film and Comic-Con.
Oh, wow.
Right. So I'm there, and it's my first big oh my God, going to London. What? And so we're all at our tables and we're signing autographs. People are coming up for selfies or whatever. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm the type, I get out and come out in front of my table to take a picture with you. I don't lean over a table.
That's right. You did come out around the table.
Well, that didn't go over well with some of the actresses there because they were like, you're giving us a bad name. And I'm like, why? I go, that's just me. That's what I do. And they're like, well. So anyway, I went, whatever. And so then a couple comes up to do a photo op. They're dressed in full-on Borg wear, both of them.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Now, wait, this is hysterical. So then they're on each side. And the photographer's there. And right before the guy's going to, they go in my ear, both of them at the same time. We want to know how much to take you home. I swear to God, here was the photo. Oh my God. And I'm like, oh my, I should have came up with a big number, but I didn't. But so after the London one, I got invited to FedCon in Germany, and woo, that's crazy. And then Australia, Supernova or something like that in Australia. So that's the ones I've done so far over there. But I've been, I would love to do a Comic-Con once a month. I'd be so excited, so happy. Yeah. So, and then I'm hoping, at least they say, I'll be back in Vegas for the big one again this year. I booked one already for this February, and right now I am having a brain fade on the name of the con, but it's back east. That's all I know. I'll find out and let you know. And then
let us know, because I like to know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and then I've done I have some movies that are out that aren't Star Trek-y, but right now and stuff. Assassin's Apprentice 2, Night Mistress. It's not that kind of movie. Alien Danger 1 and 2, and then Staycation just came out where I play Deandra Walsh, a news anchor. And it's kind of like set in a zombie lockdown for COVID kind of thing. Yeah. So, and then I just got another offer for a movie filming in early February where I'm going to be playing a nurse, but I can't tell you yet.
More than that. Yes.
But,
That's cool.
Yeah. So I like doing those kind of movies too. They're kind of like, we're, I don't know if you call them fan films, indie films. I don't know the difference. I don't know. Anyway, it's not like a big Paramount, it's not like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I try to keep busy. Yeah. I just, like I said, I love you guys, and I thank you for having me on here because,
oh, absolutely.
Who even knew? I mean, I even have Funko Pops of me.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah. Justin Barsky makes them for me, and then I give him half, when I sell them. But he does them. He does them in all the different color uniforms, right? He even did one of me as the Borg, and that went like a hot number.
Yeah.
But he said he was going to try to maybe do some more aliens. I have little action figures too. Yeah.
Oh my God. Did you?
I mean, that's so crazy. I mean, to think that when you got Star Trek, that to be a background atmospheric actor, that it would lead to this. This is so crazy.
Yeah. Well,
it's so cool.
I was like a featured act, one. Yeah. But I mean, heck, that's how I started out, non-union, and then I got my SAG card, and then
it took you around the world. That is so cool.
That is so cool. And
then they all know me. I mean, all of the actors on Star Trek know me, even on the new shows. Oh my God, me and Melissa Nava. Oh my God, we were at a con together. We ran into each other in the elevator. I looked at her and I said, I flew the ship first.
Yes.
She is adorable. Love
I
her.
love her.
Yeah.
I do. I love her.
She's so cool. I mean, well, so obviously, oh my God. I mean, I knew you did. Sheesh, you did so much. I mean, just when you were talking about earlier, your Demolition Man. I mean, hello. Like, how much did you actually did you, I'm hoping you did, interact with, Stallone, Wesley Snipes, and freaking,
You're gonna be like so bummed out.
oh,
Oh.
what about
Because
Sandra Bullock?
my scene was kind of more with Sandra Bullock.
Oh, so how about her then? You got to hang out with her?
Well, not
little?
like out.
Yeah.
But like, hey.
Hey.
But like, I mean, my big thing was Sharon. Oh my God, Stone. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That
then
is-
I did meet Lindsay Wagner, who I had a crush on when I was young and was like, what's happening? Saw her at the con and literally went up and told her that. And she was like, oh my God, you're adorable. And,
Oh my God. Well,
yeah.
oh my God. What about Adam Sandler and Damon Wayans? Did you get to work with them at all during Bulletproof?
I saw them, but not like work with them.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done like so many things, man.
Yeah. So I have to ask about barbed wire because you got to hang out with Pamela Anderson, and I love the new Naked Gun movie with her and Liam Neeson, and they're hanging is the
I haven't
cutest
seen
thing
that
ever.
yet.
So excited about that.
Yeah.
But I love barbed wire, and so I'm like, you got to at least choreograph a fight scene with her.
They had a fight scene, but they cut it out. See what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Yeah. And then the one you were talking about, Chris, was the General Hospital one, right?
Yeah.
I looked so good that day. My hair was on point. I was in my leather jacket. I looked awesome. And I'm telling everybody the day it's going to be on TV. And oh my God, you hear me but don't see me.
Oh.
Because of an actress, again, who had a fit. Yeah.
Whoops. It seems like, I guess you don't have a contract, I guess, when you're doing that day stuff at all, do you? It's just.
Well, it's called a day player part. You do, but it's like.
But they can still just replace you like that?
They didn't replace me. It was still my voice, but you didn't see me. It was a bummer because I wanted, I wanted people to see me because I spoke.
Yeah.
So.
Well, then you lost the dress or that one part you were saying.
Oh, it was an awesome outfit.
Oh yes,
but then I did play the cops, and they had some pretty cool ass uniforms. And in the YouTube video where I promote the game of that, you see they flew in the outfit and everything.
Yes. Oh
and
yeah.
At the time, I didn't know because I didn't have like a person to like manage my stuff. That when they offered it to me, he said, "How much do you want?" And I was like, So I gave him a number, and they paid me where I should have said a number and then said I want a game too.
Yes.
But
that would have been awesome.
Yeah, I could have had it in a nightclub making money or something.
Oh, sheesh.
Pinball machine of your own voice. And
yes, and it's like you have one ball left. Shoot the right ramp. Explode mode activated. Yeah. Woo!
Too cool. All right, I got another question. You did a music video with Snoop Dogg?
Yes, I played a SWAT officer and had to hold up a double-barrel shotgun to him when he was on stage. It was hysterical.
Oh my God!
Yeah, and when I pulled into the set or the where we are, it was on location. I get out of my car, and here I am, little white girl, right? And I'm like, I'm hearing the thumping music, and oh my God! And then the smell of pot, it's just everywhere. And then I see his trailer open, the door opens, and it's like a fog bank, and then I'm like, and then here I am, little old me, holding a freaking shotgun up to him as he's on the stage looking down at me, and I'm like, yeah, that was fun. Oh my God. And then I keep asking if somebody could find this. I don't know how you'd find it, but back in the day, remember those commercials? You'd go to the club, you come home, and then you turn the TV on or whatever, and then they'd have like those 800 commercials on.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, like
I did one.
Infomercial commercials.
Well, like for
those types of The
800 number commercials. Okay,
And they had me on a like a chaise lamp, like a cool couch thing. And
Wait.
then they had me all in leather, and then they had a crop, and all I had to say was, "Hi, want to party? Call me now." And whip whatever, and it broke. And then the guys in the back are like, "Oh my god!" And then they were like having me do it over and over again. And oh my god, I wish I had film of that. That would have been hysterical, because most of the girls that were doing that were, like 6 feet or 5'9" and blonde with big boobs, and here I come in. Ha ha! Not that.
Oh, I'm actually Googling
That
right now to see
is
if I can find that stuff.
amazing.
But,
And it would probably be in the same, 80s-ish era. I don't
yeah.
know.
Oh my, was that 80s or 90s? I thought that was
Both.
80s. Okay,
Both.
yeah. I was like,
Yeah,
yeah.
We were gonna go over the decade bridge there. Late 80s,
Absolutely.
early 90s. Yeah.
But craziness. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Much fun.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna ask a fairly basic question, but I think it's a great one to ask. What was like the best part, other than what you've already mentioned, about being on Next Generation?
Oh my God, just being like a family with all of them. Wow. Yeah. Craziness. Because I came on right after Denise left.
Yes.
So I kind of took her spot on the,
Mm-hmm.
On the horseshoe. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's even an episode where Michael Dorr normally is on the horseshoe. I'm there.
Yep.
I mean, I'm literally like freaking everywhere on there. I swear to God.
You were everywhere on
It's
that
like,
damn
don't
bridge.
blink. They're like, we do. Let's do a shot when we see Coco. And I'm like, no, I don't condone that. Don't do that.
No, you will not make it through an episode.
Yeah, you barely will make it if you're lucky.
But like, there was one I was watching where they literally open up on me in my turquoise outfit, walking into 10 forward, and they follow me all the way. I mean,
well, we just did the chase, and you are the first character we see when when we hit the bridge, and so you're the first one in the episode, and it's you crossing the top to the op station, and it's
so
like,
you guys do the 7th rule?
Yes.
So you do it with what, Ryan and all them, or
yes,
Ryan and Sirach and Lisa.
Oh well, next time you see them, tell them that Coco loves them to death, and I hope I see them in Vegas or.
We'll see them this weekend.
Really?
We'll see him Friday.
We'll see him Friday and Saturday.
Just say, we really want Tracy to be in Vegas, Ryan, because he's in charge of that now.
Oh yes, he is.
We have a list of people who are like, hey, talk to Ryan. I'm like,
Yeah. I mean, I'm usually he does. Yeah, I'm usually there.
Yeah.
But I just want to. Please.
Well, what's it like working with Ryan and Sirach on Renegades?
It was okay. I did an alien on there, and it was one of the worst aliens I ever did.
Oh no!
Not because of them. I mean, but it was more like a helmet head, thing with teeth, and it was so hot to where when I took it off, literally you'd hear a.
Oh, it's one of those when
sweat.
Looked like somebody threw me in a pool. They didn't have a lot of air, ventilation. So I think they wanted me to come back for another day, and I'm like, dude, I need more money. I don't know. I can't.
I need more money.
I literally was gonna faint.
Well, I've heard. I know for sure. Ethan, Phillips talked about with his Neelix and even Armin that like when they would take their Ferengi heads off or his head, it would just be water, just sweat, just coming right pouring right out of there.
Well, there was another alien I did, a Cobarian, where it looks like I have like double nostrils.
Yes.
But every time I got called to do that one, I always knew I was going to get a sore throat because the nose didn't work.
Oh yeah. So
my certain
mouth breathing.
I knew like, oh, I have to be that one. And then like the Borg. Oh my God, it's a production to get into that. Okay, first of all, you have a full on bodysuit, one piece. Okay, and it kind of looks like it reminded me like of a shark suit, like chain link, but it wasn't chain, but like that. Then, okay, so you have that
Like
on.
scuba suit.
And then every piece is like a piece. So a piece, and then a piece, and then the chest, the piece. I mean, everything is a piece, like 7 pieces. I don't even know. There's so many pieces. And then they put that Pax makeup, and you can't smile, eat. You can't do anything because it cracks, and then they get mad. So then they got to redo it. Well, the Paramount called twice, and they sent a limo here for me to do. They were going to send me to Miami.
Okay.
To Miami to be a Ferengi on the streets.
Oh.
And there's literally a
No.
photo of me on some guy's Harley, like, hysterical. And then I also was a Borg too. And I'm telling you, man, the Borg outfits get guys. I don't know what it is. It gets guys chatting away about. I don't know what they want to do. I'm not.
No accounting for taste.
Like, seriously, like, I was in the elevator going up with my wardrobe and everybody to get out of it, and the guy in a suit's behind me, and I can hear what he's saying. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me, dude? Yeah.
When it's an elevator, I can hear you.
Yeah. Now, was this pre-7 of 9 or post-7 of 9?
Probably post. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, speaking of Borg, you got to be the Borg queen or stand in for Alice.
I was her stunt double, and
yeah,
which
her stunt
cool
double.
was, you know, the part where she comes down from the ceiling?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Jonathan had me on a flat board, and I was literally doing her thing, and then they flipped me over, and I'm like, Jonathan, they would do stuff sometimes just to, I don't know, mess with me. Anyway.
Just to see.
Yeah. So I was her, and then they called me in to be her arm when she grabs. Was it Data going up somewhere?
No, Patrick.
No, it was Picard.
Oh, it's Picard.
She grabs his legs. Those are my arms in her suit. And then in the episode Rascals, where we turn into children, into children. They called me in to be. Remember when Patrick Stewart was a little boy and he was on the computer? Those are my hands. They called me in to be his hands. Crazy.
Why?
Because I have little boy hands.
Yeah, no, I got little hands too. So yeah, I like my 10-year-old and I have like the same size hands.
Yeah,
so
and I'm not a foofy foof, so I don't have long I've never had long nails. No. I'm telling you, the craziest, like, weird stuff. I was even Christy Alley's photo double. They threw a wig on me and something. I don't even remember what movie it was. Danny DeVito's wife. I was her stand-in. I had to stand on my knees because she's so short.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's a little height difference between
There's
you
so
and...
many different, like, trippy things that have happened that are freaking cool, right? Like,
Yes.
This is so cool.
Who even knew this would happen? And I guarantee y'all that y'all, I don't know where that came from. I guarantee you that if
The Texas over here.
if the next gen didn't get, whatever, canceled or stopped or whatever, I guarantee you something was going to happen with me.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how things were going, because Patrick
a full-on a regular cast.
Something, because Patrick Stewart came up and he goes, I'm getting mail about you. And I'm like, what? And he's all, yeah.
He's like, I'm getting mail about you.
Yeah. And I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah, they want to know, like, who you are, like, yeah, curious people want to know what's happening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I was totally I don't know if you call it campaigning. I don't know what I got to do. I'm myself. I don't have people, to do that for me. So I was putting it out there. # bring back Lieutenant J to Picard before Picard came out. I think, and I've heard this from a lot of fans, that they missed an opportunity to bring me back. Would have been so perfect. When they all of them walk back on the bridge for the first time.
Yeah.
I should have been there already and turn around and say,
oh, that would have been perfect.
And then I could have walked. And then I could have walked off or whatever. But wouldn't that have been great?
I mean, Jordy could have had you helping him oh my God, repair the ship.
Yeah, because I'm telling you guys, I get so many fans asking, like lower decks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All
right, my next question is again a fairly easy one. What was the best part about working on Deep Space Nine and Voyager?
Well, to tell you, I really didn't get to meet them. Like,
okay,
now Terry Farrell.
You didn't get to hang out with them, like, because you weren't
no,
on, like,
because,
in
no,
operations
because
or the bridge
I was
for
always in
those.
makeup. I was always in makeup. So, like, when Terry Farrell and I talked a few times, now, she was like, "Oh my God, that was you as the Ferengi?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Oh." I mean, even Marina was like, "I had no idea you did like 15." I'm like, "Yeah, you have no idea what I've done." I like, they don't.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, being in Quark's bar had to have been amazing. Like the sets for Deep Space Nine, like
Yes.
I miss that I never got to walk through those. So I'm gonna have to get that Apple thing.
Yeah,
so
I was normally hanging out at the bar again.
Uh-oh.
Because you're here for a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you were in the bar, that meant that you actually got to maybe work with Armin a little bit then?
I was, I did. And then there was also a shoot that came out I'm in a magazine as the Cobarian sitting at the bar. I also was in a Klingon CD-ROM and some other CD-ROM.
Yeah, you did. The Borg.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Interactive movie game. Yeah, I actually had that one. So
wow.
Yeah, my compact in 1997.
Talking to you guys, and then my brain's like, bing, bing. Remember
Yeah.
that? Oh my God! Like,
Well, now it makes me think if you were in there, then I'm hoping at some point you got to work obviously Armin and Max and hopefully Nog. Well, Nog, but
Aaron. Oh my
Aaron.
God. What a gentleman. Yeah.
I was not. I'm a newer member to this, so I never got to meet Aaron.
Oh my God, you guys! No, we did cons together, and
yeah,
we did one in Texarkana. Okay.
Yep.
And their airport is way small, and the hotel was just literally right across from the railroad tracks, and we were all running late to catch our flight. We're in a car. The train stops like right where we're supposed to turn to go to the airport. And I have anxiety, and I was so stressed out. And he looked at me and he goes, "Tracy, calm down." He goes, we'll get through this. Don't worry. We're gonna if we have to, we're gonna get out. No, he goes, "You know what? We're gonna get out. We're gonna get out of the car, and we're gonna." And we got out of the car, and literally, like, I believe we went through where the two trains connect. Like there was a space, and just dragged our freaking luggage, and we made it just in the nick of time. They were calling our names. I was like, "Oh my God!
Oh my God!
What? No way!
Oh
my."
Yeah, that's my fabulous story. He's just so cool. He was so cool. Yeah. And then JG and I are a hoot together. Oh my God.
He is a hoot anyway.
Yeah. But like, like I said, I love. Everybody's like, "Well, was there any drama there?" No, I never saw anything like that at all.
I mean, I don't remember hearing a whole lot of drama. I mean, obviously the Terry stuff, but
that wasn't with the cast.
Yeah, that's behind the scene. I don't remember hearing personally a lot of drama out of DS9 at all. I think,
but like on TNG, not really either. I do have to admit, first got on the show, I was kind of like, ooh, I'm the new girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
And at first it was kind of weird, but then it was fine.
Yeah, no, that's, oh my goodness. So I know we were talking earlier, but so what happened with Nemesis? Because I only read 3 movies. I didn't get to read all 4 movies.
I've been told that was a good thing I didn't get to do that one. But
as I said, I don't agree, but okay.
Yeah, it looked cool. I mean, it looked kind of cool visually. I don't know, but
it was cool.
I heard that they did try to contact me, but I think something, either I was at it, I don't know, because
scheduling conflict most likely.
Yeah,
probably,
I probably would have. Probably, why not, right?
Yeah, well,
why not?
Exactly.
You've been in all the others, so
and they do.
We missed you in it.
Yeah, and there was a lot of issues. And first off, they had a director that knew nothing about Star Trek directing that, and he wanted, if I understand, and I might be wrong a little bit, but he had no knowledge about Star Trek. He didn't want to take any input from any of the cast or any, like he just, yeah. And that's what
weird.
It was really weird. And you'd have to listen to some other like behind the scenes and stuff that, yeah, they've talked about it, in special features. It was just the weirdest thing. And it's what hurt the movie.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you this little tidbit.
Uh-oh.
Back up way. Okay. Like when I first got on Star Trek, right? We had the onesie outfit, right? It's polyester. Polyester. It's not fun. Anyway, all the women, we had special Star Trek bras.
Oh yeah.
Because they don't like lines in your. We had literally to go in and do line. They look at you to see, they don't. You can't.
No lines.
Okay, so like with the underwear part for the woman, no, you had to wear a G-string. Well, I didn't know what the hell that was. Okay, so I'm wearing it, right? I'm not even getting the first kind of year I was on the show. I'm picking my, what, because I'm not used to.
What is it?
I'm not used to it. Now, totally used to it. Yeah. But the Star Trek women's bra, I'm not kidding. You could run into a wall and be freaking fine.
Oh yeah, I think there's a story about Kate Mulgrew taking hers and putting it on Berman's desk. Like, no.
Oh.
This is ridiculous. Yeah. I think there's a story out there like that. Or if anything, I have a headcanon that she did because I could see that happening.
I totally see that happening. Yeah.
Oh, I could see Kate doing that. Like not even flinching.
I would love to meet her. Vegas this last year, I finally got to chat with Denise Crosby. She's
lovely.
What I'm saying is they all know my name. They all know my name. They all know. They don't all know what all I've done. But
yeah.
I would so love okay, I met Michelle Hurd. Oh my God.
Oh, she is freaking amazing.
She is wonderful.
She helped out so much when we had the screen the
SAG, the Screen Actors. Yep.
Strike. Yeah. And that was the year we were all going to Vegas and we couldn't use any photos of us in uniform, anything. So I'm like, I got that covered. I was a model. Bing bong. I got but I came up to her at a table at a con we did together, and I'm at her table, and I put my hands on the table. She reaches out and holds my hand. This is the first time I'm meeting her too.
Yes.
And I'm like, Michelle, and she's, yes, Tracy. And I'm like, how does she know my how does she know my name? What? She goes, I know who you are. And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, I fangirl out too. Okay, so
yeah.
No, the first time I met her, and she gives every person she interacts with a moment, and she's right there looking you in the eyes. She wants to talk to you. She is one of the best people to meet, and and her activism and has that whole thing. I was crying whenever she talked about it.
Oh,
I'm oh my God, you're the best.
She's human. I met her. My first time I met her was last year at a convention in San Antonio. First time ever. And she, just like Alice, I mean, she, and luckily I was there when it was kind of a lull. So, we just got to talk, and she had just been on the decon. So I was talking about that. She is oh my God. She, like you said, she goes your hand and, hey, darling. And what, I'm just like, and her activism, I mean, the stuff that she fought for, and didn't get everything, but still the things that she got through is, and just for people, I remember a story she was telling. She had Michael and her Ron with Connor and Dom on their show, and they were telling them that, well, we don't have anybody that can do your hair, and she was like, excuse me. You need me to pick up the phone and basically call my hairstylist? Yeah. Because they didn't have, hair and makeup people for people who have ethnic hair. And she fought tooth and they will do it now. But it's just the things like that. Just listen to her. She is. And every time I've met her, I think 2 more times. I know her in Vegas this year in Vegas. But she in Orlando? I can't remember. Anyway. I've met her at least 2 or 3 times, and it's every time she just talks to you, and Allison said she gives you like it's not just here go. It is like there's a discussion for at least 2 to 3 minutes. If you
Oh yeah.
Sonequa Martin Green is the same too. She
Okay.
is wonderful to meet
So
in
wanted
person.
to meet her. Kate, never met Kate either.
I haven't. Well, I've got her autograph. I take that back. And a selfie with her too.
They're just they're awesome. Yeah.
They are.
Yeah, it's such a great Star Trek family, and I'm so
Mhm.
happy you're in it.
Thank you.
It's the best.
Thank
Oh
you.
God, I'm glad I got to be in it.
Thanks for your support and everything. I totally appreciate. But when you see Ryan,
We will. We'll see
We'll
him
give him a
Friday.
piece of our mind.
Yes. Well, I've got my last standard question.
Okay.
What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh my God, the transport.
Okay. It's a good answer.
Because I totally would transport right now to Oregon to go see my mom because it's very hard for me to go see her, and she's in a special needs place. And
Gotcha. Well, yeah, it would make traveling so much easier.
yeah,
Like
totally.
this weekend, I could just be there in a couple of seconds and
Right?
come home. I could come home instead of just having to stay at the hotel.
Yeah.
But all right. Well, Tracy, I this was an amazing talk. This was so much fun. I blew our minds today. I learned so much I never knew. So again, just thank you so much for doing this. And I hope you have a lovely evening. And we're gonna get you in Vegas somehow. Dang it!
All right. Well, like I said, I'm usually a guest, but I would like to be announced, sooner than later.
Sooner than later. Okay.
But
All right. All right.
Just put in fantastic words for Ryan. Give him hugs and kisses from me. Whatever.
You can give the kisses. I'll give the hugs.
All right. That's a deal.
That's like all right.
Thank you guys so much. Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Love you guys. Thank
Love you.
Love you too.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, Trekkies. Welcome back to the Transporter Room. I'm Wanda Pages, and I'm joined today by the captain of the Transporter Room channel, Chris Garris himself. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing tonight, Linda? Because it is night.
It is night. It is also midterm week.
Oh.
As was probably spoiled for you by the title of this video, we are tackling starships. Which is
Yes.
exciting. This is a really cool
We
topic.
are. It is a good topic. I mean, God, I wish we had these starships already.
Right?
Like, all of them. I just, okay. I'm going to have to wrap myself out. Okay. Yes, I always wanted Enterprise, any Starfleet vessels, but the spaceship that I would take over any other spaceship is from the franchise that your hoodie
You're
says.
repping right now?
Mhm.
Star Wars. I know. I'm wearing a Star Wars sweatshirt on a Star Trek podcast.
I want the Millennium Falcon.
Really? Over, like, the Enterprise or Voyager?
Yes, all of them.
Really?
Yes,
Huh.
because it'd be my own personal ship. So anyway, that's
I
been
think
my.
I'd rather have. I mean, I want Voyager. I don't think that's surprising to anyone.
That does surprise
who's ever seen me on any social media ever, or
anybody.
Ever talked to me or heard of me.
Yes, exactly. But
I'm a Voyager at heart. But
that would be my non-Star Trek vessel. Would be the Millennium Falcon.
My non-Star Trek. Does it make me evil to pick the Death Star? I kind of want the Death Star. I would never actually destroy a planet, but I like the idea of having the power to be able to.
Boy, I can't wait to see what the live chat says about this.
I would never actually do it. But you'd be the most powerful person in the universe. Like,
okay.
You know, like also the Death Star is just really cool. Like, it's just cool. I just want it.
Note to self: don't piss Linda off.
No, I would never actually blow up a planet, guys. And also, just so you know, my lightsaber is pink, so not
Okay.
evil. Although the other lightsaber I have, it is red, so maybe I'm a little evil.
Okay. Well, so we're talking about starships tonight. So that's so you know what my non-Star Trek starship is.
Yes.
I would actually say, and we'll get more into this, but my Star Trek starship, the one that I actually like the most so far, is the Enterprise E. I love the Sovereign class. It's just,
that's fair.
It's sleek and it's just powerful. It's just, I don't know. It's just I just like it.
So I mean Voyager, but also
Correct.
the Enterprise D. I
Oh.
really like. What was that? Oh.
No, I was going to say, because I know you haven't seen Picard all the way, but
No.
in Picard season 3, they make a comment about, oh, that's the fat one. This bartender, she says, that's the fat, you want the fat one?
I'm not really, like, I know there are a lot of Star Trek fans that like get really into the ships and like I know everything about them. I'm not one of those Trekkies. I just think they're pretty. I don't know that much about them.
I don't
talk about them.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't get that deep. I mean, I like them. I don't have the models yet. I lie. I have one from when I was a kid. My mother got me the Enterprise D from Star Trek Generations because it's got the parts that blow up off of the ship. And so, but yeah, I do have that. But yes, if I'm going to have a starship,
a Voyager model, technically it
Mhm.
broke though.
Poor Voyager.
The
She
one
broke.
from Star Trek Orlando.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
You can fix her.
She's so
but
pretty. I don't know. I'm trying.
yeah. Well,
But
Christmas is coming up. Maybe someone will send you a Voyager for Christmas.
That was the issue. It's too like, oh yeah, a different Voyager. Yes.
A new one.
A new Voyager.
There's an $18,000 one I saw out in Vegas.
I know, it was gorgeous. If I had $18,000 lying around, also if I had been in Vegas,
It might have come home with you.
it might have come home with me. That was beautiful.
It was beautiful. So
I don't know how the hell I would get that to Orlando, but
I'm pretty sure shipping's probably included. And if not, that's just probably another $1,000.
there is zero chance that shipping is included with that. I would
have no
bet
idea.
anything that shipping is not included.
True.
There's no way. Okay, but we're
All right.
talking about starships.
Well, we were. So now we're really getting
Maybe
into
we
the
were.
meat.
Now we're really getting into it. All right. The number one question that we have about starships that we got to start with is, are they sentient? Because it's an advanced AI.
Correct.
And we have talked about this before. And I know that you said it's just an advanced AI and they're not sentient, but I was thinking about it. And I want to point out that the EMH is an advanced AI.
Mm-hmm.
Data is an advanced AI, and the holodeck characters, which we know can become sentient, they just block them from becoming sentient, basically. Those are all also advanced AIs. So what's the difference between the advanced AI that controls the starships and those AIs that we are told again and again and again and have proof that they are sentient? What's the difference?
I'm going to be honest, it's very hard. I hate to say it, I can't answer your question. I cannot come up with a definitive answer of, are they not AI? Or, I'm sorry, are they not sentient? I think I would still say they're not, because
why?
they don't interact the same as Data, the holodecks. Not that the computers, that's the computer is doing it. So the ship itself. So actually, that's a good point. Can't we say the ship and computer are separate? But really, they're one. They're
And the
one
computer
and the
is what's generating the holodeck and the holodeck characters. So is that kind of like a manifestation of the ship? Like it's the same AI controlling the holodeck characters that's like the
true
the ship.
I still don't. I don't think it is, because the ships have not come to life exactly. They've had nanobots that have gone in and made them do weird things, and malfunction.
They definitely have personality, though.
Yeah, they've had some personalities at times, but most of the times, I would say they've been. But that's the times that I can remember that the ships have had personalities is, and I use personalities really loose, is usually due to it being infected by an alien virus or something like that. You know, that's what I remember. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to say no. I can't.
One more point, though, that I'm going to make. And I'm not saying that I'm not arguing that necessarily that they are sentient.
Correct.
I'm just pointing out that we don't really know if they are or not.
That's right. We
In
don't.
Prodigy, hologram Janeway, who is very clearly sentient, she is the computer.
Mm-hmm.
So Prodigy, you could argue like that the ship is like she is the ship.
She is completely
conscious
integrated.
Manifestation of the ship.
Uh-huh.
Like they don't say computer do this. They say Janeway.
Yeah.
And then she'll say, "Oh, I did whatever."
Mhm.
We would normally hear them ask the computer to do.
Well,
so she is the computer. So she is the AI controlling the ship. So
You're
in
correct.
that case, we could say the ship kind of technically is sentient.
Yeah. Well, and in Prodigy, I mean, it made everybody in the world cry because she couldn't leave the ship because she was part of the ship.
I know. Don't remind me. I cried so hard.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I have my little hologram Janeway
Yeah.
ornament over here.
I still think they are just very, very, very highly advanced computers that.
But everything is a highly like AI has developed so much in the Star Trek universe.
True.
And there are so many examples of sentient AI that they argue this is the classic Star Trek trope, right? Like it deserves, even in the original series, we see like an evil supercomputer every other week because it's every AI.
You're right.
Like, AI has been developed so much across the universe that that it's at the point where I don't think you can argue that any AI isn't sentient at that point.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to say. Yeah, I think this one.
Like, if you downloaded the ship's AI, if you just put it into, if you gave it like a physical form like the Doctor has, then everyone would argue that it was sentient.
Very close to sentient, 100%. Yes, I can say, because I mean, you think about it. That's what really gave him his legs was his mobile emitter, and once that happened, so it's definitely a discussion, and I'm going to be very interested to see what they say in the live chat. I definitely want y'all to chime in about that, what they are, or if they are or they aren't sentient.
Here's my final take on this.
Okay.
I think the ships should have been sentient under the laws of the Star Trek universe because every other AI clearly was. I don't think that there's any real evidence of them being sentient long term. Like again, there's like a virus or whatever that might make them, give them personality, give them whatever. I think that was I think it's a plot hole and a really missed opportunity in Star Trek because it doesn't make sense that every other AI, like this is the AI that's running your starship. Like this is like, why would that be less advanced? Why would that technology be less advanced than Data?
It shouldn't be.
It doesn't make sense. So,
and if you remember, they tried integrating Data into the starship, into the Enterprise.
It's been a hot minute since I've seen anything TNG related, so
that's okay.
I'm gonna have to do a rewatch. But
it was called A Fistful of Data, and we just reviewed it recently on not too long ago on the Seventh Rule, and that was the thing. They tried to integrate Data so that he could be the backup computer for the Enterprise. It didn't go so well.
Yeah, I bet it didn't.
Yeah, because there's probably I'm trying to remember, but there was some. anomaly or something. I should know. We just watched it not that long ago. But anyway, well, now here's the question I've always had about this.
Okay.
And it's what bugs me about the whole computer and the ships is, can they fly themselves? And to my, no, I mean, from what the episode that I'm remembering is the 1001. It's the one when the Binars take over the Enterprise because they needed to save their planet. And it's the one when we meet Minuet. Was it Minuet? Yeah, Riker and Picard are stuck in the holodeck. Oh, what a shock. They're stuck in the holodeck and don't know there's red alert. Once again, watch the holodecks episode if you haven't already.
Holodecks.
But
that episode, by the way, side note, but since it's out at the time that we're recording, or will be out by the time this premieres, I can't look at holodeck. I love holodeck episodes. I can't look at them the same way. I thought too hard about it.
Yeah.
For that episode, and now it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Keeps me up at night.
So, but that's what I'm wondering. They set the course for it to fly itself, to go, so the warp port could go boom. And of course it didn't and everything. But you don't really see them like flying themselves. It's so weird. Like, I don't...
There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to do that either. Again, I think a lot of the thing with starships is they just weren't, there was a lot of missed opportunities for storylines and capabilities, and it's kind of just like, obviously it's for plot convenience.
Yeah.
They do all these things, and like,
why do you need the humans?
Right. And I think the easiest answer to why can't the ship fly itself, why isn't the ship sentient, like why doesn't it have an AI developed enough? I think that the answer to that is just humans want to do it. Humans are just like, I'm using humans as a generic term here that's including aliens.
Biological species.
Right, biological humanoid species.
Yes, humanoid's a better word.
And then also AIs sometimes.
Well, humanoids and artificial humanoids, aka Data.
And then whatever the cat, Dr. Tayana.
Oh yeah,
whatever. Point being.
Yes.
The occasional lizard offspring or salamander offspring of a captain and a pilot. Just whatever conscious being is joining Starfleet today. They want to explore. They want to do it. So they're not developing technology to do it for them. They're developing technology that allows them to do it, which I think is the easiest answer to this. And obviously the real answer is, okay, well, it's plot. Like,
it's
if
TV.
Could do all this, it would have taken away a lot of plot opportunities. So,
well, yeah, they would have needed
as someone who needs internal consistency,
yes,
and needs to like tie everything in the fictional universe up in a little bow. Otherwise, it drives me crazy. That's my answer. That's correct. My in-universe answer to this. Yeah.
Well, and that's a good one. Because they did try artificial. I'm sorry. Well, yes, artificial. Oh gosh, I'm getting my words confused. But anyway, automated starships in lower decks. They had the Texas class.
Yes, they did.
And
your home state.
I'm not going anywhere else into that. I had some opinions about that episode. Anyway, but so what they found was those ships turned, evil starships. They became evil vessels.
Who would have thought? You would think that they would learn at some point in the Star Trek universe that AI always becomes evil. Even like or just even if it's not like inherently evil, like it always gets possessed and turns evil. The holodeck, the EMH, pretty sure Data at some point was lore. See, okay, there you go. Like there's nothing that's safe from it. So maybe we should just not. I don't know. Maybe we should find a way to not do that. Or like what's the
Peanut
Hamper. No, Peanut Hamper. Well, yes, Peanut Hamper, but Peanut Hamper's boyfriend.
Oh, I don't know that one. Just Badgie.
What's his name? Well, I don't think that Badgie and Peanut Hamper.
Yeah, I don't think that was them either.
Someone write a fan fiction though, because
oh god,
talk about a power duo.
Yeah. Oh, and we were just talking about that last night with Robin, so that's even funnier. Talk about fan fiction, but
Yes.
Well,
seriously though, if you know any peanut hamper, I don't know that I want to search for that actually.
No, not on your computer, not on the university network. They'll be knocking on your door. So I think the ships could fly themselves.
I think they should be able to.
They should be able to do it. They let them only really do it in emergencies. And oh gosh, and there was one TNG, well, probably a couple, but I remember there's a TNG episode. They were like, the computer cannot calculate the oh god, I think it's Minefield. I can't remember. It's been, but where the computer supposedly can't calculate the moves around the mines fast enough. Anyway, I'm just like, come on. But anyway,
yeah, it should not have as many
limitations.
Yeah, like it should be smarter.
Yeah, agreed.
Than it is because it's not always.
I don't know, but that one, I think they can, as we said, if they didn't have pilots on the ships, we would not be sitting here talking about this episode. So, given.
Side note.
Okay.
About starships, this always bothers me, and I don't. Maybe someone has an answer to this. The ship, if you ask it, where is Janeway? Like, where's whoever? It tells you by their comm badge.
Correct.
Which is a very useful plot device because, like, there's been a lot of fun things that they've done with that. However, the computer has their biosignatures because they transport. So it has their pattern. Why would it not locate you by that?
I think it could. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember if B'Elanna can do a skeletal lock, then, to beam someone out, they should be able to find you through your biological. Now, I will say, maybe actually in the defense of that is the fact that there's so many. They have a pattern, but that's just your pattern. It's not going to be able to detect your DNA.
But it knows what your pattern is. It can take you. It can take it apart and rebuild it, but it can't locate it.
No, I don't think it can.
That doesn't make sense. It can't scan. We have in the Star Trek universe, we have medical tricorders that you can scan someone with and have their pattern. Why can't the ship do that?
Oh, you can have their entire DNA, actually.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I like that explanation better than a transporter pattern. That makes more sense because you're right. If Dr. Crusher uses your medical tricorder, she can look at your entire.
That's just the technology they're using to see it. But I'm saying that the ship has it, and we know that it has it
now
because
it knows.
It's using it because it's transporting.
Yeah, well, and not just that. Again, because the medical tricorder has scanned you, it knows what your DNA pattern looks like. So why could again?
But that's like that's the tricorder. That's not the ship. But I'm saying
I'm saying, but it's in this computer though. So the ship knows. So it's stored. She scanned you, or he or whatever has scanned you. That memory, that your DNA code is now saved in the main computer. So now they would have to be able to use the same, which they probably can. It's probably the same sensors that are on internal sensors. It may take longer to scan because it's got to scan like every single biological person on the ship. But I think if you have their medical data and okay, this is what Linda's, this is what she looks, this is her genetic code. If you're using the same tricorders type technology, scanning technology, ship-wide, you could do that. I think you could do that. I believe that. But I just think it would take longer because it's got to scan. Whoops. No, thought I muted myself. It's got to scan, the Enterprise D 1,000 bodies. Okay. I'll give you a green check mark. I can agree with that.
I have done my research for this, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
I think. Let us know.
Oh, absolutely.
In the comments if I'm missing something.
Well, no, I agree. I like your idea. I really do understand. I like that premise because, again, it may just be a modification of the sensors to be able to do a DNA scan or genetic DNA scan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems simple enough.
Yeah, it should. Okay. This next comment, question, whatever you want to call it, has driven me up the wall since the Contagion episode. And it's because of what Wesley says as well. And I agree with him. But should they have families on board starships? And I'm not going to beat around the bush. My answer is no. Period. I just don't agree with it.
Okay. My answer is it depends.
Okay.
The Enterprise D is designed, like the actual ship is designed more like a starbase. It's designed for community. Like there's the school, there's you know, it's a little it's a
it is
traveling civilization. Now, obviously, the Enterprise D ends up in all of these dangerous situations because it's a TV show and it's for plot. If this were real life, that is not the starship you should be sending off to explore and do things. That should be your second contact. Like, you know, that should be your those missions should be, we've already scanned this planet. We know that nothing's on it. Just go, like, get rocks and come back, like, so we can study them. Like, that's what this is. Like, this should be your scientists, your, you know, not your explorers.
Yeah.
Not that, I mean, it's still space, so, like, dangerous things could happen. But, like, it's not, you're not sending it into dangerous situations on purpose. A ship like Voyager, absolutely not. Because it's not, first of all, it's not set up for that. And B, the mission it's going on, like, it's not, that's not, no, that's, it's
100%.
not designed for that. Even pre getting lost in the Delta Quadrant. So I think it depends on the ship. It depends on what the mission is. I think that Next Generation is just kind of wonky about this because, like, the ship is totally designed for that, but the missions weren't. So, yeah, I mean, I think, like, there's an inherent risk associated with space travel.
Yes, there is.
Universe. So that's just something to consider. But no, I don't think families need to be permanently banned from starships. I think it's just like...
Okay, well, not... Okay, yes, not permanently banned. Definitely, like you were saying, not on first contact missions, no first contact missions, no sending them on deep space. Part of the reason why they want them is because they are on deep space missions. And so if you have a family, again, that's why the whole 5-year mission and all that stuff, so that you can get back. And so I understand the psychological and mental reasons for by doing that. But space is not safe. I mean, that's fine, but again, space is not safe. And when Wesley Crusher is in there talking to, I almost said Dr. Picard, Captain Picard. Well, if Beverly had taken his last name, and then, but anyway, he's in there talking to Captain Picard about, like, 1,000 people died and all those families. And I'm like, yeah, Wes, it just, I'm like, I can't. So, but, and then you could even go as far as saying on starships that have the ability to separate, if you are coming in, if you're going to go into a dangerous area, then maybe you offload the families like they did.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously they didn't do it all the time because they didn't want to do it. It was for one.
I feel like you'd have to design a new ship for that, and also, like, I think if you're doing a deep space mission, but it's like it's purely scientific, and you're looking for asteroids. That's all you're doing is looking for asteroids. Yeah,
maybe
families could be. You know what I mean? If it's purely scientific, and again, you're accepting the risk that accompanies deep space travel. Yeah, but I also
you're right, because you may run into. I mean, think about. I know you're watching Enterprise right now. You're like on the 11th or 12th episode, so you still have a lot to go. But even obviously they didn't put families on the NX-01. One, it's too small. And as Captain Archer makes comments about later on in the series, he's like, he wasn't expecting to be shot at as so many times as he has by this so far in Enterprise. So again, I think you're right. You're taking, if you're going to go on a deep space mission, just know but I would say you're taking the risk. You and your family, you're putting your family at risk, and you just have to live with it. I just it's not something that I'm not a big fan of, just mainly because of contagion. And that wasn't even, they weren't even attacked. Well, the computer got a virus, and the Yamamoto's computer got all wonky and dropped the containment field, so the matter and antimatter mixed, and she went kaboom. So anyway, that's my thing about families and starships. I'm just nope, that's just me. So anyway,
this is so sad, but I was thinking about while we were talking, you never hear them talk about space cruises, but why doesn't that, if that doesn't exist in the Star Trek universe, why not? I want to go on a space cruise. You know, it's like a week-long thing, and you spend, some time on Earth, and then you go to Vulcan, then you go to Risa, then you come back to Earth. What the hell? Why isn't that a thing? No one's ever talked about, oh yeah, we went on a cruise once, and we did. Why not? Why isn't that a thing?
I don't know. That's a good question. So cool. Oh well. I think we beat that one to death. So
probably.
Literally.
Okay. That was okay. The next thing we got on our list here is how heavily armed should they be? This just depends. All right. The list of weapons we have here are phasers, photon torpedoes, quantum torpedoes, transphasic torpedoes.
I like them.
Yeah, ablative armor. Ablative armor?
Yes, ablative armor.
Depends on the mission. I think every starship, no matter what, should have at least basic self-defense capabilities.
Correct.
You should give them at least a couple photon torpedoes, because also like the phasers, photon torpedoes and stuff, like even if you're like, it might not be an enemy, like you might have like something in your path you need to destroy or something like that. There's a million other things. So like every starship should have basic stuff. Obviously your warships are going to be more heavily armed, like your defense ships. If you're sending a ship on a deep space mission, or if it's designed to be an exploratory ship, arm that ship, arm it up, everything you got, because you don't know what you're going to encounter. That's the whole point. So and
then but the problem with anyway, and I kind of agree with you on that, because but then the flip side of that is, they're like, well, we don't want to look like we're heavily, because that's when why are you so heavily armed? That's what they always ask them when if you're on a exploration, why are you so heavily armed? Because I'm thousands of light years from my...
I don't know. I don't have backup.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I agree.
I feel like that's on the aliens. That's a stupid question to ask.
It's
like,
is.
oh, we're exploring. Well, why are you armed? Because we're exploring.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we don't know what we're going to find. And if we find the Kazon or,
the Borg,
species 8472 or the Borg, like, we need to defend ourselves.
Exactly.
I hate when they ask that question. That's stupid. Like, if someone was like, oh, I'm exploring, but that makes a lot of sense. You don't know what you're going to encounter, and therefore you're prepared. But you didn't fire at us the second that you saw us. So obviously you're not out here to just destroy things.
Correct. That's I agree. They need to have, phasers, basic phasers, photon torpedoes, probably just like if you're a normal starship that's going out exploring, those would be your good ones. Obviously shields and all that. And now one thing that we learned after Best of Both Worlds was, Starfleet has not designed their starships at that time for battle. They actually did not have any vessels that could withstand the Borg, which is where we got the Defiant class.
But that's not really fair, because nothing had anything that could withstand the Borg yet.
True, but what it did is it allowed them to realize that, oh crap, there are things, maybe we do need to look into smaller, the Defiant class is what that came from.
They just, Federation was just like the most powerful force that they had encountered. Like, so they had a few like unfriendly, like kind of peaceful relationships, like Romulans, but they weren't like, but they still weren't they weren't having to battle anything.
No,
like,
they weren't
constantly. Like
Correct.
They might encounter a species that was hostile, but they either resolved it or they found a way to resolve it always.
Diplomatic,
so,
correct. Yes.
Right.
Well,
they tried at least. So it's like they just didn't have, but no one was like coming up and trying to battle the Federation because they were the Federation. So like nothing is. So I feel like, I feel like the Borg was the first time they were like, oh, Like,
Yeah. And that's exactly what Q said when he flung him out there to deal with the Borg. He goes, the Romulans, the Klingons, they're nothing. You haven't seen what's out there, Captain. And he's like, well, we'll be ready when we are, Q. And he's like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Boom. Send him out there, Borg, completely unprepared. And but again,
I love Q.
That's what Q is one of those ones that if you ever want to watch one of our Seventh Rule episodes we did, I think I made a comment about, a lot of us did, about Q. Like, he has no, I don't want to get this off topic. I'm going to say he has no regard for human life. If you really think about it now, because he also knows he can just fix it, but still.
I don't know that it's really that he says that, but he also gets them out of trouble a lot.
Yeah.
And he's friends with some of the humans. So I think he's just like outwardly a jerk, but I don't think that he actually, I don't think in his mind he's evil. I think he just is the equivalent of like a disruptive teenager. Like, not trying to be evil, just not really really thinking things through, but because he also has this ability to just fix it.
Yeah,
he's just not worried about permanent damage, because so he makes Voyager into a Christmas ornament, but he knows he would never actually hurt Catherine Janeway, so he's just gonna fix it. He doesn't. He's not worried. He'll just fix whatever happens. So I think from a human's perspective, it's like, oh my god, that was traumatizing, but for him it's like, oh, I feel like it doesn't matter. So I don't know. I think we could do a whole episode about Q.
Actually, we need to do a Q probably. Anyway, so we're back to the weapons real quick. But so we have phasers and photons. But then, like I was saying, the reason why they developed a Defiant class starship is because of the Borg, and they realized that, okay, maybe we do need to think about having more battle ready starships, because and even I think Cisco, one of them says, Starfleet's always been about exploration. Yeah. So they've never, maybe Section 31 they've thought about the stuff, but and so that's when we now have quantum torpedoes, which are much more powerful. And then they've got the ablative armor so that they can take a much more of a beating, which I think is so cool. And then we have transphasic torpedoes that came from several years in the future from a certain Admiral Janeway, who gave it to her younger self. And I haven't read it, but I heard there's a book. There's some Star Trek books out there that talk about the Borg finally has figured out how to assimilate the transphasic torpedoes, and were able to really attack the Federation.
Is it a Voyager book? Because
I think
you see
so.
Here is a Voyager book.
It could be. I guarantee there's somebody in the live chat that will probably know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well,
but
I'll probably show this entire collection on my TikTok. This was
absolutely
gifted to me by a friend that I met on TikTok.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, this entire. I'm obsessed with it. I love it so much. But yeah, it could be one of these. I'll have
I don't.
I'm slowly working my way through them.
But the transphasic torpedoes were just, those things were amazing. I mean, they literally they phase in through the ship and explode inside. So that's why the Borg couldn't combat them. And then the new ablative armor that Voyager got from Admiral Janeway, made it basically impervious, almost impervious to Borg attacks. They did eventually do it. So, no, I agree. I think you need to have different levels of starships, no matter what.
Yeah.
You've got your explorer. If it's going to be a deep space ship, then it needs to, like you said, it needs to be armed to the freaking hilt. I mean, everything you've got, because you have no backup.
Right.
But if you're just going to be popping around the local, Vulcan here, there, just maybe some phasers. Yeah.
I agree.
All right.
I agree.
All right. Well, that's the starship weapons. What's next? Oh, I put this on here. I called it Star Trek tropes.
The sensors always seem to fail is what we've got here in our notes. Yeah. Again, plot devices. I mean, this is obviously for plot. However, it does drive me kind of crazy because why? Like, if something fails all the time, it's not good technology.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
if every time I turned on my phone, it glitched or it just like it refused to turn on every time I tried to turn on, or every third time I tried to turn on, I would get a new phone.
Yeah.
I would upgrade it because it doesn't work. So I feel like and it's always, again, obviously plot, but it's always in a high stakes situation. It's never a routine diagnostic where it's like, oh, that's kind of weird. There's a little, let's fix that. I'm going to need that next time. Next time we need that. It'd be bad if it failed. Like, it's always in the middle of battle. Why is your equipment failing you while you're fighting the Borg?
Or anybody. Or you have somebody on the planet that you need to emergency evacuate, but you can't get to them for some reason because, you know, some subspace or, you know, some anomaly or something, you know. What I've always felt like sometimes their technology, and maybe it's because it's so advanced, maybe it's that it seems to be so much more susceptible to just anomalies and stuff that make it impossible to use. Like, Captain, we can't scan, and there's some material that's, you know, blocking it through the planet's core. It went I'm like, oh my God. You know, so we're gonna have to send people down there and let them go explore and see what's going on, you know. But yeah, that's why I called it a Star Trek trope when it comes to the starships, because, you know, the sensors usually fail. Shields, you know, maybe don't work sometimes, or they fail for some whatever reason. Oh gosh, main power is offline. They got to do auxiliary power. You know, I don't know if you've ever noticed. It seems like main power seems to fail pretty quick.
Yes,
have you ever noticed that?
Always.
You know,
it always, and it's just funny. It's like they reuse the same lines every time there's like an emergency situation. It's like the same script. Like they take like the same half a page and they just copy and paste it, and then they fill out the rest with technobabble. But it's really funny. Life support is offline.
Oh, I know. Main life support is offline. So these are what I said. These are just our Star Trek tropes, and you know, it feels like they should be. You know, you should have a lot more redundancies in there, and even I mean they do, but still, it just seems like main power seems to fail so fast. Warp core is offline. Okay, so we're only down. Now we have, you know, impulse engines. Nope, now impulse offline. You know, oh my gosh. So, but yeah, those were our Starship Trek trope. Star Trek ship tropes. That's hard to say.
Trek ship tropes.
Yes. So anyway, but now I do want to talk about, and for whatever reason, this little fact to this day has stuck with me ever since I heard it. And I think it's for one, because I work in IT and technology, and I always love, you know, the computer technology. And in the episode, did I write the episode on there? Shoot, I did not put it on there. It's the Voyager episode.
Can you describe the plot? Because I might be able to.
Oh yeah, it's when the Voyager's computer is stolen. There's
Da Vinci.
It's when Da Vinci.
The Da Vinci hologram.
Yeah,
I can't remember the name, but yes, the Da Vinci hologram steals the mobile emitter, and then.
Well, he's gotten it. Yeah, because they've had everything stolen, and they have to beam down there, and Janeway's trying to buy back Voyager's computer, and the person that stole it says, "Computer, you know, oh, wait, I better not say that too loud. My Alexa's wake word is computer, and so if I say it too loud, she hears me." And she's like, I've had that happen when I'm watching, Star Trek, and I have a TV too loud, and literally it will pick up, and there'll be a computer do blah 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 blah, and I'm hearing out of my kitchen, I can't do that. I'm like, stop.
I saw somewhere online that someone else had also named their Alexa or Google Home or whatever, and named it like computer. And it would only respond to like when the real people said it, or when Data said computer, but no one else. And all the comments were like, "I think your Alexa's got a crush."
Yeah.
That was funny.
Oh yeah, no. If I'm watching it on my TV, and if it's too loud, it will set her off. So where I was going with that is they gave the specs for Voyager's computer. The key details about Voyager's computer. How fast are the computers? Key details about Voyager's computer. Speed, 575 trillion calculations per nanosecond, which is equivalent to about 575 zettaflops, or 575 quintillion calculations per second. That is a 1 followed by 21 zeros. So this speed, I hate to have to read it, but still, this speed is nearly 5 million times faster than Earth's most powerful supercomputers, such as the Summit supercomputer at the time when I found this release. So the data capacity, the computer has access to 47 million data channels and stores data at an impossibly huge capacity, estimated in the hundreds or thousands of gigaquads. And of course, it uses the binaural gel packs to augment its isolinear computer core, increasing its processing speed, and mimicking biological neural structures for advanced functions. And oh my God. So yes, that is a lot of technobabble. But the fact that, when I found this, it was 5 million times faster than, at the time, Earth's the fastest computer we had on this planet. I just am like, 500 trillion calculations per nanosecond, a 1 by 21 zeros. So
that's crazy.
Needless to say, Starship computers are some of the most advanced machines probably in Starfleet and or the Federation, period. Which unfortunately leads back to your question at the very, very, very beginning about, are they sentient and or could they be sentient? Because you also have all that processing is happening faster than light. It's the FTL. So yeah. Just the amount
it doesn't make any in-universe sense for them to not be sentient. So they obviously are in some capacity. But then I have to wonder, because the EMH's matrix can't be that as advanced as that, right?
Well,
or the holodecks.
So, but I think the holodecks are
at least has the capacity to become sentient, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and you got to think about that. It takes all that processing power to manipulate the warp core, life support, shields, everything. All of the ability to answer any question that, we can ask it. And I remember in Enterprise, I want to say it's Malcolm. Lieutenant Reed says something about that the Enterprise, that the NX-01 has the most advanced computer at the time in Starfleet, and it's, multiple deck tall. I'm like, yes, I know. So, yeah, it blows my mind that how fast in the technology that these ships have. And then we started integrating, which you already said this, well, we've talked about this just together, again, leads a little bit more towards the potential of being semi-sentient when we throw in the binaural packs.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's mimicking the brain.
Oh God, missed opportunity. Voyager should have been sentient. There's no reason that it should have been.
Yeah, and remember, and you're the one who reminded me about it, the binaural packs. Oh wait, guess what? Neelix got them sick.
Yeah, they can get sick.
So that's another
theory. Okay, but that's okay. That was the interesting thing, because if Voyager had an epidemic, which is very easy to happen on a starship, I would assume, because everyone's living in the same space, obviously. If Voyager had an epidemic, which they should have at some point. They were in a different quadrant of the galaxy with how many alien races were on Voyager? A lot. And they're constantly coming in contact. They absolutely should have had an epidemic on Voyager. They should have all gotten a cold at some point. Or something, right? Some kind of illness should have spread. And again, you can say the transporter filters, but we know that those don't work out.
Yeah, we've
I'm
already
not
discussed
buying it.
that
They
to
should have been
death.
sick.
And
But okay, but they could get the ship sick. That's
Yes.
a terrible idea. Why would you ever have any kind of biological technology in the ship if it can get sick?
they did.
That
I'm
means
to
if
be
anyone
honest.
catches a cold on your ship, the actual ship can catch the cold. That is so stupid. Why would you ever do that? Those engineers, like that
They
is
did not.
so stupid.
They obviously did not even think about that back in Starfleet. When they were designing it, that must have never crossed their mind.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Now, and it'd be interesting to see. Obviously we could probably make it to where it won't. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Voyager literally was they. And you remember? I mean, I know you do, but the way they cured it was, oh wait, they gave her a fever. They gave Voyager basically a fever so that it would kill the bacteria from Neelix's cheese. Was it cheese, right? It was cheese.
It was cheese, yeah.
Yeah. So again,
cheese is like that.
bad design in the fact that, okay, yes, it mimics the brain,
Horrific idea. Just
it mimics
absolutely
biological structure
Yeah.
because it now can process so many more things. But obviously somebody was asleep that day in bioneural
So
gel
stupid.
pack class.
So stupid. I
Yeah.
can't, like, it bothers me so much.
Yeah. And I would have never thought about it. I'd have never thought about that until we started discussing this topic because your starship can get sick.
You should never, ever have
How can your starship
technology
get sick?
that is responsible for your entire safety. Like, if Voyager died, that's it. They're in the Delta Quadrant forever and ever. Like,
Well,
and
B'Elanna
I know they
makes-
weren't planning on getting stuff in
Correct.
the Delta Quadrant, but still, like, that is just so, like, why would you ever
Oh, yeah.
ever make your starship susceptible to the common cold?
Oh, yeah. Well, and B'Elanna, was it B'Elanna? She made that exact statement basically about, it was her and Janeway. We only have so many of these gel packs.
Well, okay, but that to me is like, okay, well, they will only have so much like matter for their replicators and stuff too, because like they should have been near Starfleet headquarters. So that to me was like, okay, that makes sense. Like, oh, we'll give you some in case of an emergency, but like if you really need to replace them, you would just get them replaced like that. So that to me doesn't, like, that makes sense.
True, but
and that definitely plays into the like the Battlestar Galactica vibe of like the ship should have been like Voyager should have been a much darker story than they made it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, again, like when she flat out says, if we lose too many of these, we're done.
We're screwed. Yeah.
Yeah. Voyager's done. And of course, they can't replicate them. For whatever reason, they can't replicate them. No idea why. Maybe somebody in the comments can tell us why couldn't they, and other than plot device, but I'm pretty sure that was the only reason. And as I've talked to people, yes, all these, I hate to say it, all these little nitpicks that we've got are all obviously just because of plot devices, but you know what? They're also fun to talk about.
They are fun to talk about, and also as people that are very I like my fictional universes to be fleshed out enough where this kind of stuff is like explainable within the universe. Like, I like it to be cohesive.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be realistic. It just has to be true to itself. Like, it has to be realistic in universe.
Yeah, not in real life, but in the universe.
No,
yes.
yeah, it just has to be like in the universe. It has to be. It has to, like, because these are the kind of things that, like, if I don't reconcile them in my mind, I can't watch it because it stresses me out. Like, it just bothers me.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally understandable. But yeah, I think we have beat the starships to death tonight.
I think so too.
I mean, I feel bad, but I love my starships. I mean, godly, thank goodness I have not gotten the starship model buying bug. I want to. But
I just want Voyager.
Yeah.
I just want Voyager.
Man, I would. Don't get me wrong. Some of my friends that I've seen their collections, I'm like, can I have that?
I just want Voyager.
And then they say, but then do you want all of our debt? I'm like, Maybe. Instead, as I said on the Trek recommendations, my evil pleasure, what do you want to call it, guilty pleasure, was going to cons this year. One more. Got one more. I don't. Oh, this episode may come out before I go to Star Trek Chicago, Trek to Chicago, November 22nd
I'm
to 23rd.
very jealous.
I know. Oh, that sucks that you have to go to college.
Okay. My next con will probably be MegaCon.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless there's like a small convention I might do when I'm home for break. But
Summer break? For summer or Christmas
for
break?
winter break, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, I might do a
and
small con. We'll see if the Delta Fleet's up to anything. Maybe I'll join them.
okay. Well, and luckily we have the entire transporter room team, crew, chiefs will all be in Vegas this next year.
Yes, I am booked for Vegas. I'm so excited.
Yep. I'll be there. Linda will be there, and of course Allison will be there. So we will all.
So excited.
We are all gonna be there, hanging out, having fun. But anyway, I thank you for doing this tonight and just chit chatting about starships. And
I will yap about Star Trek all day, every day. It's my favorite thing to do.
I know mine. It's mine too. Let's just be real. And I'm not gonna hide it. Hello, I did a podcast, so yeah, obviously I like it. And you're here with us. But yeah, so no, again, this has been a fun discussion. I wish I could tease what the next one is going to be, but I honestly don't know yet.
Replicators would be the next thing on our list.
Okay. Anyway, okay. So again, everybody, I hope you have a good time. Be sure to follow us on everywhere that we're at. Follow the Transport Room on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X, BlueSky. Thank you. And then make sure you follow Linda Pages on TikTok, Instagram.
I have like a Threads and an X, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not really on them a lot. But
yeah.
I mean, go ahead and give me a follow, like if you want to.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, TikTok and Instagram I am active on. So
yes.
And I just started my own YouTube channel.
Oh, yes. I forgot.
Yes.
I forgot. Yes, she has a YouTube channel now.
Also, shameless plug, I am on another podcast called Trekkin Pod. We are reviewing Enterprise, and I've never seen it before. So it's been a lot of fun. I have my fancy Treknopod mug here.
Nice mug.
Yes, it is a nice mug. I'm obsessed with it. It's so cute.
And also, we want to give a shout out to Trek Recommendations. It's a new YouTube channel that both of us have now been on. So please go give them a like and a subscribe, and you watch both of our episodes.
Such a cool idea. So it really is. They have, he has different Trekkies on. Every episode he has a different Trekkie on, and then they recommend something Star Trek related. And it's been so cool. I've been keeping up. It's been a lot of fun. I thought that was such a good idea too.
It really is a good idea.
I kept saying that during my episode, but it really was a phenomenal idea, and it's been a lot of fun.
It is a good idea. And he's had Ellie on there.
Yes.
So yeah, so go follow Trek Recommendations as well. And my friends over at the Salon and the Decon Chamber, those are all the ones, and CloneStar and Trekkin Up North. I'm shouting out all the people that I follow and have met and friends with. So, and I think we have all of their links to their YouTube channels in our description. And if you are willing, we have our own Patreon. You can join us for $5 a month.
You get to see us react to documentaries unfiltered and unedited.
Yes, they are. And you can see all this fun for $5. So anyway, Linda, I'm going to let you go. It's been fun, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Talk to you later.
Well.
Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.